Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm still not set up. I think here is fine. Good morning. Hello, Lois. Hi, Paula. Hi, Denise. Hi, William. Susie. Hello, everybody. Hello. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Lois, before I forget, I hope your drive today goes well. Please keep us informed if you can when you're safe to do so, how your travelings are. We're gonna keep you in our minds and thoughts, and hoping that your travel will go without a hiccup. Today is April Fool's Day, so do not believe anything that people say to you. At least if you were a person like me, sorry, I dropped my pen, that loves pranks. I've been pranking people all day. At work, oh, I've pranked my boss, I pranked my friends at work, my colleagues, I've pranked Gardenbot, I've literally pranked everybody that I could prank. I probably prank. I was gonna prank you guys, but then I thought maybe that is not a good idea. I was very tempted to it, but then I thought, like, probably not. It's not the greatest idea that I have had, and I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna behave. I wish. I wish I could. The thing is, I wanted to prank you guys, but then I was like, oh, probably that is a little bit too far. I the thing is, I want to, but I am scared sometimes because online it is a bit harder. I did prank people in the RA chat, so I did prank people there. But sometimes it's a bit hard, and then my morning after I finish work, right? I had to go to grandma's, to garden spot grandma's, but I call her grandma as well because I needed to check on her to make sure that she was fine. Then I needed to check on my sister-in-law, which she lives like two doors that down from grandma. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll take advantage and visit my sister-in-law. And then Gardenbot took me out to a very quick lunch to like a health center that we have. So went there, and then I had to go to post office to post a couple bits that I had to send, and then come home. And I tried to have a power nap, but did not work. So Lois. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, I'm sure she's gonna be. Oh, that's hilarious. The thing is like I pulled that prank once about the being pregnant one to my former boss, and it went very well. I mean, she believed me. She was having a rag off. We were having a laugh after. But the one that I pulled this morning was to my boss. So I think as well as in the US. So when we quit, oop, Forfeit just kicked in, but it hasn't started. But I'm just finishing the setup, and let me put myself in the correct size. So what I was gonna say is, in the UK, when you quit a job, normally you have to give them a letter with your notice, saying that you're quitting. Like at the moment in my job that I am, it's like a week. So I got a letter, wrote down my boss name, and inside of it, I put like a label inside of the envelope, because obviously I'm not quitting, but I wanted to prank him that I was gonna quit. So I did that. I gave him the letter, and I kid you not, I wish I would have recorded it. His face sank. It's like he was like, no, 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 you can't quit. You cannot. No, no, no. It was like just not wanting to open the letter, and I was like, I'm sorry, boss, but it was a very hard decision to do. It was I had to consider a lot of things, but things are just getting too much, and I really enjoy doing what I'm doing on YouTube, and I want to see where that takes me. So otherwise, if I carry on doing that, doing both of it, sorry, hang on, if I carry on doing both things, it is gonna be too much. So I can't do it. I just absolutely cannot. And he was like, oh, yeah, I understand, but like very sad. And but he was opening the letter and then saw that it was only the sticker in it, and he was like, you oh, like I did that to him because I knew he can take a prank, and he was not like my the bosses, and that's why I did to directly to him, because there is other managers in store, but he is my manager, and we sometimes we have a laugh and we have a joke, and it's like the relationship we have, so it's really good. So I knew that to him I could do the prank. I know that the managers, they would like, oh, okay, thank you, I'll take the letter and not even open. So that's why I did it to him and not anybody else, and I made sure that I knew, like, before I did the prank, that he was gonna be in and everything, because otherwise I would not have. But it was hilarious to see his face sinking in when I'd give him the letter, but then the face of relief when he understood it was just a prank that I was doing. But that was one of them. I just have a lot of fun of pulling pranks. It is just a fun thing to do, and it makes the day go easier, and it was fun. It was a good. I'm glad, like, I have a manager that I can have a good laugh. So it makes the whole difference. It makes your day completely different. It makes the, sacrifices and like all the nagginess and everything else worth it to go through, because then you can have a good laugh with your manager. So and yeah. So, and I don't know who said, but it is warm in the UK today. I'm like, whoever turned on the heating, can please turn it off, because I have made a bad decision of having a hoodie on, because I am dying, and I have windows open in the house. But right, okay. Apparently, sound is in. Oh, yeah. There's some like hot mic moments coming from court, but nothing too interesting. Before we start, there was jury selection for Lori Vallow Daybell Dingbell has started yesterday. I don't think they picked any juries from what I've heard, but there was a motion, a lot of motions, and it got heated and it got spicy. My plan was morning Pickles. Oh, Pickles, I don't know if you heard. How long have you been in the stream, Pickles? Sorry, because I want to make sure that you have heard the announcement yet, as well. Because I don't want you to miss it. Especially you. Because it's crazy. But anyway, I was gonna say, while Pickles writes, down. Ooh, there's a new trial. Oh my days, it's from Texas. But we can't cover it because we already doubled down on trials. Ooh, I had an idea. Maybe we'll see. But yeah. So there was a hearing yesterday from Yeah, exactly. Yes, that is correct. There's 52 prospective juries coming back today for individual for dire of voir dire, or how you say it, on the Lori Daybell. My plan was, on a lunch break from this trial that we are watching, the Linda Stermer trial, we are gonna watch the Lori Vallow Daybell Dingbell motions from yesterday. So we are up to speed of what happened, because then the judge says about the delay of the trial. So, oh, no, it's okay. It's just the Pickle saying that I'm gonna stop streaming. So I have came to the decision Sorry, I can't. Sorry, that was an April Fool's joke. Sorry, I can't say it with a straight face. I'm better lying on texts. No, 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 I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. No, I'm not. I am not. Please, I am not. No. I can't keep a straight face. It's an April Fool's joke. It's April Fool's. I'm sorry. I have way too much fun on April Fools. It's my holiday, you know. Some people celebrate Christmas, some people celebrate Easter, some people celebrate birthdays. I celebrate April Fools. So playing it was. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, my friend. Yeah. Exactly. It is April Fool's. It's my holiday. It's my favorite day of the year. I can pull pranks on people and just have fun. Oh, I've been on one day today. I've pranked my boss. I've pranked Garden Bot. I've pranked everybody that came across me today. So this is how I celebrate. Um, it's my holiday, and also because of the fact that it's 13 days until I get older. Yay! So exciting. Not exciting for that because I'm gonna spend my birthday with Lori Vallow. That's gonna be an interesting one. Oh, I've got, and this is not an April Fool's joke. This is actually real. This is actually gonna happen. From next week, I am gonna be living on Arizona time zone. So I've spoke with my boss, right? And this is why I'm able to like prank him and having a good laugh with him because he's so good to me. So I talked to him. So I'm gonna be doing night shifts at where I work. So court is gonna finish about 1 o'clock in the morning, half 1 o'clock in the morning on my time for the Laurie Daybell trial, right? So I'm gonna be starting work at half 2 in the morning until half 8 in the morning. Come home, sleep a bit throughout the day, and then wake up before the stream is due to start. Um, for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. So I don't need to be no sleeping or no nothing, so I can still sleep. And I've ordered a sleep mask as well. So good morning, Sissy. Hi. Hello. So yeah, so I've ordered a sleep mask. It's actually on the way. It's gonna get delivered today apparently. Oh my day, sorry. My neighbor just scared me the bejesus out of me. So I've ordered a sleep mask so I can sleep throughout the day because that's one of the issues I find of sleeping through the day on when it's daylight in the UK. Obviously daylight. When it's daylight. Just daylight. I find it here because of the light. So if with the sleep mask it will be easier. So oh, well, I really want to follow it, and I know it's gonna be a very popular case, and I know some people, our followers, that you guys want to watch it as well, and I want to watch it too. So I gotta make sacrifices. Sometimes life is made of sacrifices, and I don't mind doing them. It is what it is. You gotta do sacrifices sometimes in life. Life is made of them. You know, we all have to work it, and that's a sacrifice. So I don't mind it. I love it, and it's good for me too to keep me on my toes. Believe me, I will sleep on the days off. So yeah, the one thing, right, that I'm struggling is because court in the Lori Vallow case is only going to be Monday to Thursday. Are we taking are we taking Fridays off? Do you guys want to do something else on Fridays? Or what would you Oh, I do because I really appreciate your guys' support and I really enjoy doing this. Of course I wouldn't be doing this if I did not have fun because of the hard work that it is. You could use Fridays off. Yeah, we can take Fridays off or it was like because it's going to be 6 weeks, at least 6 weeks trials. We can take Fridays off. We could have a long weekend off or I could do a um Yeah, I can get you every Friday off. Because this court to Lori Vallow case is only going to be Monday to Thursday. There's not going to be court on Fridays unless they are on jury selection. So when the actual trial starts, we can take Fridays off. Yeah, yeah. No, no, absolutely pickles. Yeah. I can get you off from work. Well, I can employ you. I can't pay you, but yeah. Oh, not from your regular jobs. No, no. But you don't work Fridays, Paula. I thought. No? No, it's just me thinking. Oh, sorry. I am so excited today. I have not. Sorry, my friend. Sorry. I have not drank an energy drink, right? This is just me excited because it's April Fool's Day. This is how I get. I haven't had any energy drink. Good morning, Nancy. Hello. Hi. I haven't had any energy drink. I've been having water. See, this is lemon and lime flavored water. This is all I've been having, besides the prime and coffees. But yeah, I am very excited. Very excited. I don't know why. I am sorry. um, I'm just excited, and I keep hearing a voice in my. Huh, I don't know. I keep hearing voices. Exactly. This is the thing. I am normally every day, and I don't know why. I am yesterday, right after our stream. I went to bed. Was about 8 o'clock, and I think I slept too much. Um, Someone is pranking me. Yeah, I think someone is pranking me with because I can hear voices. Probably is the court voices. I don't know. How your days off rotate? So you have every third Friday off. Rotate Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Ah, okay, got you. Well, at least one of the Fridays you're gonna be off. But we can do that. We can either take Fridays off or do something else on Fridays. But I mean, having a day off. I think Garden is getting to me. Garden bot is definitely. I hear voices. Sorry, I need to calm down. Um, I think Garden is gonna get me today because I've been pranking him way too much. Oh, Linda had a haircut. Hang on. Did she had a haircut, guys? Oh, sorry. All right. I'll keep that in mind, Pickles, that I should not admit. I know. Oh, it was just no headband. Her hair looks different. I think she had a haircut or something. Or something is different. Um oh, I like those socks though. Pickles. I like not the sock, not the jackets. Yeah, I know someone straightened her hair. She looks different. It looks actually nice. Enjoy lurking, Sissy. Um Sorry, but I do like the socks though. You know the hospital socks. At least in UK, you get like the same socks when you go to hospital. You get like those socks that has the little things on the bottom. I really like those socks. Not saying that I want to go to the hospital, but I know not this. Hey, happy April Fools, William. Hello, good morning, my friend. Um, it's the best day of the year. It's April Fools. Let's have some fun. No. Because I love pranking people. But like not the jacket so much. I don't like the jacket at all. It's a bit tight, the jacket, but the socks, yes. Socks, get me some socks of those, and I absolutely love it. Um, that is the question, Pickles. Indeed, I think so. I the thing is, my husband's family, Garden Bot's a family he, they don't really like pranks, so obviously to them I need to tone it down to almost in like just a joke, not a prank. Bot I can prank all that I want and he will take it. But now them it's a completely different uh Oh. Oh no, Pickles was talking in the cuckoo hospitals. They get you straight jackets that are a bit too tight. I don't like that. We don't get jackets either. We get the gowns that open in the back. That yeah, that gives you an interesting view. But there's people that actually wear it the other way around. Um, because Pickles was saying that I was way too excited and I needed, because I was saying I hear voices, and he would say that that would get me a new jacket and some grippy socks. So, which is interesting. I stopped hearing the voices. I don't hear them anymore, so they might be gone to sleep. Uh, Oh wow, court is late. Maybe jurors are missing. They had a long weekend. Oh, the day we had that lady that's been in jail all weekend. Do you guys remember on Friday we had that narcot? Oh, me saying the lady and Nick coming. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear the noises coming from the streets. Because I have the window open to like give a praise to the house and everything, but if you hear, I will definitely close the window.
In case the people respond to Stermer, counsel are present, Ms. Stermer is present. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And of course, we start with the sidebar. I'm sorry, but she looks really different today. Or it's just me. We haven't looked at the defendant for days. And now, like, her hair is completely different than it looked on Friday. It hasn't been that long that I have not seen the defendant, because we had a long weekend off. And now that I'm actually looking, yeah, is she looking different? I don't know why. Is it pink? Yeah. Oh yeah, she like on the sides, like here, isn't it? Yeah. She definitely went to the hairdressers. I'm sorry. She did not have. I think she definitely did went to the hairdressers. She had her hair done. Should have done the hair before the trial started, not halfway through the trial. But that's an interesting choice. But I'm sure for sure she had her hair done. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It looks a lot better than it did. I'm not gonna lie, with you all, that it does definitely. It looks good. It looks better. She looks really better now than she did on past days. Um, she looks completely different. I'm sorry, but I have to go compare to Friday. Because it's absolutely crazy how different, and it's just the fact that how different can a hair make a person, which is absolutely crazy. Man, why is their new trial starting at my pick of interest now? It's just ruined, absolutely ruined. I I have a problem, you guys. I think for me. Yeah. Nancy, that is hilarious. Ooh. Ooh, Stephanie, just saw your post, definitely gonna keep write that name down. But yeah, definitely I think Nancy for sure she read the chat over the weekend. Very chat, and she saw that definitely was a very common comment saying that the hair needs fixing, and she did it over the weekend. That is for sure. um oh, pickles, right. I'm gonna probably butcher the name. It's a rapper, TK, and Alive in trial, and I think is out of the just Stephanie Boyd's courtroom. I think that's this one, because I was is Texas and Tamor McIntyre. I think that's how you pronounce it. I think is out of Stephanie Boyd's courtroom, because I remember that this trial was supposed to be in February, and I was gonna follow it because I had on my list, but then it got postponed. I think to now, and now it's going, but now we are in the middle of a trial. So yeah, uh, but I'm gonna be very upset. I don't. I think it. Let me have a look because I did not open the description. Where is it? There we go. Uh-huh. um. So they still on sidebar. Description. It doesn't say anything about Bexar County, but I know Judge Boyd had a trial. Was gonna be a high profile case of a rapper coming up, and doesn't say where exactly in Texas is. Because he's already serving a 55-year prison sentence for a different unaliving red rum conviction and faces a capital red rum charges in this case. So I don't know if it is that one from Judge's Boyd courtroom that I was following earlier. But I mean, we can always go back to it at some point because right now we have Laurie coming up, and that's gonna be next week starting, and it's gonna be a big thing coming. But yeah, oh man, the one time there is a Texas case. Now we can't because we are in the middle of a trial. I mean, if yeah, I don't which Lil Durk? No, his name is I forgot already. Something McIntyre. Taymor McIntyre. Rapper TK. I think it is that one. Let me see if I still had in my calendar for February, because I know yes, it is. It is. It is the Judge Boyd's case, because I still have on my calendar that was supposed to start on the 7th of February the jury selection for this trial. TK Judge Boyd, and I have it on my calendar. So it is this case, and I think it was like a week long trial. So yeah, it is this one. So that's definitely the one, the TK. See, my investigation skills are good today. Like, I don't know why, but today we're starting with the sidebar. So that is definitely a April Fool's prank on us. That we were thinking, yeah, I found it because I think it was one day I was watching Judge Boyd, and she was mentioning about the trial, and you know me, I write down every trial that I hear. Sorry, I need to write this one. So, oh wow, the mom is there. I need the name. Because Stephanie sent something. I will bookmark it and I will look at it later for sure. So, yeah, it is there. So, yeah, sorry. I just keep it. But that one should be very interesting though. The Judge Board, but the thing is with Judge Board we can always go back. We can always go back and watch it at any time, as well as any other the case. But it's good. Oh, my phone. I why like this is what annoys me. So they were almost ready to start today. They were late, and now they're still on the longest sidebar ever. Either they had a problem with the witness, that they are gonna finish court earlier. That's my thing. They're gonna finish court earlier because of a witness or something that hasn't. It's not gonna be able to turn up. I mean, we know that one of them is gonna, because she's in jail. She has been. I think she hasn't bonded out. She's been in since Friday. I mean, it was probably a long weekend for her, being what you say? It was it going sober. What is detoxing? Oh my, I don't know words today. She's been detoxing all weekend because she got found that she was very high on on Friday when she got arrested and when she was in court. Obviously, we knew because she looked like she was absolutely high on court while she was on court on Friday. Uh, we might hear from her. And do we still think that Linda won't testify, or do you think Linda is going to testify? I'm still not sure. Who that I don't remember her name, but you remember that blondish she was not blonde. Her hair color is a mess. It was like half ginger, half orange, half blonde. Lady that she was supposed to testify. She got subpoenaed, but then she did not show up. And then she got picked up by the police because she had a warrant. Yeah, that girl, the girl that went to jail. So it got at the end of the day, the report in court, and they did say in court, the report came and she was high on narcotics. So we are supposed to hear from her today, because she has been arrested and on a bond of $1,000 because she's not trustworthy to show up in court. So hopefully today will be the day we can listen to her and she will be released. I'm sorry, but if you get subpoenaed to a case, you better have a very good reason not to show up, because it can happen. You can go to jail. Oh.
Mr. Kelly, the witness who's excused from subpoena.
Your Honor.
The witness who you're requesting be excused from subpoena is Ashley
Garrett.
Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have no objection to that, Ms. Simon?
No, I have no objection, so I just wanted it to be on the record since we have the sequestration order. I just want to make sure she was released from subpoena and that there's an understanding she will not be testifying before we released her and she sat in the courtroom. So we have no objection to that.
Okay, so she'll be released from subpoena obligations and it's not under the sequestration order. Everybody has their copy of the transcript that we discussed. Anything else before we bring in the jury?
We're going to bring in witness Jim Shinsky. Just have to go back on the witness stand since that's
Okay.
the state he left on Friday. If that's okay.
I'll wait and give you your oath when the jury is in.
Oh, okay.
Anything else before we bring in the jurors?
And another break. The juries are now coming in. It's a break day today. Starting 20 minutes past the hour. 20 minutes late. Gonna have to catch up this time, Judge. We need to wrap it up with this case before Monday. Well, I'm saying hopefully Monday Daybell would start. We'll see how that one goes. We might be doing something else even before Daybell. Not the trial. I don't think we gonna have time to do a whole full trial before Daybell starts after this one. But we might be doing some parole hearing, some court hopping, or you just listening to me talking. No, I can't talk for that long. I know you guys would love to. Oh, sounds good. Awesome. Thank you very much, Nancy. Appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, before Laurie, I don't think we're gonna have time for another trial. But hopefully we'll start next week on time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this knowledge will be the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
And you're Mr. Shinsky, correct?
Yes.
You move beside of me?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Shinsky.
Good morning.
So I believe we left off last week you were conducting an interview in the driveway with the defendant, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was at the scene.
yes,
And so, is this common to do the interviews at the scene?
yes. Normally, we would drive up, meet with homeowners, and work right out of our vehicle and conduct interviews, everything right on that site.
And when you typically conduct these interviews, is it common for people to interrupt or come up to the car or come up to the scene?
Yeah, not unusual. Neighbors, people passing by, family members, will come up. Oh. Okay. And to have people walk up, curious people, things like that is not unusual at all.
So granted, this is just a few days after the fire that you're conducting this interview, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying that it's common for people to just be curious as to what happened and stop by?
Yes,
And you conducted an interview, I believe, on January 9th and one on January 10th, is that correct?
yes,
And I believe, I'm not sure where we left off, you had recorded those interviews?
yes,
And then they were transcribed into an actual written transcript, is that correct?
yes,
And were you able to then check the accuracy of the recording against the transcript?
yes. Our clerical staff would type it, and then you listen to the transcript, read it all the way through. Any corrections or anything that need to be done are done so that it accurately matches what the recording has on it.
And you did that, and you checked it for correct accuracy?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 6. And if you could just flip through this for me and tell me if you recognize that.
yes. It appears to be the same.
And it's the same, are there any corrections, deletions, or changes to it from when you originally provided the transcript?
Yes, there has been areas that have been blacked out.
And does it appear from just glancing through that many of those areas that are blacked out are some of those extra conversations?
Yes,
Conversations with those in the car as well as those approaching the car?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for people's exhibit number 6 to be admitted into evidence.
Have you on case, Your Honor?
And I'm going to have you maintain that as we go through some of them and show them on the screen. As part of your interview with the defendant, did you have a drawing or like a floor plan done of the house?
yes. It was done, I believe, by the end of the first interview, that first day. Ms. Stermer had appointments and had to leave, and then her daughter Brittany came to the site, and she's the one that actually provided a floor plan of the upper and lower floors.
And when you say the upper and lower, would that be the main level and the basement?
Yes,
And did the defendant have an opportunity to look at that floor plan?
yeah, on the second day when I did my interview, a lot of that second interview was going through the floor plan, just with a general description of the building, what was in it, contents, items. Significant amount of the interview was pertaining to the layout and what was in the building.
And did she adopt that drawing that was done by her daughter as accurate?
Yeah, I believe she did.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe defense counsel is stipulating to the admission of People's Exhibit number 7, which is the floor plan and is 2 pages.
Yes, Your Honor.
Receive People's Exhibit 7.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then permission to publish the jury. And again, this floor plan then was used throughout your conversations in the interviews conducted to use it as points of reference.
Yes,
Oh, and Your Honor, there's a copy for each juror. So I've stapled the first and second page together and made a copy for each juror. And I'm sorry, and this was something that you referred to then throughout the interview in terms of getting points of reference. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So I'm going to have counsel then load up the transcript, and I'd like you to have it in front of you so that we can go through it together. I'm not going to have you read all of it, so I'll direct you then to what pages, since it is so lengthy. So I'm just going to have Okay, this is the first page of the transcript, and this is just where you introduce yourself, and does it list out then the people that are attending?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you go to page 4 of the transcript. Counsel, can you go to page 4 for me? At the top of the page, there's a J and there's an L. What does the J stand for?
The J is me, and the L would be Linda Stermer.
So the J is for your first name, Jim?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to have you start at the top of that page and read then through that large paragraph. So start with the question that you asked at the top of the page and then read through her statement to you. And then just be mindful then of the redactions.
Yes.
Thank you.
The question is, okay, go ahead, if you want to just with Sunday morning or what was going on. Answer, Sunday morning, I had got up and went down to the marathon and gotten some eggs and some breakfast meat and stuff to cook that morning. Filled up the blazer and then came home, started coffee, and Todd was still in bed at that point. He got up and I gave him the receipts for his medicines, prescriptions, and the last couple days' receipts that I had spent. He got very angry with me because I hadn't recorded them in his checkbook and told him about them sooner. And he was screaming at me about that I went downstairs and woke the boys up. I think it was probably 10 maybe, and the boys that they could go to the mall, and I gave them some money for lunch or breakfast if they wanted, and that Dad and I needed to talk about some things. I went back upstairs. I didn't remember if I started a load of laundry then or if it was a little bit later, but I went back upstairs. I made Todd some breakfast and told him I was going to send the boys to the mall, and then we could talk about everything. I was going to be going to my sister's to stay for a little bit, and so I made him breakfast, and he took his medicines. We really didn't discuss all that much more. And he sat down, watched some hunting program in the living room. I did some laundry and some dishes, and came back upstairs and had to read the instruction booklet for my son is on special prescription that you have to enroll on the computer and answer questions, and that I guess monthly. So we were gonna get back his blood work, or going to get his blood work done on Monday. So wanted to get it all in the computer, end of it done on Sunday. I must have fallen asleep. I was laying on our bed reading the book. I took a little nap. And when I got up, Todd had asked me something to drink, for something to drink. I went to the kitchen and was loading the dishwasher and washing up his breakfast dishes, and I got some juice. And he took some medication, and I told him I was going downstairs to do some laundry, deleted section. So I restarted the laundry because I still needed, I restarted the laundry then because it smelled. So I restarted it, and then Todd was yelling at me, and then all of a sudden I heard him scream. Then I went running up the stairs, and there was fire from our bedroom to his recliner, and he was on fire. And the whole upper body, and his whole upper body, there was fire and smoke. I couldn't see him really well, and I just turned and ran out the door and jumped in the van because I didn't know how I would get anybody, except I would go over to Mike and Connie's, and I backed up, and then I seen Todd in the yard, and I got out to try to help him get the fire off of him. Before that, I heard something in the house, boom.
I'm going to have you go ahead and read the last two sentences on that page and then continue on to page 2.
Yep. Now, in the morning, you ran and got breakfast stuff. About what time? Do you remember? Do you recall what time it was? Around 9 or so.
And if you could go to page 5 and read down then to where there is a J and it says O before the blacked out boxes. Yep, page 5, just start at the top.
Yep. You can start at the top of 5.
Start at the top of 5 and read down to the blacked out area.
Yep. The question, and then when you say you ran to the marathon, where's the marathon located at? Answer, in Lawrence. It's okay if I just use J or L or?
Yes, I think we've gone over what J and L stand for, so if you, I just say J and then her answer.
Yep, J in Lawrence. Everybody has their local stops, and we cover so much area that it's like, okay, now where's the marathon? And then filled up the truck. You were back here, back home here, and now you're saying that Todd was taking medication. It looks like he, by the sound of it, had taken meds a couple of times. What type of medication was he taking? I mean, what kind of issues is he? He had some kind of an ear infection going on. He said that the doctor said that he was really swollen and draining really terrible. And he was feeling sick to his stomach, a lot from that.
I'll have you stop there. And if you could go down to then the last sentence on page 5 and just read that for the jury where it says J.
Oh, now when you say he was angry, I mean he was just yelling, grumbling, or was he?
I'll have you go to page 6 and start at the top.
L, he was screaming. We've been arguing quite a bit, and we were arguing over me leaving to go to my sister's, and?
I'll have you keep reading.
J, and this is just some other thing to trip another argument. L, just one more straw. J, now you say you went down to get the boys up. I think you said it was around 10. L, yay. J, then all 3 boys were here. L, mm-hmm. J, and then they did ultimately get up and leave. L, yeah, I told them that, we were going to be talking about a lot of things today. I told them that they were going to stay here and to go to school, and I was going to go to Aunt Kim's. I told them later on in the day that we would have to meet me so that I could get the blazer from them. And I told them I wasn't sure if I would be at Aunt Kim's when they left or not. And just 2, We would talk and figure out where they were supposed to meet and bring the blazer to me, and then I'd bring them home.
I'll have you read the next two lines.
Do you normally drive the blazer? L, yeah.
I'm going to have you go then to page 7 and skip the first J and L, and then I'll have you start them with the third J and read those next two sections.
And then getting the boy, after getting the boys up?
Yes, yes, sir.
And then, after getting the boys up, they woke up, came up, did you cook breakfast? L, no, I told them that I would give them some money to go out to eat because I just didn't know how much arguing or yelling Todd was going to want to do, and I don't like it in front of the boys, and he doesn't mind. So I just asked them if they would just go and that I would let Dad know that they were going, and
I'm going to have you stop there. I'm going to have you flip to page 9. And start the fourth section down where it says L, yeah. If you could read that.
yeah, I just don't like them to hear, that's L. Yeah, I don't just like them to hear all the stuff that he screams.
Wait a minute, I'm going to have you stop. Are you on page 9?
Yes.
Page 9, the fourth line down.
Oh, fourth line down.
Sorry, yes, thank you very much.
L, yeah, they didn't come up and talk to Todd because he was all angry, and J. Now, that is, would that be normal for him, this lately, to be angry and the kids kind of avoiding him? L, well, he's been, yeah. J, how long has this been going on? L, well, I don't know. For this summer, it was a lot, and then it kind of tapered off, and then this winter, it has been quite a bit.
I'm going to have you stop, then go down 4, go to the J that says, now was Todd aware? And if you could read from there to the bottom of the page.
J, was Todd aware that you were going to go to your sister's and stay? L, we talked about that Saturday. J, and it's basically you just getting away from him. Was that his reaction on Saturday? L, well, we had a few different reactions. He wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to take the boys, and I told him that there was no way I could because, they had to stay in school, and, I wasn't going to uproot everyone because, move them all into my sister's. That would be just too much. Now you guys have been talking about divorce, or is it just for the last couple of years, really?
I'm going to have you go to the next page and then go ahead and just start at the top.
J, and it's L. A couple of months ago, I made up my mind for sure that I was going to, and had paperwork and had it all filled up, and I had already showed it to him and J, and what was his reaction then? L, he told me to take the blazer and go and get the couple expletives out, and then he told me that we could work things out. He could change if I could change, and J, now he has always been angry and violent, or has he always been angry and violent, or is this something that's new? L, yeah, no, he's always been, and he just kind of comes and goes in waves, I guess. J, is he a drinker? L, inaudible answer. J, I mean, is he, when he does he drink and then get angry, or L, he used to, but then he's just been more taking his prescription medicines, my sleeping pills, muscle relaxants, pain pills, and a lot of different things lately. Deleted section. L, he had been smoking pot too. J, is that something fairly recent? L, he used to do it. J, or at least you found out recently? L, well, he used to do it, and He had quit for quite a long time. He and his buddy got together, and I find out because I asked him about this job, going to get this job, because his business wasn't paying the bills, and he just wasn't working regularly at all. He would sit around and mope around, and he told me that he couldn't go and apply for the job just yet. And I asked him why. He told me because he had smoked some pot, and he had to wait until it was out of his system, because he was sure that with a job like that, they were going to want to test him. And
I'm going to have you go to page 11. And if you could go to then the fourth, fifth, sixth section down, skip the top four and then start with the J where it says and.
where it says what?
And, the J, and it says and, the fifth little section down.
Oh, okay,
And that would be
yes.
page 11.
J. And if you don't go see them, they don't buy anything. Let's see, we get a little off of this. That's fine. It fills in all the details. Now, so you told him that basically on Saturday had discussed going to stay at your sister's. Did you end up with any fighting? I mean, has he ever hit you? Has he ever beaten you to where you have got prior domestic violence complaints filed? L, inaudible. J, basically, it was one of those you just took the beating and didn't say anything. L, inaudible. J, you have to answer yes or no. L, yes. J, yeah, I know. I realize this is difficult, but gathering all of the information, my primary role is to determine what caused the fire and the events of the day. And obviously, there's been a lot going on that you've been putting up with for quite a while. But you've never called the police on him for hitting you. L, my friend called the police a few weeks ago, like around Thanksgiving time. But see, we lived in Portage, and somebody called the police back then, and when we were sitting down with the police officers individually, I was making a report of what happened. He came out with the male police officer and told me that I had a lot to think about. He said that he wasn't going to go to jail by himself and that we would both go. And I asked him why. And the police officer said, well, your husband said that you hit him also, so we have to take both of you in. And so they explained it all to me, and I didn't want to go to jail and have the kids, go through all of that. So I didn't finish the report, and I've never made a complaint against him since then because of that. J, now the friend, you say a friend of yours called back about Thanksgiving?
I'll have you go to page 12 and just read then the top three.
Oops. Top three sections?
Yes, please.
L, yes, and J, was that this past Thanksgiving? L, yeah.
And then I'm going to have you go down to the bottom third where the J and start with the part that says, and now he took.
J, and now he took his medications and then began watching hunting programs. About what time was that? Was that all around 10, 11 with get up and the kids left? L, yeah. J, and then from there you went down to do some laundry. L, yes. J, how many loads of laundry? I mean, how long were you downstairs?
I'm going to have you flip to page 13, and if you could read all the sections that are not blocked out.
L, I folded laundry. I was putting Christmas ornaments in the boxes. We have a pool table in the basement, and I had all the boxes laid out and was just puttering. J, basically staying away from him. L, yeah, we did that a lot. J, and then about what time would you say you were back upstairs when you were going to read the instructions on your son's medication? L, maybe around noon or so. J, And then you said you think you were reading the book. Al, it's a folder type of pamphlet of information. It's, I pledge, it's called for acne medication, because it's a really harmful drug if you don't do everything right. And Jay, and then you dozed off, and about what time did you get up? L, I really don't know. Jay, now you just woke up on your own, or did you wake up because he was yelling? L, no, I remember hearing him down in the basement doing something, and when I got up, though, he was back in his recliner in the living room upstairs. And he asked me for something to drink when I had gotten up. And so I went in, got him something to drink, did some dishes, and...
May I have you flip to page 14? Start with the sixth section down with L, where it says and ... O.
L, and... Oh, when I came back upstairs, when I got him the juice too, I made a fire for him then too in the fireplace. He said today would be a good day to have a fire in the fireplace. So, J, now, L, I made a fire in the upstairs fireplace. J, okay, now when you say upstairs, is that ... L, the main floor? J, this level here is upstairs, and then when you say you heard him downstairs, that would... L, we had a fire place downstairs also. J, in the basement. L, but we kept all of the wood downstairs. J, okay, but like I said, there was a basement, a fireplace on the basement walkout level. L, yes.
I'm going to have you go to the next page on page 15, and about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the seventh one down, J, and then.
J, and then he said it'd be a good day for a fire. L, J, is there any reason he didn't build the fire? L, no, he just asked me to. Sometimes he'd ask me to, sometimes he'd ask the boys to. I mean, my sons were pretty good at making a fire. He taught them how to make a pretty good fire in the fireplace too.
I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 16. Go ahead and just read from the top down to the blacked out portion.
Jay, just looking, and then from here, you were talking about that you went up, that Todd had asked for something to drink. That's L. J, is there any reason he couldn't get up and get a drink himself? L, sometimes he was pretty groggy from his medication, and his stomach had been upset, and that's just Todd. I mean, when somebody else is here, somebody else gets stuff for him. J, now this medication he's taking for his ear infection, is that some kind of antibiotics or something? L, there was an inhaler, there was a liquid, and then there was a pill. I don't know, he told me that the liquid was the antibiotic. When I got to the pharmacy, they didn't have any at Rite Aid and Paw Paw, and they wouldn't be able to fill it for a few days. I asked them, I said, well, is this the antibiotic? They told me no. They told me what it was, and I said, well, can't I just buy something over the counter to get him through until I get something? And they said, yes, it's just a decongestant was all that was with antihistamine in it. So the next day on Sunday, on Saturday, I picked that up for him.
I'm going to have you go to page 19. And on this one, it appears you're kind of describing the floor plan on the first half. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to have you go down about halfway down the page with the L that starts with yeah. If you could read from there and just those few lines down to the blacked out portion.
L, yeah, and then the living room, and then this end right here, there was a pantry, mudroom, laundry room, but we didn't have laundry up there yet. It was just storage. And then the kitchen and dining room were all one room. Between the dining room and the living room, there was just a half wall. And Todd has his oil lamp and candles burning on that half wall. J, and they would have been burning that day. L, they were, because I had complained that it smelt bad in there.
I'm going to have you go to page 20, just read the top two lines that are not blacked out.
J, now with the furnace, is it an oil furnace? L,
So I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 21. If you could read the top, start at the top.
L, it was when we first moved here, so it would have been 90 or 91, 92, somewhere in there. And then we moved out here in 96, so J, that's my next question. How long have you lived here? L, here in this house, only 3 years, but in Lawrence, 96. J, and I take it this house was built in that last 3 years? L, Todd built this house, yeah.
I'm going to have you stop there, and if you could go down to the L, about a third of the way down, that starts with
L, he had someone who was a builder come in and lay out the plumber. He had someone from the furnace place lay out and help with the ductwork and put the furnace in. He had hired someone to do the shingles on the roof because he didn't like being on his knees like that. And on the electric, somebody hooked that up. He put it all there, but they inspected it, and
I'm going to have you stop there, and if you could go to page 23 and start at the top of the page.
J, now during the morning, or should I say, let's talk about now the half wall divides the kitchen and the family room area. What kind of oil lamps were on there? L, just one was fragranced. It was a little plastic thing that always said it was childproof because you. J, is it one of those little, like an incense? L, with a wick in it, and it has a smell. It was vanilla. You can open the cap up, the thing pops up. You light that thing, and it's got a little metal thing with a wick. And, so it's not like a big hurricane lamps? L, no, but we had one of those blown glass for oil also with a wick in it. J, now the scented one, was that one of those like an air wick or one of those that has just a small container? L, it's just a small container, but I don't know what kind it was. Just that it was. J, do you know where it came from? Is that something he purchased or something that? L, yeah, and he had the oil too. J, how big, on the smallest one, how big of a container would you say that was? 1 cup, 2 cups? L, I don't know, like maybe a baby bottle, the smaller kind? J, I'm not familiar with that. L, like a deletion. L, 4 ounces. Thanks. She has a new grandbaby. L, familiar with those sizes. Now the blown glass one is set up for an oil lamp. L, yeah.
I'll have you go to the next page.
J, it has a wick? L, yes. J, did it have the twisty thing for raising and low? L, no. J, okay. L, it's just decorative more. I didn't understand how those things could. It's just a little bitty glass plug that holds the J. Oh, like a glass bead that sits on top and then the wick comes up through it. L, yeah. J, and how big was this one? L, not terribly. J, I mean, was it L, like? J, 4 ounces, 8 ounces? L, more than the small one, but not maybe just like double, maybe like 8 ounces or something? J, and then there's just the 2 of these? L, yeah. J, and then what type of candles? L, just scented candles. J, are they big candles or are they like little tea light candles? L, no, just in the glass jar, small, maybe votive size or something. J, about how many of those were going? L, one that I seen.
I'm going to have you continue on to page 25.
My sinus medication dries me out. J, and then both. L, it was on the bar, on the kitchen counter, where he was doing bills in the morning. And then there was, I'm sorry, the kitchen and dining room were separated only by a bar.
And I'm going to have you just skip those next few paragraphs, go to the L that says, not that I can think of. Start there.
That says what?
Not that I can think of, just skip the next 3 sections.
L, not that I can think of. I just know our furnace was, had to be bled out again in the last couple days, but not that day. J, so you say the furnace wasn't bled on that day? L, no. J, now the furnace is an oil furnace. How often have you had to bleed this? Do you know? Do the bleeding of it? L, well, I think he did it like Saturday night. Last winter, we had to have fields come out a couple times, and Todd thought maybe we had maybe water in the fuel. But apparently, when they set it up, they didn't put the tubing all the way down like it should have been, or it was just too close or something. He said somehow there was air getting in or something to one of those tubes, and he just had to go down, open a thing, and there was a little hose, and then he could just bleed through it. J, now if he had to bleed it like that, did he end up with oil on the floor? L, yeah. J, that's kind of makes a mess. L, yeah, and kitty litter we'd put down there sometimes. And J, yeah, that's one of the problems with oil. It's great for heat and stuff, but it's a little messy to work with if you have a problem.
I'm going to have you go to the next page. On the second section, can you start with under the J, or what do you think? Maybe the last sentence on the second section, down on J.
Oh, okay, yep, J. And about how long ago was this? L.
I'm going to have you stop there. Skip the L and the J, and then the blacked out section. Right above the blacked out section, if you could just start with, or what do you think? Second section down, page 26,
Yep, 26.
last sentence, or what do you think? Right before the blacked out line.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking way down the page.
If you could start there and then just read down to November.
Read from below the blacked out area.
The one right above the blacked out area, or what do you?
The top of the page, L, is unintelligible. I was afraid to death of propane. He wanted to put up propane. He wanted to put propane in here. I wouldn't have propane. J, any opinions in your mind? What do you think happened to the cause of the fire? I mean, have you had any kind of problems or something that you would think is going on, or what do you think caused the fire? L, I feel like maybe Todd yelled at me once during the day and told me that no one else would ever have me. And I think that maybe he meant for both of us too. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. J, did he say anything about killing himself or killing you? L, he has in the past. That's why I went up to go see about getting a divorce, because he told me a couple of months ago that God was testing him to see which one of us was supposed to go. And that he had brought up his shotgun after hunting one day and was cleaning it. And I seen it out of the corner of my eye when he walked up the stairs that the gun was cocked. And he had his cleaning stuff in his hand. He came over and stood right behind me when the counter was in the dining room, and he pointed it, but it was not, I could see in the computer screen that the barrel was not pointed straight at me. But he stood there, and he just said behind me, he said, "I'm really sorry to have to do this, Linda." And then I turned around and I looked at him, and he just laughed at me and said, I should have seen my face because I looked really scared, and that he was just messing with me. And that's when I decided to take some legal steps and talk to my sister and made arrangements. J, and about how long ago was this? L, November.
I'm going to have you then jump to page 27, start at the top.
J, was the furnace working that day? L, yes. J, now when you came upstairs, now you said you could hear him yelling and then it turned to screaming. What was he yelling at that point? Was he just, L, that's when he was yelling at me that nobody else would ever. J, has he ever said flat out that he was going to kill you? Has he ever threatened to kill you? J, in those words, did he say anything on this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, anything about going to kill himself or? J, that's no. L, not this weekend, I'm sorry. J, okay, yeah, I know, people aren't used to. L, did he say, I'm sorry? He didn't say anything about killing himself, but he did say about our bills, how much we owed his sisters and his mom and the mortgage and everything, and that we didn't have enough life insurance on both of us. You know, it'd take both of our life insurance policies to take care of everything.
I'm going to stop you there and have you go to page 28. About a little over halfway through the page on J, and it says, and now you came up the stairs.
J, and now you came up the stairs. Where was Todd at? L, when I came around the corner from the stairway to the living room, there was a lot of fire between our bedroom door and his recliner. And he was more closer to our bedroom. And there was just a fire and a lot of smoke. But there was no fire there was a point in the living room where it was like, it wasn't between our bedroom and
I'm going to have you stop there because I want you to read that sentence again. After you said there was a point in the living room where it was like, if you could then read that again.
There was a point in the living room where it was like, it was between our bedroom and his recliner, but nothing on this side of it. J, nothing on this side coming back towards the kitchen, dining room, and the stairwell. L, kitchen, dining room, nothing.
I'm gonna have you go to the next page. You could start then with the fourth section down, J, then that way.
J, then that way we can sketch the floor plan. The flames that you saw, where was the fire at? Was it on the ceiling, on the furniture, on the floor? L, I could see Todd's legs. The chair was on fire, and then there was a little bit of fire on the floor. And then there was a lot of fire over by the bedroom. I couldn't tell if it was him or if it was the wall or what it was. G.
Oops, I'm gonna have you skip that. I don't know who G is. We'll have you skip that and just go to the next one.
L, he was covered.
And I have skipped the G and then go to L.
L, fire just completely covered. J, now how did you go out? Which way did you go? L, I ran out this front door. And J, out the front door? Is that the same way he came out? L, I don't know where he came out at. There's a U in there for a different...
Go ahead and skip that.
Yeah. L, when I came out through, I don't remember closing the door, but I heard the door slam. I mean, it just went whoosh. And J, and that's when the door slammed. J, now, when you came outside, what did you see as far as smoke and fire? I mean, did you, when you first came out, what did you do? L, it was just black. I ran towards the side of the house and I seen a bunch of smoke. And so I ran and I got in the van because I didn't have no way to call anybody unless I got to the neighbors. And I didn't have shoes on. So I thought for a second I'd run through the horse pasture, but then I thought I should drive the van.
And I'm gonna have you go to page 30 and read that for me, please.
J, and then you say you see smoke. Was the smoke coming out of doors, windows, or just through the roof? L, I don't even remember. I just know that I seen smoke, but I didn't even remember where it was. It seemed like it was on, I remember looking up at some point and seeing a bunch of black smoke, but I don't remember at what point that was. J, and then you jumped in the van, and did you actually drive out in the van? L, I had backed up, but then I seen Todd, so I pulled forward real quick and jumped out to see if I could help him. But he wouldn't lay down. He was trying to pull his pants and socks off, and so I screamed at him and told him to lay down. And J, and then how did the fire department ultimately, did you ultimately make a call to the fire department? L, no, when I was with Todd down here, because I couldn't get the van back up, because it's so muddy over here, we don't have gravel over here. And I pulled over here to try to stop and help him. Then I realized I couldn't, and I had to get somebody to help us. So I jumped back in the van, but I couldn't back up. So usually we go down to the driveway, because it's real sandy right here in front of the house, and get going fast and get back up. But then I see him laying over there, so I jumped out of the van, ran over to him. He wasn't on fire anymore. And then I seen neighbors come up, and I was just screaming at them to call 911. J, now whereabouts was he laying? Unintelligible. L, over on the, J, between here and where the driveway goes around? Yeah, L, yeah.
I'm gonna have you go to page 31 and just read the top paragraph.
Jay, and then you say the neighbors then pulled in?
I'm sorry, and then the next response.
I'm trying to, the rings are glowing in the sun, the shadow. L, yeah. Then, while I was laying on him trying to keep his mouth open and keep him breathing, then another neighbor got there and said that he was a medic. I didn't realize who it was at first. And they pulled me away from Todd and started checking him over. And they got that boat that's over there from somewhere. I don't even know where that was. They put Todd in that and then drug him away from the house farther, over here somewhere. And the paramedics then finally got here, and it seemed like it took them forever to get here. And I don't know who got here first. I was just right there.
I'm going to have you flip to page 54. And if you could start with the third line down.
J, now you talked about oil lamps and a candle on the half wall. L, yeah, there. This had all Christmas decorations and a little oil lamp. J, and you said there was two of, do you remember where they were positioned? I mean, just evenly spaced so they look nice? Or was one closer to Todd's chair and one closer to this end here? J, and then how about the candle? L, the candle was on the bar. J, oh, over here? L, where he was doing the bills that morning, we had a table right here in the corner that had a poinsettia on it, and we had a big dining room table here.
I'm going to have you stop and go to page 56. If you could go about halfway down the page where there's an L and it says, yeah, I came right up, and start from there.
L, yeah, I came right up and I ran around this side here. J, so through the kitchen and around, how far into the living room did you get? L, I just got right between the fireplace and somewhere in here. J, okay, then that's basically between just inside the door opening, and then yesterday you said that you could see that the fire was like from the master bedroom to the recliner, that half. L, the recliner was all on fire. There was a big bunch of fire right by our bedroom door, and I could see Todd's. J, okay, so he was actually over by the bedroom door. L, closer to the bedroom door, kind of. I don't know, kind of in between our bedroom door and the fireplace, kind of. I don't know, somewhere in between, like here, but I could see fire all the way back to, I mean, it was just.
I'll have you go to the next page.
J, was he coming towards you, towards out? L, I couldn't tell. J, now I know, I realize this is difficult, but when you saw the flames, the recliner, could you still see the chair? L, I don't remember. J, or was it just a big ball of flames? L, I just kind of glanced, I just kind of. J, how about the fire in between? Was the whole room on fire, or did it look like a concentration of fire over here? L, it looked like a bunch of fire over here by the recliner. L, and then there wasn't much fire between, and then there was a lot of fire over here. J, and then when you took off, you just went out the front door. L, inaudible. J, okay, when you went out the front door, you said yesterday, you talked about, said you ran out to the van. Where was the van parked at? L, parked right in front of the house. I mean, we drove right up to, the contractors made a mistake. They weren't supposed to carry the driveway as far up as they did, so we took advantage of it. J, so you pull up right by the front porch there? L, yeah. J, now what were you wearing? I mean, did you have clothes on or still in your jammies from L? No, I had on some pants and a sweater. J, now did you have keys for the van with you?
I'll have you go to page 58, if you could read that page.
We always leave, L again, we leave our billfold and our keys in the vehicles. I don't, but Todd always does. He always brings mine in and put them in the drawer in the kitchen. The boys had my vehicle, and so when the boys were taking off in the morning, I just took my purse and threw it over into the van. But Todd always kept keys in, always inaudible about that. I hated it. J, okay, and then yesterday explained that you went to the van, you were gonna try to get help, and then where did you drive? You were parked in front of the house. L, I backed up, but then I seen Todd, so I pulled up this way and stopped. J, and this way, you're pointing up here towards the north. Now, he came out, but you don't know what door he came out. L, he was just in the side yard here. J, okay, up by the front of the house, or was he all the way around the side? L, he was closer to the front towards that rock pile. J, okay, then what happened? L, I pulled the van up real quick and jumped out, was screaming at him to lay down. He was trying to get his pants off, and I kept trying to get up and reach and grab him, his pants. He just wouldn't stay still. J, okay, and from then from the L, and then he laid down. I looked at him and I thought, oh my God, I got to get him help. So I went back to the van and I tried to back up, but I couldn't back up because this is too muddy. So I thought if I pulled down here real fast, and I couldn't see Todd when I backed up, and I'm pulled down here because I was going to try back up to get a running start, and I couldn't. So I jumped back out and ran to Todd, and he was laying right there in here someplace, and I just laid on him. And Jay, and your idea was to back up down to the flats here and then try to get a running start up the hill. L, well, usually we could if we got right in here because it's all sandy and we could back around. J, just take kind of a zoom up the slippery hill. L, but I wasn't thinking. I mean, with my blazer, I could do it. With Corey's car or with the van, it's kind of like our pickup truck was. It's just so heavy, I guess. And J, it is a full-size van. Or L, it's a big conversion van. At some point, my neighbors got here. I seen the neighbors, and I'm screaming at them to call somebody. I laid on Todd, and I'm trying to keep his airway open, and I could tell that he was still breathing. And J, which neighbors were that?
I'm going to have you stop there. I'm going to have you go to the next page, page 60. And I believe there's just one section that's not blacked out, if you could read that.
J, now when you were trying to back up, and then you said you saw Todd come out, and then he laid down, you had to jump back in the van and try to get out. That's when you got stuck? Was that after you got back in?
I'm going to have you go to page 61. Near the bottom section on J, where it says, and then you were.
Yes, J. And then you were downstairs prior to discovering the fire. Yesterday, you talked about how that you were downstairs and that L, yeah, I was in the laundry room. J, and that you guys, you were in the laundry room when you heard Tot start screaming? L, yeah. Prior to that, I was back, in the living room in the basement. There was a big, huge game table too, because I was folding laundry on that table.
And I'm going to have you stop there, go to the next page on page 62, and start at the top for me, please.
J, now you said yesterday you guys had been arguing that he had been yelling at you, and then the yelling turned to screaming. Was it he stopped yelling? Was there a pause? L, yeah, he just stopped yelling, and then I don't know, just moments later. J, for how long? Was it, just L, just a couple of sentences, and then a pause, and then a scream. J, could you understand anything that I was saying? When he first started screaming, was he yelling fire, yelling get out? I know these are kind of meticulous, because what I'm looking at is trying to reconstruct. You've been real helpful with where the fire was located, and I'm looking at a time frame as to how the fire grew from wherever it started into what it did. And the time frame is an important factor. L, he told me nobody else would ever have me. J, but that obviously was part of his controlling nature of trying to control you. L, crying. J, there we go. How long had you been downstairs doing laundry and stuff before you heard one, the yelling stop, and him start screaming? Because I know you said you'd been down, got the boys, did laundry, had been up and down a couple times. The last time you went down, about how long was it you were in the basement before the screaming and the fire was discovered? L, I don't know. I folded. I don't even remember what exactly. Folded laundry. I went down. I don't know. I was just kind of putting around down there trying to avoid. I used the bathroom. I checked the laundry. I don't know, maybe.
I'll have you go to the next page, page 63, please.
L, maybe around 15 or 20. I don't think it was a half hour. I don't. J, and J. And then this would have been after you talked about you were reading. L, right. J, the book with the instructions for your son's medication. L, well, then I took a nap when I was reading that booklet, and I got Todd something to drink, and I went down, and I don't know, it may have been longer. I know I put some more Christmas decorations away at some point down there.
I'm going to stop you and have you go to page 64. If you could read the last three sections at the bottom, starting with J, have you ever?
J, have you ever had problems with the fireplace? Now, it's a wood-burning fireplace. L, yeah. J, is there a glass on the front or the screen?
I'll have you go to page 65 and continue there.
L, no, there's just a screen. Poles. J, okay. Oh, okay, yep. L, we went to try and get the glass for it and found out we had to special order it because it was an oddball size or something. And J, you ever had any problems with now, well, let me back up a little bit. With the fireplace upstairs, is there a stone hearth or ceramic tile or something? L, there was a flashing sill that he hadn't put we had in the, all right at the base of the stairs in the basement, there was a big, huge linen closet. Right there was a wall here, and this was just a linen closet, and there were blankets and sheets from ceiling to about knee high. And then underneath was all the tile that we were gonna put in, on the floor in the front of both fireplaces, but there was just metal flashing on the floor. J, okay, just metal flashing where the hearth should go? L, yes. J, and then carpet, and then no carpet in that area? L, no.
And I'm going to stop you there, Jean, if you can just read the last entry on that page with L.
L, never a log rolling out, because we had a nice grate in both of them. But we've had poppers every now and then, but not, I mean, like if you don't close the screens sometimes, but nothing.
I'm going to have you go to page 66, start at the top.
J, how about over by the master bedroom? You said that he was over there and there was a lot of fire there. Do you use any space heaters, electric portable heaters? L, we used to. We used to have an kerosene heater up there on the floor, and when we were, you know, first working on it, and that, J. Okay, when you were building, L, yeah. L, but we didn't have, they're in the shed or in the semi. One of the two, I mean, we didn't. J, how long has it been since you've used a kerosene heater in there? L, oh, since last winter.
I'm going to stop you, if you could go to the top of page 67.
L, one of the Matheny's, I'm sure. Those are the only people I remember seeing when I was laying on Todd. That's when Mr. Masali came and then announced something about being a trained medic. And then he told me his name, but I don't remember hearing. I just remember hearing that I'm a trained medic, and then.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 68. And after the blacked out section, if you could read from there, just the next 4 sections.
Okay, J, and then electricity, of course, was on at the time. You don't. L, J, have any gas? L, no. J, and now, have you had problems with the wiring since you built the house? Tripping breakers, plugs that you plug in and nothing happens? L, no. He made sure everything was on plenty of circuits.
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to the next page, page 69. About a third of the way down on J, if you could start with all right.
J, all right, how about problems? You said the furnace that every now and then you have to bleed the lines because they get air in it. L, yeah. J, L, I'm not sure if it was because of the air. I know that Todd had said that that might have been one of the problems, because the way the copper tubing is supposed to come down inside of the tank, and he said that the guy was real ding-a-ling and that he did it the first time around. And then someone from Bangor, so he had someone else come out, and but I have one winter we had them come out like 6 times just from Fleetwoods, and then he called through Fields a couple times, and then he figured it out himself how to.
Maybe skip down to the last sentence of the page and read that, continue on to the next.
Jay, about how often this year, we'll say this winter, L, we haven't used the heat hardly at all this winter. We had. L, yeah, and it's been so warm, so it doesn't kick on much. And with him putting the insulation in the attic, I don't even remember whether it was this spring or this summer, but it just
And I'm just gonna have you skip down then to the fifth one up where it says J, now the candle's burning.
J, now the candle's burning. We talked about the small oil lamps on the half wall, and then the candle, that was on the bar, L, bar, J, and that would have been it, L, yeah. J, how about smokers?
I'm gonna have you go to page 71 at the top.
L, no, not ever in the house. My mom can't even smoke in the house.
I'll have you continue on.
J, now who's the smoker? Is Todd a smoker? No, never really. He just occasionally, if he went hunting with all the guys, he'd have a L. Oh, what do you call a celebratory cigar or something? But no. J, you don't think smoking is the cause of the fire? L, no, definitely not. We don't even own any ashtrays.
I'm gonna stop you there. If you could go to page 74. And I'll have you then start with the third, or the third section down, any flammable liquids.
Start where?
The second J from the top of the page, so it'd be like the third line down.
Okay. Yeah, the L, yeah. J, where would
Oops,
that?
go up a little higher. Start
Oh.
out with any flammable liquids, please.
Oh, okay, yep, J. Any flammable liquids stored inside the house, any gasoline, kerosene? I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil. L, yeah. J, where would that have been stored at? L, underneath the sink in the kitchen, occasionally in our bedroom. Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand. You know, if he had filled it up, in the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there would be a 2-liter bottle where he had, you know, done that. J, but that would be left in the L, basement. J, furnace room. L, furnace room, yeah. J, now when he bleeds it out normally, is that it? He just bleeds it into a bottle or something?
And I'm going to have you go ahead and go to page 76 and just read me the single sentence, the second sentence down.
The second line
Second
up?
sentence starting, it's L, under L, starting with Todd.
L, Todd and I were here, the only ones home.
I'm going to have you now flip to page 78. And I'm going to have you skip the J section, the one at the top, the J at the top, and just start with the L.
L, I don't think we had insurance though. Todd told me that he didn't pay the insurance and it was due in December. J, and now is that the homeowners? L, yes, and L, they have to investigated everything anyways, but I don't think that, see, we had gotten really behind on our bills and our mortgage, and we were in foreclosure over this summer. We had borrowed against the life insurance. Todd borrowed $25,000 from his sister overseas to buy some gloves for his business.
I'm going to stop you there. And I'm going to have you flip over to page 81. And go ahead and just start then with the paragraph at the top, the L. Perfect. Honestly, we don't have that many pages, Your Honor. We're on 81 out of 90. So if the court wants, we can just finish up these 9, and I don't think there's everything on all 9 pages.
Yeah. Start with the
Yes, please.
L, I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I had asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and, you know, us being self-sufficient. And he owes her I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several $1,000s, and
I'm going to have you stop, and if you could skip down just a few lines to the L, I think it was.
L, I think it was $30,000.
And I'll have you continue there.
J, and then he's into his sister for 25, L, and his brother for 5. And that was one of the things that he'd mentioned recently, that between the two of us, life insurance policies, we might have enough to take care of everybody. But you know, Todd has been depressed off and on, but he refused to take any medication since we lived on the other side of Lawrence, because our insurance company dropped his prescription insurance because Todd said it was because he was on antidepressants and they felt he was, you know, so he refused to take any antidepressants ever again. He got mad at me when I find out that I went on some recently. Asked me what the heck kind of stress did I have. I didn't owe anybody any money. It was him that, so, you know, his mom and I have talked about him being depressed, you know, off and on.
I'll have you go to page 82.
And start at the top.
If you can start at the last sentence on the top paragraph of J, is there anything?
J, it was in the room.
Oops, I'm sorry. Top paragraph, J, last sentence.
J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace.
I'm going to stop you again. Go up to the top, J.
Oh, top J.
Paragraph, last sentence.
J, he was obviously on fire. Is there anything up there that could start the fire? L, the fireplace was the only thing I could think of, but it wasn't. I ran up almost to the fireplace. The fire came from our bedroom direction towards me, towards the fireplace, so it wasn't the fireplace. I know that it wasn't the fireplace. J, it wasn't fire coming out of the fireplace or the pipes or along the ceiling or anything. It was L, no, it. J, it was in the room. L, I came from the basement, the pipes are there, and the wall, and J, could he have had fuel on him? L, I took him juice, I would have smelled it. J, and then when you took him juice, he was sitting in the recliner? L,
I'm going to stop you there. If you can go to page 83, about a third of the way down, the J that starts with OK.
J, okay, would it be normal for him if he wore clothes, well, let's say Saturday when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? Inaudible. L, no. J, he was a little neater than that. Oh, J, he was a little neater than that. L, he was a pretty boy. L, if he spilled a tiny bit on him, I mean, yes. L, but not a lot.
I'm going to have you go to page 84 and just read 3 lines for me under about right before the blacked out portion. On L, he had a temper.
L, he had a temper. He had a real bad temper. And you know, he said that he never hit me, but he could bruise me without his fists. I mean, he hit me with a fishing reel one time.
I'm going to have you go to page 85, middle of the page, on L, where it says somebody from work.
L, somebody from work had called to see about getting some concert tickets that I had won. And he got mad because a man called my cell phone. And the police came. I think J, yeah. L, told you that. J.
And I'm going to have you skip down to the very last L paragraph and read that.
L, no, I mean, the kids were everything to him. I just can't imagine that, that he would, knowing we don't have insurance, and I mean, his sister was supposed to raise the kids, so I don't know. I keep going over this in my mind and trying to figure out, and the only thing I can figure out is if we were both supposed to go. I mean, he told me a long time ago, like,
I'm going to have you go to the next page and just read the top paragraph.
around Thanksgiving time, that he'd been, he reads the Bible a lot, and he told me this week that he couldn't divorce me because if a man divorces a woman and she gets, even if she gets remarried or sees someone else or whatever, that the man causes her to commit adultery, then that man is equally responsible for the sin, and so he couldn't divorce me. I had to divorce him in order for it to be right with the Lord. And he told me around Thanksgiving time, well, it must have been earlier in November when I went to the lawyer. It really scared me then because he had said that he was waiting for a sign from God to see which one of us was supposed to go.
And I'm going to have you go to page 89. And under the one paragraph, the J, it says anything else that you can think of.
J, anything else that you can think of? I realize this is difficult, but trying to put the thing in, and what I'm looking at now is wiring, plumbing, furnace, and trying to put together to come up with a logical explanation of how we got that much fire that fast in the living room, where he's basically upstairs, and and like you said, medication he was on was antibiotics and stuff for an ear infection. Would he have been drinking at all that day? Would he have any alcohol in his system? L, I don't think so.
And we can stop there, Your Honor.
Morning break, about 15 minutes, jury. Remember to leave your notebooks in your chairs and also not to talk about the case with each other or anyone else. No media, no research of any kind.
And finally we are over with this. The witness is the fire investigator, James, I can't, Jinsky, senior investigator of the Redmond Cooperative Investigative Services, so basically a fire expert. So I don't know why, Denise. He was putting us all to sleep. I think we can finally stop hearing him. I was so over it. And so like I had enough. Now he's the fire expert that got hired and testifying in the first trial, and he's testifying again, but oh my days, I don't know if I think so, Pickles. I think we need to hire him for audibles for just to putting us to sleep. Nothing is happening, so and I saw no worries. Because, well, good morning, my friend. Hello. I know we finally wake. We finally can talk, and we can finally not listen to him anymore. I was eating my feelings away. So, oh yeah, like literally, I'm gonna show you. I had this pack of Oreos, right? I eaten 2 yesterday. Oh, okay. I needed 2. I ate 2 yesterday, which means I had 6 when I started the packaging. Right? I ate 2. That left me 4. I ate 4 packs that was left in this. I love Oreos. I'm obsessed with Oreos. I have an Oreo problem. But I hate the whole packet. See, the whole packet is gone. See, it's all empty because this guy was the most boring person ever. Um, I do have nuts, but I got sick of nuts, and I didn't know, Paula, because I was on stream and I did not want to make a mess. Because every single time that I make a mess, I eat Oreos, I make a mess. Because I am a very messy person. So, oh yeah. The thing is, I sadly to say, guys, we still have another fire expert to go through in the defense case. Hopefully that one will be a little bit more lively and we won't have to read all of this through. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Um oh yeah, that is probably true, Zizzy. I probably need to do that. Um definitely, but it's yeah, that was way too boring. I don't know. I was just like, can this please be over? We need a break. But a good thing we could have kept like an eye out for the number of the pages, and we could keep track of it, and it's done. Like, I think this might be the well it is the longest witness we had so far. 15 minutes, Pickles. If you can hear me, 15 minutes. Um, sorry, I was just looking at my finger because I think I did not broke the finger. The finger can move, but I think I done something to hit it because I've banged very hard somewhere this morning at work, and it's swollen and it's hurting. So I'm waiting. I don't think like it broke anything because I break my bones very easily. That would be hilarious if I had broken anything. My days mean to break fingers and to break things. There is like no tomorrow. So what it was reading was a transcript of the interview. I know, yummy Oreos. Like, I am so upset because this Oreos were supposed to last me, right? And a pack of 6, it true was like each pack has 2, and a pack of 6 cost me £1, well, $1, which was very well, was less than that because I get discount on them, so it was around 90 cents. The pack of Oreos, but they go so fast and they're so yummy. And all I want is eat Oreos, and but then I will roll if I carry on doing that. Oh yeah, no worries. Sorry, Pickles. I only saw your message now, but I know it was because with my colleague discount, because I get discount on in the shop that I work at. That's why I buy everything there because it's worth it. And then I do like in the UK we don't have that much, but we have coupons as well. So I try to do them not as much as US. That is one thing I'm very jealous is the coupons because I'm a coupon person. I'm addicted to coupons. I watched the extreme couponing show, or when they were doing. I don't know if they do it anymore, but I still watch the old episodes, and I love watching people on TikTok. They are extreme couponers. I love how they have their stack. Oh, popcorn! I love popcorn. There is a popcorn right now. Now that this is not my fault, right? This is I'm gonna blame GSD Got Dog's mom for this because you brought it up, a popcorn, and there's a popcorn in Costco. Sorry, I had to bring Costco. There's a popcorn at Costco that is made. It's like a caramel and is like the Weathers original, the candy, and it has the flavoring of that candy in the popcorn. It is the best thing ever. Next time we go to Costco, which I'll probably gonna try to drag Garden Bot there this week. I'm gonna get that popcorn because that popcorn is so good. I got it the other day. Right, we went to Costco, and I'll show you the size of the candy pack that I got. Hang on. Right. Do not be alarmed. I have like this is the bucket of the sweets that I got at Costco the other day, and I'll show you what sweets is. So inside of the big box, the big tub, you have like it's burgers. So it's like little burgers. So it's yeah, it's very yummy. It's very unhealthy for you. Oh, So that, oh no, my burger's falling apart. So there you go. That's my burger that I'm gonna be eating. That's the burger. It is cheap. It's like I try to buy it at work because I get cheaper things. Like, and then I consolidate the coupons that I have. From the work app, and then the like, Target, CVS, they have their own coupons. I try to match them with my discount to get a better deal out of the item, so I can get it cheaper. Because like I said, I love couponing, and but in the UK they don't do that as much. They're starting doing it because things going hard and people don't buy as much, so they're trying to launch more coupons here and there. And if but they don't go crazy as in the US, which is one of the things that I love about in the US, is about, yeah, about coupons. Yeah. So, like, because I see the TV shows and TikToks about it, about the coupons, and how you can match the savings, for example, at CVS. So, it's absolutely yeah, awesome. But in the UK, you can also do. You just have to know where to shop and when to shop, especially for where I work, because it's. Oh, sorry. Hang on. My boss is texting me. What does he do? You want now? Ugh. Which? Huh? People safety. Ugh. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. We'll try otherwise. Sorry, is next week a go? Or James is off. Sorry, just need to text my boss. He's not sadly, I don't think he's pranking me. I have to do training, which sucks. I don't want to do it. I told them, but he keeps doing it, and I keep replying it, and it's my own fault. But no, it's more like my colleagues there, like, always complaining. Them, I just mute them. But I think it's just and they're just texting me that I need to do some training, which I don't want to. I don't want to do training. It's just no things that I already know. So every year, right, in the UK at least, whoever, like, work in retail, we have to do the same training every year. It's repeats. Every year is the same things, doesn't change. So, but we still have to do a refresher, and it's that time of the year because today technically starts a new financial year in the UK. No, wait. Financial year starts in a few days, but anyway, starts a new financial year and a new holiday calendar year, so we have training to do, and it's just. You know what? Pickles, right? Rice cakes, at least to me, they taste like popcorn. Is it just me? Especially like the salted cakes, to me they taste like popcorn. I don't know why, but I went through a phase that I used to eat the rice cakes with everything, and now I can't put it up with them. Um yeah. So yeah, I just exactly. It's just like I already know the answers. I get it done in like 5 minutes, so I don't even take that much time. It's just the fact that it's annoying, and I don't want to do it. But it's a good Ooh, caramel one. Hey, good morning, retired not bored. Good morning, my friend. Welcome in. Hi. Happy April Fool's Day. It's a very good holiday. I love it. I love pranks. I've been pranking people all day. So I'm trying to to keep eyes on jury selection for Lori, but I don't think they haven't even started. I think they're still waking up over there. Oh, apple cinnamon one. I don't think I've had apple cinnamon. I don't think we have that flavor here. See, it has to go on the list now, doesn't it, Pickles? You giving me a lot of more things. The only thing I'm gonna do when I come to the US, right, when the US tour is happening, it's gonna be eating. I'm gonna be eating all the time. That is Pickles. Thank you very much, my friend, for giving me something else to try. That will go on the list. Sorry. Notifications distract me. I honestly should turn off the notification on my computer because they completely. Oh. You guys should have said something. I am a tiny little thing on a corner. Why? I was gonna make myself bigger for some reason, but I was gonna make myself bigger for on a break so you can see me better. No, I'm joking. I was just oh no. No, no, Paula. Costco is sorry. I know Costco. Oh, Costco is very sorry, Paula. They are very sorry that they have done that. And no, not Costco. I would love to go to Sam's. Do you need a membership? Oh, you do need a membership to go to Sam's. But if you have a membership to Sam's, can you take just anybody in, or it has to be? Everybody has to be a member. Like, for example, let's imagine Paula when I'm. Oh, you do need a membership, but can you take a friend to it? Or is it just you? Or you cannot take, like, a friend to it? Because I was gonna say, Paula, one of the places, I know it's very sad, right? But one of the places that I want to go is Sam's. When I go to the US. I know how sad. I am so sad. I honestly, probably the saddest person on earth because one of the things that I want to go, no tourist attractions, no nothing. I want to go to Sam's Club. So, or you can take nice, awesome. Sorry, see, this is how excited I am. I really want to go to Sam's Club. So, this is amazing. Because that's on a list. Oh, I decided, right, because I told you guys, Garden Bot is not here. I was gonna surprise him with a trip to Portugal this year for our anniversary, but I think I'm gonna do something else, something cheaper, so I can save that money that I was gonna spend on a Portugal trip. I'm gonna put that on the funds for the US tour next year. So, ooh. Oh, that is so nice. That looks so cool. Awesome. Yes, Paula, definitely. And also, talking about the t-shirts for the US store, Garden Bot. Sorry if you heard the truck outside. I need to close that window. Is it the whole fleet? Sorry, no, apparently the whole fleet of trucks, lorries are going past my window. I am Googling Sam's right now in St. Louis. Oh, you don't hear trucks. Ooh, Paula, there's another place that I wanna go in St. Louis. Oh, awesome. That's good, because I heard the whole fleet of lorries going through. So Sam's Club in St. Louis. I'm Googling. Oh, it's opening soon. Because it's almost 10 a.m. apparently. St. Louis? It's 10 a.m. Wow. How many St. Clubs? Oh, which one? Because apparently there's like 500 there. How many Sam's Clubs there is in St. Louis? Wow, quite a lot. Yeah, because the thing is, I rave about the lasagna, the Costco lasagna a lot, and we have it here in the UK, and Paula hasn't been able to find it over there. So, oh, for what? For bulk goods, yes. I know what Sam's Clubs is. I don't need to know what Sam's Clubs. Oh, ooh, nice. Hey, I made friends with the correct person that has a business membership. We have a business membership as well for Costco because GardenBot has a business, has his gardening business. So and we can go earlier than everybody else. And sometimes it's just so much fun. It's like, but Costco is more complicated to get a membership than Sam's, I think, because Costco, at least here in the UK, you have to be a trader person you have to follow some like certain rules to have a membership. Um I do. I am mean. I keep saying about food. I talk too much about food. This channel, it's a true crime addict and food addict for sure. But again, there isn't this other place that I Oh, really? Just anyone in the UK? No, in the UK you have to have a trade. It's a trade, and there are certain things that you have to hit to be able to have membership. Not just anybody. You can. That is actually quite interesting. Um, to know the difference. But yeah, there's another reason why. Oh, can you not? Can you not hear me? Huh? You guys can hear me, right? You keep forgetting what? Oh, okay. No, sorry, because CSD said I hear nothing. Okay. All right. I got. Ooh, someone in court looks mad. Look at that. Oh, is that the woman from Friday? Hang on. Let me put smaller. Sorry, I'm in the front. Oh, the trucks. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Okay, confused me because I think maybe CSD is a few minutes behind. Maybe the trucks. Thank you. You meant the trucks. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Yes, loud and clear. I can go loud. Oh, wait. Everybody, I need to do something. Good morning, Rabba. Sorry, every single morning I like to whisper. Oh, I have to tell you this before trial starts, right? I played the best prank to Rabba this morning because she was streaming and I always watch her streams at work. And I told her that in chat that I was gonna stop streaming, that I could not do this anymore, and I had enough and it was getting too much. And she believed me. I played prank on her. It was the best. I was laughing so hard in the bakery. But obviously it was just an April Fool's prank because I'm not gonna stop. I won't stop, and don't let me stop. But it was just hilarious. This is why I literally saw her reaction
On the record, the case of People
camera.
versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury, counsel?
People have done, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Bring in the jury.
Okay, I can talk again. But it was very fun. Pranking people. It's so funny. I'm having the best day of pranking people. I'm sure I'm gonna get back at it. I think for sure someone is gonna prank me, big time, and then I'm gonna fall for it, and I'm gonna. Well, Maria kind of already did prank me. So that's there. So that has happened. But yeah, I keep forgetting. What is even the time in Michigan? Michigan is Eastern, so I know the time. That's it. Yeah, so we should be going on lunch soon because they've gone going on lunch rather early. I need to check with Garden Bot what we're having for lunch, for dinner. So I see. What we having for dinner? I think we're gonna have to have some chicken
And
McDonald's.
sir, you're reminded that you're still under oath, okay? Thank you. Ms. Seiderbean?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shemsky, your appearance at the The Stermer property was for what reason?
I was hired by Farm Bureau Insurance to conduct an investigation into the cause and origin of the fire.
And was that just based on the fact that someone had called and wanted to know the origin and the cause of the fire?
No, it would be very typical in a fire loss that an insurance carrier that covers the property would request an investigation to determine what happened.
Okay. And did you work with you said it was Farm Bureau?
Yes,
Yeah. And so you were on a contract basis with Farm Bureau, is that right?
yeah, basically, yeah, they pay our hourly rates, we conduct our investigation. When we're completed, we send the reports, the documentation, and an invoice to Farm Bureau for the work that we did.
Okay. So you're billing Farm Bureau by the hour?
Yes,
And the company that you was working for, was it your company?
no, at that time, it was a company called Kirby Bailey and Associates, which was an independent investigative company.
Okay. And so your credentials were that you were a fire investigator, is that correct?
Yes,
But not an expert, right?
no, I've qualified and testified as an expert many times.
Okay. And do you have a particular specialty in reference to your investigation of fires?
I guess I don't, we do a fire investigation, the normal procedures, interview the occupants, homeowner, any witnesses, photograph the exterior, interior, do a scene examination, and then document what you did, standard fire investigation.
But isn't the main reason why an insurance company would hire an investigator to determine the cause and origin of the fire is?
I'm going to object at this point. We're not entering Mr. Shinsky in as an expert, and so I think we're starting to get into expert questions and expert testimony.
Your Honor, I hadn't said anything about.
I was gonna say, it sounds as well like Darth Vader, very, like, it's not deep, but very, oh, I don't know, I like it. I melt every single time that he talks. It's the only thing. Because otherwise it's very slow-paced talking. Slow-paced talking, so it's just like, okay, gets 3 words, has a small pause, gets another 3 words. Oh yes, they are indeed CSD dogma. I agree. Indeed that it's. I don't know, who is this. Is this the girl that was? No, it can't be a witness in a courtroom. Is this the daughter? Because there was a witness, they got excluded from the defense to testify, and she's not under subpoena anymore. So is this the daughter, do you guys think? Yeah, I think that's 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Was choking on myself. Sorry, I'm fine. I just went into the wrong pipe. So that's why I was. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay though. I think they are gonna come back anyway. She does. So that's why I'm thinking it might be one of the daughters, because there's someone that got dismissed. No, I'm okay. I'm just choking on myself, but I'm okay. I'm fine. It's nothing like emergency or anything. I'm fine. I can breathe. So yeah. And I think it might be one of the daughters, because this morning, before we started, it was the defense was saying that they are dismissing a witness, so the witness could be in court now because she's not under the subpoena anymore, and they were releasing her. And oh yeah, the email fit very too. Thank you, Lois. Oh, Lois, thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. I really, really appreciate you. Um, so that's why I'm saying it might be the daughter of Linda. I don't know. They kind of do look similar, yeah. So, oh well, you still hit someone. Well, you know what I mean. Still hit someone that it's been regular, and you missed William and case one too. Oh, one day we're gonna hit case one and William. One day.
So, Mrs. Shipsky, when you were retained by the insurance company, tell me, to this jury, exactly what they asked you to do, other than just saying origin and cause of fire. Because obviously you spent a great deal of time at the location interviewing Linda Stermer.
Yes.
Now, what do they expect you to do when you go out on one of these retained contracts?
With any of the insurance companies, they would request with any of the companies that we've worked for, they would request a fire investigation, which would include interviews, if necessary, neighborhood canvass, witness interviews, homeowner interviews, photographs, floor plans, what you would do in a complete investigation. And that would be the same for every company that we work for, insurance or otherwise.
So your interviews, would that be interviews of individuals that were not part of the family?
In this case, no, I didn't conduct interviews outside of that.
So who all did you interview?
Linda Stermer,
And is she's the only person that you interviewed?
yes,
The only person?
the only one that I can recall.
And in reference to you, the interviews pertaining to Ms. Stermer, you only communicated that information back to Farm Bureau, is that right?
It would have been in my report that went to Farm Bureau, yes.
You only communicated with Farm Bureau?
Pardon me?
Did you only communicate the information that you received from Ms. Stermer to Farm Bureau?
Possibly with the attorneys for Farm Bureau, if they contacted me regarding the work. But I don't recall any other outside contacts or activity.
Are you sure?
Sitting here right now, I can't, yes.
Well, did you have any communications in reference to your investigations with any law enforcement agency?
My first day on the fire scene, if I recall, I was going to look at my photos and didn't this weekend, I forgot about it, just to check the date. I believe I was there my first day, and the state police investigator, Scott Leroy, was there, and I believe there might have been someone from the sheriff's department, and I believe the MSP ran an accelerant canine in the home.
Okay, Mr. Shimsky, I just want you to tell me, based upon your investigation, the assignment that you was given under that contract, did you have some communications in reference to Ms. Stermer with a law enforcement agency outside of the date that you was there interviewing Ms. Stermer?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
No, you've not answered that.
Did I have a conversation about Mrs. Stermer with law enforcement?
let me just ask you this. Seems like we're getting a little confused. You're there to interview Linda Stermer pursuant to a contract that you had with Farm Bureau, right?
Correct.
Who at Farm Bureau contacted you?
I was contacted by the agent, or by the adjuster was Rodney Thuma,
Rodney Thuma.
who is now retired from Farm Bureau.
Do you know why he contacted you?
I was a regular investigative company and investigator that would have been on the insurance company's list of approved investigators to handle their investigations.
Had you had business with Rodney Thuma before?
Yes,
How many times?
many times.
Okay. And on most of the times that you had in reference to investigations with Rodney Thuma, you were able to determine that there was fraud involved in reference to the fire that may have been referred to as an arson. Isn't that correct?
No, I've had all kinds of fires, accidental fraud, lightning. We do the investigation. They have a loss, they call us, do the investigation, and it is what it is when you're done with your investigation.
Okay. Well, are there certain factors that you have as far as your arsenal of information to look for when you go out and perform one of these investigations that's been assigned to you by the insurance company?
Yeah, that would be all of your training, education, seminars, on-the-job training, your schooling, fire investigation experience, your applications and acceptance and approval for certification through the national certification agencies would all be part of your job training and requirements, one, to become certified, and two, to conduct proper fire investigations.
And that's to determine the cause and origin of a fire, right?
Correct, the origin and cause.
So there's a lot of education, a lot of on-the-job training, a lot of workshops, a lot of seminars, a lot of specialty training that you have that would give you the education that's necessary to make valid decisions in reference to an investigation of a fire, right?
Yes,
To make a decision based upon the cause and the origin of a fire, right?
yes.
And how many years have you been doing this?
I went on my first fire as a trooper out of the Niles Post in 1982.
Okay.
And I worked continuously in the fire investigation training, certification of the state police investigators years ago before the national certifications. I retired in 2003 from the state police, went to work for Kirby Bailey and Associates at that time. Kirby Bailey then became the Raymond Group, had an investigative section, and I worked there. I'm now in my 22nd year there, retired as of December 31st of 23, but I'm on part-time basis till I can complete the litigation files that are still open.
You kind of digressed a little bit from what I was really asking, but I'm going to accept that, and I thank you for that in reference to your training. With that, would a layperson, in your opinion, be able to tell you exactly what the cause of a fire is, who has absolutely no training in reference to what you just gave a long list of, that walked in a room, saw the flames in a room, saw a human being on fire? Would you expect that individual to tell you exactly how the fire started?
The layperson would have to conduct a full investigation in order to render that opinion.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that on January the 7th, that you, in approximately 72 hours after January the 7th, where there was a fire and a fatality, that you show up on the scene and you expected Ms. Stermer to tell you exactly how the fire started? Isn't that true?
That would be one of the questions you asked, if you had any knowledge of what happened. That's why we do interviews, is to gain information.
There's a difference between your knowledge as a fire investigator, because that's what you was out there to do, was determine the origin and the cause of the fire. But you're interviewing Miss Stermer, and all she could tell you was that she went up to the stairs and she saw the flames in the room. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So you wouldn't expect any layperson that has none of the skill sets that you have, none of the education that you have in reference to the origin and the cause of a fire, to be able to tell anyone, insurance company, law enforcement officer, unless they specifically saw someone light a match, firecracker, or any factual eyewitness. Without being a factual eyewitness, wouldn't it be absolutely impossible for them to give you an explanation as to how a house burnt down and an individual human being that was in the house caught on fire? Yes or no?
No,
It would not be possible, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. You referenced to on page 62 of your of this interview that let me just make sure that we don't misstate what was on the screen. And you have your transcript there, Mr. Shimsky, is that correct? On page 62. And I'll just reference to the 5th line, and that's J, that's you. Is that right, you see it?
Yes, is that the one that starts out?
Yes,
Could-
sir.
Could you
Yes, sir.
understand?
Yes, sir. You asked, could you understand anything that he was saying? I mean, when he first started screaming, was he yelling, fire, yelling, get out? I mean, no, these are kind of, do you see that?
Yes,
Meticulous, because what I'm looking at is trying to reconstruct. So, 72 hours after Ms. Stermer had endured one of the worst tragedies that an individual could imagine. But you are,
This is testimony by the attorney.
Your
I'm
Honor,
asking
I'm
for her
just
to have
cross-examining, and
questions.
it's my opportunity to cross-examine. May I go? May I finish? Sir? So, Mr. Shimsky, what was it that you wanted her to reconstruct that you were referring to when you made that statement?
it was a question asking her what her husband was saying, was he yelling? And it's one of those, she was the witness in the sense that she was in the home at the same time he was. And any of the information that she would have would certainly be valuable in evaluating a time frame. She'd been up and down the stairs by her own information on the interview, upstairs, downstairs. What's the time sequence from when she was downstairs and there was no fire upstairs? She comes upstairs and now the room is full of fire. That time sequence, it takes time for fires to develop. And it isn't a flash at times, depending on what's going on. That question was merely, can she fill in the sequence of events that she best recalled so that in my brain, analyzing what I have on the fire scene can determine we go from no fire to a heavily involved fire in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or maybe she'd been downstairs for 4 hours. If I don't talk to her and ask her those questions, how can I ever assess that information?
Okay. So I'll take that as your answer. Then, if we're only talking about that in reference to the fire, why was there so much time spent about the marital relation?
The conversation with problems to find out what's going on in the home. The interview is a general interview on the home, living there, day-to-day routine, day-to-day life, so you can establish this is the normal for the home. And in the conversations with problems and issues, she had voiced issues with her husband and some issues and problems they were having. And it certainly would be good to know what those problems were. I'd ask the questions and she would answer the questions.
I know that, but I'm asking you this question. What did a marital relationship in reference to two parties having disagreements that you took a lot of time impinging upon, what did that have to do with the fire in your investigation?
That's part of the information required to assess all of the information that comes out of the fire, including the scene investigation, any evidence that was collected, and that's standard on all investigations.
Including whether or not you had paid your bills on time, whether or not you had anything that was delinquent, whether or not you had been in bankruptcy or filed bankruptcy. All of that is part of issues that you are assigned to go out and try to obtain from the victim of a fire. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. I've never been directed by an insurance company on what to go look for.
Well, if you're not directed by the insurance company, it's part of what your skill set is, right? It's part of your protocols, right?
My skill set is a fire investigator. I'm retired out of the state police. I spent 25 years investigating all kinds of things, and obtaining information is what we do as investigators.
My point is that you obtained all of this information and then you assess that information to determine whether or not there was any fraud involved in reference to insurance and the fire. Isn't that correct?
That information, well,
Just-
with the questions when you listed the bankruptcy things, those were her answers. They weren't specifically in the question. I was asking general questions, problems, issues. And yes, investigating fires, you run across accidental fires, we run across arson fires, and you run across fires that could be fraud related. And interviewing is the way you obtain information to make those assessments. And it does not change the process of how you investigate the fire, what documentation you do, how you conduct your actual origin and cause. The background, the interviewing, the witnesses is all part of a standard investigation.
Were you able to verify any information in reference to the finances of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer?
That would not be my job. That would be handled by the insurance carrier.
So you obtained the information in reference to the mortgage, the history of the mortgage, is that correct? You inquired as to whether or not the house was under a mortgage, isn't that correct?
No, I don't think I asked that.
You didn't?
No. I'd have to go through the transcript. I don't believe I asked that question.
So the issue about the finances, you didn't inquire about that?
No, that's, my role would be gather the initial information. That all gets forwarded to the client, in this case Farm Bureau. I did no legwork, no outside interviews, no follow-up investigation, nothing on the finances, because that would be handled, which is normal, by the insurance carrier.
when you asked Ms. Stermer about money that was owed, did she just volunteer that to you without you prompting it with a question?
I'd have to look at the question because she's the one that explained who she owed money to. I'd have to look at what page you got in the
That's
transcript.
because you want the person that you're interviewing to explain to you questions that you are presenting to them, right?
Right, but I don't recall the specific question that she answered with that information about the money owed to relatives.
Let's go to page 81. So if you go to where it starts out in the middle of the page, L. I know that Todd's mom can confirm this, that if you had to ask her, but last year I asked her to please not loan Todd any more money, that it just kept him from going out and you know us being self-sufficient. And he owes her a great, I owe her a great sum of money. So when he asked her this last time to borrow money, she sent him in the direction of his sister because she didn't have any more money to loan him. I think that we owe Sandy several thousands and Now my question is, Mr. Shimsky, that was a response to something that you had to ask her, isn't that correct?
Correct, and that's blacked out in the transcript.
But just...
I don't recall the question.
Okay, you don't recall it, but now...
It's not in the transcript here, it's been blacked out.
But you recall, though, that that would be part of your interview protocol in reference to your investigation of a fire cause and origin.
Yeah, it wouldn't be unusual.
would.
Wouldn't be unusual to ask questions, but the specific question, I don't know.
But so when I asked you earlier, do you ask and inquire about individuals' finances, you kind of acted like that's not part of what you do, but you do.
Well, that would be part of the general information, yes.
And you would want to know whether or not somebody has a lot of outstanding debts. You would want to know whether or not they got a gambling problem, wouldn't you?
Yep, if they answer the questions and
You
explain
would want
it,
to know
yes.
whether or not they filed bankruptcy in the last 5 years.
Correct.
And you would want to know whether or not their mortgage was paid or not paid timely, wouldn't you?
General information, yes.
You'd want to know whether or not they've had any cars repossessed in the last 5 to 10 years, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I never go into that detail.
What's more deep, is that any,
Yeah, to go down the list of possible financial, it's what's the condition, is the mortgage paid on time? I don't usually ask about gambling debts.
well, why don't you, would you just, for the sake of time, would you tell me what all you do ask in reference to the financial backgrounds when you interviewing someone that the insurance company has sent you out to interview for the cause and origin of a fire, would you please?
Would be, again, general information, who's living in the home, condition of the home, excuse me, as we went through pretty extensively, what was there. Is there a mortgage on the property? Who is the carrier for the mortgage? To be honest with you, I don't ask, is the mortgage on time? Is it paid? I ask the carrier because I'm not doing a financial investigation. And when you ask that question, is there a mortgage? Generally, people will say, yeah, I have a mortgage through so-and-so, and it's current. My role is
Go
general
ahead, give me the
information.
rest of the list.
Pardon me?
The rest of your list?
That would be the list. I mean,
That
I
would be
don't,
it?
about, repossessions, gambling debts, I don't go into that on my initial interview.
And you asked about marital relations in reference to what does the two married individuals do on a daily basis. You asked about whether or not they have any arguments. You asked about whether or not they have any fights. You asked about, are there any plans to to file a divorce? You asked about whether or not they plan on separating. You asked all those questions, don't you?
I would have asked the question, are there any problems or issues? I
In
don't
what?
go into the specific, are you getting divorced, are you moving out? Those were things that she forwarded in our discussion.
Well, you said in your interview, you asked her, had he ever harmed her?
After she had relayed information about some of the incidents, the arguing, the yellowing, and as I'm listening to her answers, it would prompt another question to try to figure out where we're at as far as the relationship.
But that's all based upon professional interviewing skill sets that you have been trained to do. Isn't that correct?
I mean, standard interviewing.
Yes, but it's a trained process, right?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Now, you also reference to flammable liquids that you inquired of Ms. Stermer that was on the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that's a very important aspect of an investigation. Flammable liquids or any accelerant that's on the property that's been burned. Isn't that correct?
That would be a standard question as far as any kind of flammables and the location where they would be with lamp oils, gasoline, kerosene, sheds, garages, some people stored in their homes. That would be a standard question in any investigation. Where are the location of any accelerants that would be fuel that could assist in any kind of a fire, accidental or intentional?
But for the cause of the fire, if you knew that the cause of the fire was from a flammable liquid, an accelerant, and it was known to be on the property based upon the individual's information that was being interviewed, makes your job a lot easier and it makes your case a lot quicker case to close. Isn't that correct as far as the cause and origin? I'm asking him a question. He can say yes or no.
The question I assume on accelerants would be a standard question that I would ask. And I did not know anything about accelerants involved in the fire as the cause of the fire at all at the time I conducted my interview.
But you asked about it,
I
right?
asked about it on every single fire scene.
I'm
Are
not
there
talking about
accelerants
everything.
on the
I
property?
just want to know
Where?
about the Stermer case.
Yes, I asked her about that.
You asked her about it.
Are there accelerants on the property?
Yes. And she told you that there was kerosene that was used in the house with lamps. Isn't that what she told you?
She indicated there was a kerosene heater that they had used the winter before in the living room area. And she talked about oil lamps, 2 small oil lamps on the half wall. And then she also talked about a candle on the half wall.
Well, the lamps, were they lamps that had to be, they had to use fuel?
Yes,
Did she tell you what type of fuel it was?
she called them oil lamps.
And you didn't inquire any further to determine whether or not what the oil was?
No, she said they were oil lamps. And generally, oil lamp would be different than gasoline, fuel oil, or other fuels. You wouldn't want fuel oil in your oil lamps because with fuel oil or other heavier oils, you get thick black smoke. If you're using a scented candle, you certainly don't want it pumping out thick black smoke because of the kind of fuel. Lamp oil is a much lighter accelerant or ignitable fuel, as the terms are called today's world.
So can you tell me what the flammable oil was that she told you that was in the house?
Lamp oil.
Is lamp oil flammable?
Yes, and that was her description of it.
Do you know just buying something off the counter, is it called lamp oil?
Yes, you can buy lamp oil.
Right.
You have buy with tiki torches, you can buy the containers for your yard. It would be lamp oil, which is a lighter fuel.
And it's used to start a fire, right?
It could be by an arsonist.
Yeah. So on page 74 of your interview, do you see that on J?
Which,
J, you asked the question, any flammable liquid stored inside the house? And then you specifically asked any gasoline, kerosene. And you say, I think you mentioned that with the oil lamps, you had some lamp oil, right?
correct.
And you asked, where would that have been stored at? Right?
Yes,
And the answer was underneath the kitchen, underneath the sink in the kitchen, correct?
correct.
And she further stated that in our bedroom, Todd would leave the bottle on the nightstand or by the nightstand if he had filled it up. Is that correct?
Yes,
In the furnace room, when he'd bleed it out, he didn't always take it out and dump it back into the tank. Sometimes there'd be a 2-liter bottle where he had, done that. And you asked, but that would be left in the basement? And she would respond, in the basement. And you asked, in the furnace room. And she says, furnace room, And you ask, now, when he bleeds it out normally, is that it? He just bleeds it into a bottle or something? And the response is, yup. Is that a yes to you?
yes,
Okay. Now, as an investigator, looking for the cause and the origin, knowing this, and you didn't dispute it, you could actually put in your report that that could have been a possible cause of the fire. Isn't that correct?
no, she's describing fuels.
But you're looking for answers about what's in the house, right?
Correct,
You're trying to find information about flammable liquids that's in the house, right?
yes,
And this is not as an expert, this is as nothing but an investigator, right?
well, as an investigator with fire experience.
Yeah, but-
And that's, you would discuss the fuels. And that, again, with the fuels and the differences when we talk about the furnace, would be fuel oil, is completely different fuel than lamp oil.
But this, Mr. Shimsky, tell this jury, what can either one of these oils do to a house if a match is lit to it?
Well, depending on the oil, the thicker the oil, we're getting, okay. The oils will burn if ignited, but in order to ignite it, you have to heat the oil above its flash point, which is the temperature that the oil can give off enough vapors to ignite, and then you have enough heat for it to reach its ignition temperature so that it can ignite. Gasolines flash point is minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit. So anything above 45, you have enough vapors that can ignite. Now, if we get into fuel oil or diesel fuel, the flash point on it is about 325 degrees. So that you would have to hold the match and hold it and hold it and hold it until you heat the fuel up enough to vaporize with the right gas-air mix for that match to actually ignite. I mean, I can walk into a puddle of diesel fuel, lay a flaming flare into the middle of the puddle and walk away without any worry that it's going to blow me up. The different fuels react different ways. Yes, they will burn once ignited.
That's the only answer I was looking for.
Well, we have
Is
different-
that-
we're
Is that, but my only question is, it can cause a fire, yes or no?
It would be fuel for a fire.
But
Cause, in my world, cause has a different description. I understand what you're going at, I think, but to say that the fuel is the cause of the fire, that's only 1/3 of the fire triangle.
I didn't say the fuel was the cause of the
No,
fire.
but you're saying, isn't it, that this oil could be the cause of the fire? And my answer is no, it would be fuel for the fire,
Yeah.
not the cause of the fire.
Yeah, okay. Fuel for the fire, okay. So let me just ask you this, since you want to be so technical about the fuel. If, in fact, that something from the fireplace caused the fire, the fuel could enhance the fire. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Thank you. But we don't know if anything from the fireplace caused the fire, right?
correct.
In your report, you didn't make any conclusions as to what caused the fire, right?
No.
So on page 83 of your report, you,
Of the transcript?
I'm seeing your transcript, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Of the transcript, I'm sorry. So on 83, your question is, was he wearing the same clothes Saturday that he wore Sunday? And the response, oh, Sunday he was wearing sweatpants. I don't remember what he was wearing Saturday. Sunday he had on sweatpants. That's your response back. And she says, mm-hmm. And you ask, what kind of shirt did he have on? And she said, I don't remember if he had on a shirt. And you ask, okay, and would it be normal for him if he wore clothes, well, let's say Saturday when he was bleeding the furnace, if he had gotten oil on him, would he have worn those same clothes all night? The response was no. And she states he was a little bit more neater than that. He was a pretty boy. My question is, then the oil on the clothes has some bearings in reference to your seeking out information about the cause and the origin of the fire. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were you told when you was asked to come, when you was given this assignment, that there had been a fatality?
yes,
You were told that up front, right?
yes, I believe so.
So what would the oil have any importance in reference to sweatpants?
Well, the oil, as in the interview, she had described the fact that her husband would have to bleed the furnace to get it to run. be fuel oil. If he'd gotten some on his clothing, again, the fuel oil could be on his clothing. In a fire, if there's oil on the clothing, the oil would ignite along with the clothing because it's fuel.
Kind of back to what I was trying to say a few minutes ago, right?
Right.
Thank
It's not a simple
Yeah,
explanation.
An arson fire shouldn't be simple. I mean, it would take a lot for somebody to do something like this, so I'm not trying to be simplistic about it. I apologize.
Thank you.
And then you went to, on page 85. You asked the question, is he capable of lighting himself on fire? Or trying to burn the house and getting caught in it? I mean, has he ever said he was gonna burn the house to get rid of it? You asked that question because you thought that in part of your investigation that Mr. Stermer could have caused the fire?
I asked that question after I was told by Mrs. Stermer in the interview about the issues that they were having, the things that he had told her, and if he's there with her, there's only two people home, inquiring as to what's his state of mind. Has he ever threatened to do this? And her answer was, on the last section, was no.
And did your investigation, did you find any information in reference to Mr. Stermer having any fires before?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No, I did not.
Okay. So after the information that you are receiving from Ms. Stermer, do you try to corroborate any of that information in your investigation, working for the insurance company?
No, as I said, I would do the scene investigation, and in the insurance industry, they'll generally they'll separate the fire investigation from any additional follow-up financial examinations. Basically, my job is to determine what caused the fire, gather the general information to do that, and any other follow-up investigation would be done by other people or other people that were hired.
So you don't make any attempts to excavate or
Sorry about this. Apparently, we're still not back yet. What's happened? You gotta have to enlighten me. Oh, sorry, my pardon, my bad. So there was an objection, all right. Oopie. Oh, the camera. Sorry, I forgot to turn that one. Uh, yeah, everyone is asleep. Okay, I can see that because he's pouring water. I'm lost. Sorry, I had to take the phone call. Who was not jurors? Sorry, I was not even paying attention to that.
So, Mr. Shimsky, after you finish your interview with Ms. Stermer, that doesn't become the end of your assignment that you were given, or that the contract that you had with the company, right?
Correct.
Because then you have to go and try to determine whether or not you can corroborate any of the structural damage to the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in reference to the structural damage, you would then have to contract with someone else to come out and do the excavation of the house, of the burn, right?
No, I conducted that.
Did you do the excavation yourself?
Yes.
Physically, hand by hand?
Physically, hand by hand, and hired an excavator so we could remove the areas of the house that were hanging over the burned out section on the rear of the home so that it was safe to get in and actually do that.
That's what I said. You had to hire someone.
A machine operator.
Yeah, but that's, some person had to operate
I
that.
thought you were talking investigatively to do it.
No, no. How many days did it take you to perform the excavation of the property?
I believe I was there 2 days,
2 days?
part of one day, and then the day with the machine that was utilized so we could make it safe to get in with the areas of the upper floor, the main floor that were kind of hanging over the basement area.
Okay. And from the excavation of the property, you then prepared a written report, is that correct?
Yes.
Move. Have a second. And when did you submit your report to the insurance company?
I'd have to look at the date on it. It would have been, sometime after the scene investigation was completed. Normally, it would be within a couple of weeks, could be a little bit longer. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Couple of weeks?
Yeah, normally it would be within 2 weeks, sometimes longer. Sometimes a client will say, we don't need a report at this time. When you get into a subrogation file or something like that, a lot of times they don't want you to write a report until they determine whether the case is moving ahead.
Okay. May I have a second, Your Honor? I think we have another.
Yes. Your Honor, may we approach the bench quickly?
So, very quickly, Methy Betty, is the girl that on Friday she was arrested because she has an outstanding warrant for her arrest because she did not show up for a subpoena that she had to testify in this case, and then the judge said she was not having any of it and put her in jail until today on a $1,000 bond. So we are, and then she lied in court that saying that she was not high, but then she got tested and she was high. You could see that she was high as everything. So yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, and she couldn't bond out because she was saying, well, we think that she couldn't bond out. I mean, I can just check the jail inmate roster for Michigan. Which county is this again? I forgot. Oh, we trying to decide if we have any more questions or not. Oh, it's the pounding in the head attorney now.
1 second for some housekeeping, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Shinsky.
Good morning.
You and I just met,
Yes, we did.
and we have an interesting common background.
Yes.
Went to the same high school. A little bit before me. Mr. Shinsky, what did you review to get ready for today?
Mainly, I read through my report and the transcript of the interview with Linda Stermer.
When did you do that?
Off and on for the last several weeks. I read parts of it and go through it. To sit down and read 93 pages gets tiresome.
I don't doubt it, we heard that. The report was fresh in your mind, I take it?
Vaguely.
Well, you read it over and over, you said.
Well, I mean, I've looked at the report, read through it.
Okay. You understand it's very important you're coming to testify at trial today, right?
Yes.
And you want to have a good, fresh memory so you can help the jury do its job and understand the evidence, right?
Yes.
I want to call your attention. You remember when you testified earlier that the only person you interviewed was Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. Show you your report. Do you have a copy?
No, I do not.
You didn't even bring your file?
My information, I wasn't testifying as an expert in this file.
Your report, page 7, indicates that on January 15, 2007, you had contact with Michael Matheny.
Your Honor, I guess, are we asking to refresh his recollection with the report or testify from the report? Those are two different things.
Your Honor, I'm just asking, I'm telling him this is what it says. Do you remember that?
Well, why don't you take the report from him then, if he doesn't need it to refresh his recollection?
Do you now remember this?
Off the top of my head, no. I'd have to,
But
it's 17 years ago.
Understood. It would have certainly been accurate when you wrote it.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you recall Mr. Matheny in his interview telling you, and you understood he was the first person on the scene,
Yes.
besides Linda Stermer, obviously,
Correct.
right? Do you recall Mr. Matheny telling you,
Objection, hearsay.
it's for impeachment? He says he didn't remember any of this.
Well, you can ask him if he interviewed him or not. That's the impeachment,
No.
not what the statements are containing. That's yours.
That is not offered, it's
What's it
offered from
offered
Peach and
for?
doesn't remember anything about this. I'm asking her for
First
his
off, I've
recollection.
got, you're holding this report, are you refreshing, or is he, what are you coming in
I'm
under
just
refreshing
asking.
memory, or?
Yes,
Okay, then have him look at the report and put it down.
page 8.
Can I review the report?
Yes, you can review it if it would refresh your recollection, but then you need to put it aside, sir.
Just looking for page 7 and 8 where you interviewed Mr. Matheny.
Yes.
Does that bring back the content of your interview with Mr. Matheny?
It would have to be what I have in my file.
All right,
Do I first have memory of the conversation? No.
of course not, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall, as part of your investigation, you want to know what everybody thinks and sees and hears at the scene, right?
Correct.
Do you recall anybody telling you that there was no odor on Mr.
Objection is to hearsay, Your Honor. Again, now we're asking for an out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, offered in what he does to take him to the next step of his investigation. They rely on these
Witness who's
materials.
testified to something and you're impeaching with extrinsic evidence, or
It's simply, it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
okay, what is
It's
the,
offered for the foundation of what he does next in his investigation as he gathers evidence.
what was your question again?
Simply, did anybody tell you that they smelled, and I'm talking about the first people who were there, like Mr. Matheny, that they smelled any odor of gasoline or anything on Todd Stermer?
Again, I object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay ground.
Did you, as you reviewed your report, have some indication of whether Todd Stermer, I thought you testified in reading that Todd Stermer was in the recliner when Linda Stermer saw him on fire?
That would have been my description of what I'd learned through the investigation.
Okay, that,
I didn't know he was in there other than what I'd learned from the scene.
but you used that as part of your investigation in gathering the facts, right?
That would be part of the facts, yes.
And so what you testified to, what you gathered from Linda Stermer, was that when she ran up the stairs, Todd Stermer, her husband, was in the recliner, right?
Yes,
And he was on fire,
yes,
and the recliner was on fire.
yes.
All right. Let me show your, direct your attention to page number 5
Are we talking about the transcript or of
of
this
the,
report?
of the report.
Once again, Your Honor, he can't testify from his report.
Your Honor, he just testified as to what Linda Stermer told him. And I'm pointing out something from impeachment,
From the transcript,
from his report,
okay.
based on the
On
transcript.
What's the objection, Mr.
So the
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor, is he, first he needs that the foundation is not correct for asking these questions. We're skipping over several steps here.
You wrote a report, correct?
Yes,
You're trained to be accurate, correct?
yes,
You try to be accurate, correct?
yes,
You try to be as detailed as possible, correct?
yes,
All right, and when you recounted your conversation on or about January 9 or 10 with Linda Stermer, you recounted it accurately, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 5, let me know when you're with me, the last couple lines.
Yes,
She, Linda, indicated that the recliner where her husband was last seen was engulfed in a large ball of flames, as was her husband, who was standing by the door to the master bedroom, which is located off the living room. Is that what you wrote?
yes.
And that was accurate because you're trained to be accurate.
Yeah, that was accurate. In the transcript, I think she described him in a couple of different locations in that proximity. In the
My
transcript.
question is simply, sir, you were trained to be accurate and you wrote it accurately.
Yes,
let's go to your background. You talked a little bit about your background, but I think you were a fire investigator for the Michigan State Police for
Your Honor, this has been answered on cross. Mr. Kelly actually asked several of these questions.
not specifically about his training with the MSP and his certifications.
Very brief inquiry into this.
Thank
It
you.
has been
I'll just ask you real
answered
quickly.
several times.
25 years, if my math is right, with the MSP as a fire investigator?
No, 25 years in the state police.
Okay, how long were you as a investigator?
I was a trooper for 10 years on the road. I began investigating fires and training with about 4 years in as a trooper. And then I did 8.5 years as a full-time fire investigator. And then my last 6.5, I worked out of an investigative resources unit, which was the training and certification of the state police investigators at that time, as well as at that time, state police provided 10 weeks of training programs to other police and fire departments.
Up in Tustin, Michigan.
Yes,
And you were one of the directors of that program, correct?
yes,
All right, so you spent a lot of time not only being trained, but training people
yes.
and certifying fire experts, correct?
Yeah, well, during the state police investigators at that time, and then certification moved into the International Association of Arson Investigators, took over the certification, and that's what all of us go through, is either them or through National Association of Fire Investigators for certification.
And
It's
you
two
are
different-
certified with the IAAI, correct?
Yes,
The International Association of Arson Investigators.
yes,
You're certified with NAFI, National Association of Fire Investigators.
yes,
You've taught many, many fire investigators through Michigan State, correct?
yes.
Michigan State Police, not the university. Did you train Scott Leroy, who became a fire investigator in 2001,
He would have come through the state's program.
through when you were running it?
God, I would assume so.
Okay. Did you mentor him during his young career?
No objection to relevance, Your Honor. I don't see how this is relevant to the testimony this witness has provided previously in this matter.
It goes to his background and why he's going to be there at the excavation, which we're going to get to right now. Did you train and mentor?
May we have a ruling on the objection?
Let me go,
Apologize.
okay. Is Mr. Leroy will be testifying?
He will
as an
testify
expert?
next,
Okay. Then
or
I'll-
tomorrow.
Okay, I'll allow it as relevant to that issue, is Mr. Leroy's training.
Remember the question?
Without looking at calendar and stuff, I would have to assume that he's been in programs that I was either instructing in or coordinating and running, and that more than likely could have been one of his instructors.
So you have a significant amount of expertise and qualifications in fire investigations, which is why you were hired to go to this place, the Stermer residence, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about that excavation. First of all, can you tell us what excavation is?
Basically, it's physically going into the damaged home, business, whatever, and examine everything that's in the building, structurally, mechanical, electrical, furnaces, anything that could be a source of ignition. Then you physically dig through the debris, remove the ash and, leftover wood lumber to identify what items are in there. In that process, you're identifying the damage, if there are fire patterns, which are results left after a fire occurs, burned lumber, patterns on walls, that sort of information. And then at that point, as I described in this one, there was a couple of sections of the home, the main floor hanging over the basement, and it was on the 15th that we brought.
I think the judge wants to go for lunch because I think she had enough. This is wild. It's like this attorney doesn't let the witness finish speaking or the judge ruling. But oh no, it's all right. I'll see you very soon. Retired, not bored. I love you too, and we'll see you soon. Hopefully that trial will finish at some point. Have fun, enjoy it.
Sir, one of the main points of doing an excavation, of digging around and in the rubble is to try to find evidence that will help you determine the origin of the fire, correct?
Yes,
Where the fire started, right?
yes,
And maybe the causal factors of the fire, correct?
yes,
What caused the fire, and I'm not going to talk about it in great detail, but you mentioned it earlier. The causal factors are the ignition source, right?
yes,
Which is the first thing, the thing that caused something to catch fire, right?
yeah, that would be your source of heat.
Okay. Then the first fuel ignited, correct?
Yes,
Which is the first thing that caught fire, right?
yes,
And then the causal factor is the circumstances that brought the source and the fuel together. And if you can find those,
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to raise an objection at this point in time. Are we going to qualify him as an expert? We're asking for a lot of expert testimony at this point in time. We're going well beyond lay witness.
I simply went to why he's excavating and its importance.
I'll have you move on.
Thank you.
I think we already covered it.
Let's talk about your excavation. You went there on January 15, correct?
yes,
You having been a fire investigator for Michigan State Police, you're private industry at this point, right?
correct.
Do you have to be allowed on the premises by, like a Scott Leroy, the fire investigator?
Yes,
All right, so he must, I would look at it or think of it like he had to release the scene to you or anybody else, right?
correct, or at least allow me to be there while they were there.
Okay. But he wasn't there when you were there,
No, not on the 15th.
or the 11th.
I'd have to look at my photos, I don't recall that specifically.
If he tells us that he was only there on the 8th, the day after the fire, any reason to disagree with him?
No,
So he would have had to release the scene to where you could do what you were gonna do, right?
correct,
And you started to do some excavation, am I right?
yes,
You took pictures of your excavation, right?
yes,
I'm gonna show you. A binder of photographs that was provided by the prosecutor that are represented in your. And in the documents we received, it came in like 2 files, I call them file 1, file 2. If you can just look through those, you might even see yourself in file 2.
Are we moving to omit these, Your Honor, or?
Or he's got to first identify them. That is my plan.
But I think right now he's just gonna
I
see
just
if he
wanted
can
to see if
recognize
these are
them.
his photos.
yes, these look similar to my photos.
Okay, those represent the scene as you saw it on January 15th. And you're looking at file number 1.
Yeah, file number 1. Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head what day I was there the first time. I know I did my interview on 9 and 10, but I'm not sure. I don't see, my first day there. But the one on the second batch is definitely on the 15th.
15th.
So whatever day I was there first would be the larger group one.
Fair enough. I'm going to move for the admission of Exhibit 8, which is the first batch and Exhibit I, which is the second batch of 25 photographs, okay? And as to Exhibit H, Your Honor, I'm not going to admit 116 photos. I just have 11 photos, and if I, for the record, can identify them, I'm going to give them to the press.
What you have marked as an exhibit, prosecutor?
I don't know, is it H or 8? I couldn't understand.
Mr. Mueller, is it two separate things you're moving to admit?
Move for admission of Exhibit I, 25 photographs from Mr. Shinsky he identified. Move for the admission of Exhibit H, which are a select number of photographs from his file number 1, those photographs being 001, 002, 003, 006, 008, 042, 047, 054, 056, and 057.
So I guess, and maybe this is my own confusion, Your Honor, are we admitting these or these entire binders?
Just these for Exhibit H. I don't need 116 photos.
Oh, I guess then I don't understand why we're showing him a binder all the photo when, if he can identify, I guess I'm just confused on the foundational
You're
aspects.
moving to admit is what Mr. Blither, not the
A
entirety of the
subset, no,
photos?
just a
Okay.
subset.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, and the subset, well, I'm just trying to get the record clear. These are H1, 2, 3, 6, and 8.
Well, it'll be 1 through 11. They're gonna be, see, remember, Honor, the way we've been doing them?
Yeah.
Point 1 to point whatever. And this would be point 1 to point 11.
Yeah, we have an H1 already, lacerations.
That should
I
be-
think
That should be his photographs.
we have H1 lacerations to have, H2 abrasions to have. Yeah, maybe start your lettering over or something. Okay, so what are you gonna? H, just H. Okay. Counsel, can you approach, please?
All right, so I think now Judge had enough and it's gonna send everybody to lunch because I need some food. I need to hopefully shut my eyes for 5 seconds because I'm absolutely dragging. And I'm trying to confirm something on an app, but it's not letting me, so I think I'm gonna have to do this on a computer, which it's gonna not be good. It's gonna suck to the high heavens. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Yep, doing this on a computer. I can't do this on an app. Yay! Fantastic. See, 2 seconds on a computer. I figured it out how to do it. 500 million years. Oh. 500 million years on the phone. Yeah, no. And also, my Amazon package is on the way. I've ordered the thingies, the face
Social media,
sleep mask.
no research or investigations, thank you.
Where are we now this trial? Oh, no. We're still on the same person that you left us with. So, yay, figured it out. I hopefully, yeah, okay, I think we are gonna go on a break. I think we are on lunch break. I don't think we are gonna work through lunch, right, Judge? I did not sign up for that. We are in the same person that we were in the morning. He's still on the stand. We are doing cross-examination. Same witness. And I think we are breaking up for lunch now.
Jury's left. Any matters to address in our break, counsel?
Your Honor, I just want to address the fact that there's no way I'm going to be able to get Connie Calhoun on the stand today.
Okay.
So we will offer to put her in a hotel for the night and have her come back tomorrow.
Okay.
But I just wanted the court to be aware of that, so.
Yeah, I was thinking we're getting
Yeah,
behind.
we're
but-
getting way into the afternoon, and I still have 3 lab people and a detective, so.
Okay.
And housekeeping wise, with respect to these exhibits, with H and I guess I would ask that the witness be able to review these specific exhibits as he's testifying, not having to flip to a binder of several photos that are irrelevant and not being admitted. If we have an extra copy, or I could even have my copy for all I care, just to look at it. That's my only concern, is just giving him the relevant photos to look at, so we're not.
Are you gonna pull out, are you gonna pull out?
Publish them, and I also
Oh.
looked at it for the witness.
Okay. You said I'll publish them and he's got a copy. And then did we sort through the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, an exhibit. I think Mr. Mueller and I were talking about it just real briefly. I think the autopsy photos may have been labeled K. They were K, not I or H or I.
Okay. Okay. Melissa's gonna do her magic and correct it.
I know she can, all right.
Anything else, counsel?
No,
Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you at 1:15. I did want to talk to counsel briefly, but.
All right. So, I think that Matthew Betty Calhoun, I think she's gonna. No, she can't. But I think the state is gonna be putting her in a hotel room for the night, because she says she still has 3 witnesses to go through before she gets to her, and I think it would be too unfair to let her stay in jail when it's not her fault now. So I think the state, is paying for one night in a motel nearby, and so that's what. Well, yeah, she needs a good night's sleep, because sleeping in jail is rough. Well, I'm not speaking for own experience. Kinda am, but you guys don't speak English. She hasn't slept in 3 months. I don't think she has slept ever. Lizzie. But so that's what's happening, because they are falling behind. So hopefully they will be done. Well, they're falling behind, but I don't know. What do you mean? Did I hear that from a source? I heard from the court. Oh yeah, I think they said the court was paying. They just said it that. Oh, this is not working. Sorry. They just said on a court just before they were breaking up for lunch. They said, sorry, trying to do 2 things at the same time, it's not working. So yeah, in a motel for the night, and because they are falling behind. I think there are 3 witnesses behind before her, so that's why it's that. I mean, we can always go back and see what she said for a hot minute. Not that far behind. You might be right. Let's go back. Hang on. Let me add this back to the stage. Put some sound on. Okay. Hang on. I think it's more around here.
Jury's left. Any matters to address in our break, counsel?
Your Honor, I just want to address the fact that there's no way I'm going to be able to get Connie Calhoun on the stand today.
Okay.
So we will offer to put her in a hotel for the night and have her come back tomorrow.
Okay.
But I just wanted the court to be aware of that, so.
Yeah, I was thinking we're getting behind.
We're
but-
getting way into the afternoon, and I still have 3 lab people and a detective, so.
Yeah. She said that they will put her in a hotel for the night and they'll bring it tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get through those 3 witnesses. No, it's like it's not that. I just want to double check to make sure that I'm also telling the correct information. I don't want to be misleading you guys or anything. So yeah. So it's ironic that they jailed for a no-show and they are ready for it. It's a little bit ironic, but it's also out of their hands. It's just the defense being taking too long. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. It's just a very weird situation. I mean, it's a whole complete mess of a situation, and she's caught up in the middle of it, which is now it's unfair today that that this is happening and she's still getting stuck, and it's her life getting, well, it's not her life, is she getting more oh yeah, definitely. She's gonna definitely enjoy that. Thank you very much, Maria, for that. I really, really appreciate, my friend. So it's the mattress was soft. Well, that is not bad though. It's a hit and miss, so it's wow, I want to know why, but I'm being nosy. So well, I spent a couple nights a week in jail, so it's yeah, but it was very hard. So good for TCM. Why for good for? Oh, well, yeah. Sorry. I was gonna say, why is it good for me that she spent? Yeah, never mind. My brain is tired. I haven't. Oh, April Fools! You caught me, really? Oh,
What did she do?
she got me. Oh man. Maria, thank you very much. It's just that awkward thing that's, oh my days. You got getting me so good today. I'm gonna go and not say any word because I'm gonna be embarrassing myself even more than I am. But thank you very much, my friend, for the support. I really, really appreciate it. I am so glad that I can have a laugh and you guys can prank me too, which is awesome. I love it. Well, yeah, and I was trying to. I don't know sometimes what to say in certain situations, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say. But then it's just trying to find the correct thing. But yeah, I mean, I am like okay to share about like my experience that I went to trial a couple times, but and it's fine, but like when other people share, it's like I don't know really what to say. Words are, well, I could say words are not my forte, but then I am doing streaming, which is basically talk almost all the time, but it definitely got me. Absolutely, 100% hands down got me. Um, yeah, definitely. Um, so it's all good fun, which is amazing. I love that too. You have a, well, yeah, I get it. It's fine, my friend. Mine it isn't. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll tell. Well, you guys know I've already told you. Nice. Um. Yeah, exactly. Words are not my forte, but I talk all day. What am I even saying? Oh my days. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna carry on in this stream. We're gonna have a lunch break. I mean, we could watch Daybell's hearing, but we're not gonna have time to hear the whole thing, and so that's not point. We might do Daybell hearing at another point. What we're gonna do is like the thing is, like, I like talking, but sometimes it's just hard, and I know we're not gonna watch it right now because we don't have enough time for it. William, will that trial ever end? Because I think people are stuck in a vortex where that trial carries on. like forever and ever and ever. Oh, nice. It's I don't think the hearing was that good, but I just wanted to watch. But it's of completion because since we're gonna be following that trial next week, but I can watch it on my own time, which is fine. But that's a mentality trial. I've heard it is very good, but the length of it, I know, isn't it, the case one? It is a very long, strange trial, and especially they just took a whole week off. Um, like literally the whole last week they were just off 37 days. Like, can you imagine on Brian Kohlberger, because it's gonna be 4 months, it's gonna be like twice or triple the size of like the time of that. That is absolutely insane. So it's crazy, absolutely crazy, that trial. The Monica Cementelli trial, I think, is out of California. It's been ongoing for 37 days, and they just had a week's long break. So it is. I know. I like, if you think, right, if you think that that's a long trial, imagine Brian Kohlberger. Brian Kohlberger is going to be 4 months long, 400 witnesses, that trial. They say it was like, so that is going to be a long trial, the Kohlberger one. So if you think Monica is long, imagine Brian BK is gonna be even worse. It's gonna be triple of the time. Zizzy, that's what I think was either the attorney or the attorney of the defense, or Brian's the attorney, that was saying was gonna be. Oh, I believe that is gonna be that long, because all the hearings that I've heard so far, the amount of like terabytes and stuff like that they say they have, it is astonishing. It is like a lot um of like information, and a lot I don't know. We'll see. I mean, no, if it is not 4 months long, and if it is a lot less longer than that, like not even a month, there's no way there's gonna be like a week or couple weeks, because it's gonna be an unaliving penalty case, so it's gonna take a while, and then you still have the penalty phase after so. Yeah, but they have to give a list of witnesses and how many witnesses they are planning to have, and so has the defense. So they are definitely a lot of weeks, but we'll see. I mean, it's still a possibility that that trial is gonna get postponed again. That's the possibility to. Yeah, it is a DP, so there is penalty phase. Um, the DP phase, or what you mean, like, oh, or is it not? No, you do have it, because if he's is it? But they were always talking about that phase, the penalty phase. I don't think it's an automatic DP, Zizzy. I don't think. If correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, because I thought it was he would be found guilty, and then you have the penalty phase to see if he would get DP or life in prison. I never thought it was straight to DP if he was guilty. Okay, fair enough. Oh well. Ooh, another one that I was actually just reading on it. That oh, what's his name? Mr. Luigi Mencioni, the US, the general. Oh, you are the new judge. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Zizzy, will go what you say. Uh, um, the Luigi case. The U.S. State's Attorney General person as is saying that he's going to be seeking the unaliving penalty for him when he goes to trial for whatever. Oh, really? Depends on the state. Oh, wow. That's well, sorry. That's interesting. GSD got his mom, then that's. I think this one is the jury. I'm not sure anymore. I don't know. I will follow what the new judge says. The new judge, Susie, will tell me off and will tell me exactly what it is and what's gonna happen. Ooh, Paul, you went to McDonald's? No, sorry, it did not happen in McDonald's. You got found in McDonald's. Ooh. Yes, each state has different laws. Yeah. How was it? Was it still corned off, or is it still like normal straight? Because yeah, that's interesting. That is so cool. I don't know why is it so cool, but it is cool. Yeah, different states. No corned off. And it's not cool, or is it cool? Sorry, I'm just being. Let's elect Sizzy. Yes, who votes for Sizzy to be our judge? Say aye in chat. We'll wait because we already have a verdict expert, and then we would have judge that she makes the rulings. Aye. Okay, we've got one. We need about at least 5. Okay. Oh, Sizzy, you cannot vote on yourself. Sizzy, you cannot vote on yourself. I'm sorry, I'm joking. You can. You can do whatever you want. Ooh. Awesome. I will have a look when my phone is back. Because my garden bot has my phone right now because it's picking up my delivery. And I'll have a look in a second, Lois. Thank you. So oh, each state is sovereign under our federal umbrella. Wow, that is interesting. Okay. We are giving it 3 days, no foolishness, and he's already guilty. Are we talking about Brian, or are we talking about Luigi? Who are we talking? But yeah, so Zizzy, congratulations, you are our new judge for the channel. So we've got the verdict expert, that is Denise, our judge, that is Zizzy, oh, BK, 3 days. I wish that would last. BK would be 3 days. Feel like that would be amazing, but it's not gonna be 3 days. I think it's gonna be a long time. Actually, our verdict expert Denise, she's an expert on BK as well. So if she's hearing me, Oh, I know, Maria. Because of Luigi, the same Super Mario is not gonna be the same. So Denise is also a BK expert because she is in the area in Idaho. Not in the area of the crime, but I think somewhere around the same spot. I don't know exactly. Don't ask me because I don't speak English. But she's our BK expert. But the Mario's it's definitely not gonna be the same because Luigi had to ruin Super Mario for everybody. It's just rude. It's like, how rude can he be? Like, ruin like that for so many people. It's just not good. Gardenbot came home and he's slicing my pizza. What time we come back? I do need a nap, and I'm gonna eat foods as well. We are we are back at 1 p.m., which is in about half an hour. Yeah, not picking Luigi, no more time. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna come back in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, so I can eat, run to the facilities, and have a quick power nap, and I'll see you guys very soon. I'm gonna put some music and on, and I'll see you very soon.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass in this court. Who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass in this court. Who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass in this court. Who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Core watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh,
lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines white. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Garden plots trembling with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits engrossed and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden plot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches blow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bot whispers just to just trust. Spines of sunflowers twist the woods of skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bot whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches blow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches glow. Flames dance on the couch like they do shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry.
He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean his mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She throws the towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. The man whose hands out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. We're set. Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dream, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court no room for haze. In this court who holds the past? In this court who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No. She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight files, she dances.
Hello, 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 everybody. There is movement in court already. Let me see if they have any music. Oh, no, they're not. I think we are about to get back. I'm sorry. I still don't have my camera on because I'm finishing putting a new screen protector on my phone. Because I have this thing that I drop my phone way too much. And if I don't, and I've been tempting fate for the last few days of not having a screen protector. And I need one because I drop my phone a lot. So I got a screen protector. That's what was one of the packagings that I was expecting, a screen protector for the phone. And I'm literally now just putting it on, and my desk that was very tidy earlier, now it's absolutely mess. And I am making sure that I do this correctly because there is nothing more in a pain than doing a screen protector wrong, because it's a waste of screen protector, because then you're gonna have to try to take it off. But at least my phone now, it's protected, and if it falls, like a lot, it will be back. So court is actually, well, they had a very short break. I barely had time to do anything. So I'm taking advantage as well to clean the phone, because I never take it out of the case. So I'm just taking advantage to give it a bit of a clean. We should be back. I honestly hope that this afternoon court is a little bit more spicy, because this morning was a snooze fest. Not gonna lie, it was a struggle to pay attention to court this afternoon. Oh, oh no, Paula, I'm so sorry. You're trying to make something simple and end up being more complicated, making a mess. I'm so sorry, my friend. That sucks. I had a bit of pizza, but to be fair, I was not hungry because I've been snacking all afternoon, morning for you guys. So I did not even finish eating the pizza. Which now Garden Bot actually figures this out the why I did not eat the pizza. Now he knows. Oh my days, this phone is so dirty. How this is absolutely minging. The thing is, I never take it out of the case, so that's probably why. I will turn on the camera eventually when I finish cleaning the phone, because now that I started, I can't stop it. There we go. I think the phone is clean. Now I need to clean the case. Oh man, there's a bubble in the case. Ah, it's fine. I can live with that bubble. I need to clean the case as well now, since I'm already cleaning things. Might as well clean the whole thing. Court should be back soon. So this morning there was nothing much that people missed. You missed the snooze fest. That's what you missed, which is good, because nobody likes a snooze fest. So because it wasn't, very attractive court. this morning. I'm just trying to sort myself out, to put things in drawers, things in a bin, so my desk looks some kind of a desk and not a bombshell, and get myself sorted and ready for the afternoon court. I mean, I'm kind of ready. Oh, the sleeping mask is so good as well that I got. It's just a sleeping mask. It's nothing important. But I think it kind of looks different than, I'm sorry, than the one that I thought I was gonna get. I don't know why. I need to have a look at that. But it's a sleeping mask. There's nothing much to it. Oh, there is something else in the packaging though. Ah, it's just how to adjust the sleeping mask. Well, I think I can figure it out. I think I can figure it out how to put the sleeping mask. Oh, there is a thing to put the sleeping mask in. Oh, what is this for? Probably it is. That is cool. Sorry, just the opening packagings. I don't know. I think everyone is still on lunch break because court did say now I'm gonna get back a quarter past, but they hello, I'm back on screen now. People can see me. So this is the where is it? This is the sleeping mask that I got. It's just a sleeping mask, but it looks a little bit different than I thought it was gonna be. But it's just a sleeping mask because next week I'm working night shifts and sleeping during the day and everything. So because I struggle sleeping during the day with lights, I struggle sleeping when there's any presence of light. So I needed a sleep mask for next week because if I'm sleeping during the day over here, um, it's gonna be hard. So hello, Garden Bot, welcome in. Long time no see, my friend. I was like, no, like I'm seeing you right now. um. So yeah. So that's the pocket thing that came with the sleep mask. But yeah, so that was it. And my shopping is very interesting. Sleep mask and a screen protector that I needed for the phone because otherwise I'm gonna be dropping this thing more times that I drop my head, and that is quite a few times. Oh, my finger is not getting better. Think I have injured my finger, my thumb.
Oh.
Yeah, like there is it swollen, isn't it? Ow, ow, ow! It hurts. Like don't like poke at it. I'm showing. Um. Oh yes. Garden Bot reads Paula's comment. We are definitely gonna plan that, Lois, and a lot more. We're gonna plan as well because there's a place in St. Louis. I don't know if you've heard, called the Grandma's Playroom. This is she's a content creator on TikTok, right? And I've been following her for long. Now, obviously, I don't have a kid to take. I mean, we can take your grandkids there, but I would love to go and meet her. That would be a lot of fun for me. That would be a lot of fun for me. But yeah, ooh, we. I thought we were gonna watch the ceiling for a minute there, but no, we're not. Um, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of paperwork, to do. I have paperwork as well to do, and I have my accounts to sort out, because tax season is we're gonna be like the tax season ends on the 5th of this month, and after that we can file taxes, which we're gonna be doing for me and for Garden Bot, but we need to sort out the taxes first, which is gonna be a nightmare. um Ooh, the science center, that could be cool, but I think Garden Bot would be bored because yeah, he going to a science center. We'll see. Like, I mean, I want to do things for my fun, but I also have to consider what he wants to do for fun. Well, but science centers, it's definitely not his things. So no, yeah, it's not a lot of hands. Yeah, um, It's gonna be, yeah. Today is gonna be a long day. Oh, wow, Jax is back already. Right on time.
We have the exhibits also with the, okay, what are they now? I mean, we're still in George, do we have the jury? Okay. Back on the record, in the case of People versus Linda Stermer, counsel are present. Ms. Stermer is present. Any matters to address before you bring in the jury? No? Okay, we'll bring in the jurors. Welcome back, jury. And sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mueller?
Thank you.
Cross?
Get off this microphone. Mr. Shinsky, just before we were leaving, and for housekeeping matters, Your Honor, it was a little bit awkward, but now I just want to make for the record, we move for the admission of Exhibit H, point 1 to 11. We move for the admission of Exhibit I, point 1 to 25.
Any objection to admitting those? I presume they're all photographs, correct? Are they all photographs, Mr. Mueller? They're all photographs?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all
Any-
his photographs.
Okay, any objection, prosecutor?
No objection.
No, okay.
Thank you.
I'll admit those.
We're only talking about a select number, just because I don't want to take all afternoon, but you took 141 photographs over probably 2 days, right?
Correct.
Why so many pictures?
It's digital, you just keep snapping. It's easy to do, and you cover areas, and you look at two pictures of the same location from a little different angle, you might be able to see more in it.
Because documenting your investigation is very important, right?
Yes,
In fact, you teach that.
Yes.
And have taught the importance of documenting your evidence, right?
yes,
And you probably heard the phrase, you can never take too many pictures, just too few pictures,
correct.
all right? And when you've taught documenting your evidence and how important it is, you ever heard the phrase, and you may have used it, if it's not written down, it didn't happen.
Yes,
You subscribe to that mantra
Pardon?
when you're teaching?
yes,
All right. So when we talk about the excavation, I'm going to show you, sir, just to put, I guess, in perspective, you walked around the house first, am I right?
yes,
Which is standard part of doing an investigation. Typically, wherever you choose to start, I like to say 12 o'clock, and you just kind of go in a circle and take some big pictures before you get into the narrow and nitty-gritty stuff, right?
Your Honor, I guess, again, I think we're stepping on this. He's not being called as an expert. Now we're asking him how he does a fire scene investigation.
Yes, how he takes pictures and what goes into his mind to take the pictures he does.
I'll allow you to testify factually what he did when he got there, but not as an expert.
I'm not asking for his opinion. This is the factual
You
background.
can ask him what he did in this case.
The first thing you did was walk around the house and took pictures, correct?
when I got to that point in the investigation, yes,
And you had an understanding of kind of the layout of the house, you remember that?
yes,
The floor plan of the house
yes,
from Brittany, Ms. Stermer's daughter.
correct,
Right. So you were shown some exhibits, 2 pages, you remember those?
I haven't seen those yet, but I'm familiar with them.
All right.
If
May I
it's-
approach?
You may.
These, and I think these were published as Exhibit 7 to the jury, are frankly only marginally better than my handwriting. I'm going to show you now what are a couple drawings, floor plans, and see if those would help you illustrate your testimony a little bit in terms of where you were looking and what you were trying to find when you were excavating.
Yeah. A cleaned up version of what Brittany gave us.
Okay. You'd be able to help illustrate your testimony with those, correct?
Yes.
And those accurately represent the floor plan as you understood it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, and move for the admission of Exhibit O, pages 27 and 28.
Court will receive those.
Page 27 is a floor,
So where you can visually see this, feel free.
Thank you, Your Honor.
page 27 is just a floor plan of the main floor, correct?
Yes.
And as you see on the bottom, west is heading straight up at 12 o'clock, so north would be at 3 o'clock.
Correct.
Can everybody see this? All right. So you kind of had an idea of the foyer of the house was in front. We have a pantry and a kitchen and a dining room as we go around the north to the back of the house, right?
Correct.
This bay window was at the back of the house.
Yes.
right? And then we had the master bedroom in the back, which would be southwest corner, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And these dimensions, as you understood, were accurate, right?
I don't have any dimensions on Brittany's. I'm looking at the prints that came from the township records were not very good.
But they also describe dimensions, right?
Right, yeah.
And you wouldn't have any reason to quibble if it was basically 18 by 18 and then a little bit more on top?
No, I don't have any issues with that.
So one of the things you're doing is, in excavating, trying to dig down and find evidence you told us that might help you determine the origin of the fire, right?
Correct.
And the cause of the fire, the cause
Your
of
Honor, I'm
fact.
going to raise an objection again. We're talking about cause and origin with a person that's not here to give an opinion on cause and origin.
This is why he excavates. This is why he does what he does.
Right, but if he did he give one here in this case?
He has not given any opinion and is not going to be asked to give an opinion about cause and origin in this case.
Any questions on cause and origin, then I find irrelevant.
I didn't ask any questions on cause and origin, but I'll move ahead.
Okay, thank you.
So, let's talk about some of these photographs. I want to go through, I keep losing my pencil. On Exhibit H, page 1, oops. It's just, would this be your kind of cover sheet?
Yes.
Date 1907, would that be when you received the assignment?
Yes.
And likely, your memory is probably a couple days later, the 11th, you went out there?
No, I would have, I didn't review all of that with the dates, but I received the assignment the date of the 9th, which was probably the day I set up my file.
Okay,
So I could have gotten a call the night before and set it up to go on the 9th, because I interviewed Linda Stermer on 9 and 10.
so that makes sense, you would have at least done some beginning investigation, scene investigation, since you were there.
I don't believe I got there till the 9th.
Okay,
I don't have my laptop with me or my actual photos, where you could go in electronically and see what day they were taken.
let's go to the second picture. I want to go to, let's see here. Give me 1 second. Photograph 2, what are you trying to show here?
Just would be the east side of the home. I would call it the front side because the driveway comes into that.
We'll call it the front. Which would be down at the bottom here.
Correct.
Then you went to, looks like a little bit around to the left,
Yes,
part of your walk around.
yes,
Exhibit 6 kind of circles back around, and we're talking about that back southwest corner.
yes.
Right. What are you trying to depict here?
Be the southwest corner.
Just the general damage?
General overview of the home.
Number 8, a picture of the rear of the house.
Yes,
Same thing, just trying to depict general damage to the house so you can get your arms around what you're going to do next.
correct.
Right. And then 42 should be the next one. Is a picture showing some of the inside of the house. You see that?
By looking at them, so that's probably a picture shot in one of the windows.
All right, I wanted to talk to you about that. Your report talks about how this was a difficult excavation or difficult scene on page 12 of your report, if you have it. You remember it being difficult because there was a whole lot of damage and the roof fell in?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. The farther along the fire is in the home, the more difficult it is to actually investigate.
When you say it's difficult to investigate, why?
You don't have as many indicators, you know, more of the house, more of the room left. Your fire patterns that you might have in a small fire, markings on the wall, damage to the studs are not in that condition. You know, there's extensive burning here in that center portion.
And extensive collapse.
Yes,
And in fact, safety, I take it, for you fire investigators is paramount, isn't it?
yes,
Which is why I think you didn't do the excavation and you brought an excavator the next time you went out on the 15th.
correct, yeah. You had to get inside to do the excavation at basement level. You had stuff hanging over that may or may not fall down on you.
Right. And because you're concerned about safety, you didn't even go inside the house then, you just took pictures, as I understand it, from the windows that you were describing.
I probably would have gone through the inside as much as I could, just general photos.
Next one is photograph number 47. Can you tell us what that you're trying to describe here?
It's a photograph of the interior with the wire racks there. Oops, let me see.
I think we're dancing around very carefully, I might add, expert testimony here again. The problem is he's showing him the photographs, asking what's in the photograph. Well, as a fire investigator, he can't not but offer some expert opinion in why this photograph is relevant and why it's important. He can't really give a factual witness testimony in this situation, because I've heard him even talk about looking for fire patterns and things of that nature as we've been sitting here, so.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking, what did you take? What does it show?
This is way beyond the scope of direct, even though that is allowed. The court's allowed to limit it as well, and it does seem that you're
I
going
asked
into
that I have some
expert.
latitude for cross-exam. I'm just going to go through these photos. What were you trying to show?
Okay.
Simple.
I'm going to have you move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then 54, what does that picture show?
Picture of
Your Honor,
the-
Sustaining the objection, it's beyond the scope, and it's, he's not here as an expert witness unless you wish
Fair
to
enough.
try to
You
lay the
are
foundation.
not here as an expert witness, and you have not been asked, despite your experience, to give any opinion testimony in this case by the prosecutor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Give me 1 second. second, Your Honor. I have no more questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. Go Huskies.
Mr. Blair is handling the fire.
That's your stuff. Mr. Mueller, is that yours on the podium? Okay.
Housekeeping. Got it. That's what my wife says. I'll pick up after myself. Thank you.
I'm going to start out with these questions if I can first. You have Defense Exhibit H in front of you still?
Yes,
All right. And looking at these photographs, since they've been admitted here, were these photographs taken before or after you did any excavation or interior examination of this scene?
would have been before.
Before. So if you're looking at photograph number, looks like a bunch of zeros and 8 at the bottom right corner, do you see that?
Yes,
And does it appear that there's some piles and things in that photograph?
yes, there is. Outside the sliding door, there's a large pile of building materials and debris, also as there is to the right in that photo, which is going to be to the south. There's also stuff under that upper floor deck, looks like pile of debris or stuff that had been,
Do you have any idea what that is? As far as where it came from or how it got there?
no, I'm assuming that it probably was pushed out the windows or thrown out the windows.
Foundation calling from to speculate, and then he just said probably, so he doesn't know.
Well, have you moved? It's already asked and answered, so.
Yeah, I was just going to ask basically, if you, and I guess to summarize, do you have any idea how that got there?
No, I didn't witness anyone put it there.
Okay. And with respect to today's hearing, or excuse me, today's testimony, I should say, had you had any contact with Mr. Mueller's office or Mr. Mueller?
No, I don't believe so, other than at one point got a subpoena for files that I, of course, sent to Farm Bureau.
Fair. And had you had any telephonic or email contact with Mr. Kelly?
No, I don't.
On again. Thank you.
And had you had any indication that you were going to be asked any questions about the report that you prepared in this case?
No,
And with respect to your expected testimony here in court, was that limited to the transcripts that you've testified about here some hours ago?
yes,
And was that all you were asked to prepare for today?
yes,
And when you're investigating any type of scene, strike that. When you were a state trooper, we'll go back to that level. Witness statements, are they important?
yes.
Why?
General information, firsthand view of what they saw, what they observed, what they knew.
And as a now a fire investigator, are eyewitness statements important?
Yes,
Why?
the same information, and if they have descriptions of flames, fire, where they saw it, that kind of stuff is helpful in determining where the fire originated.
Would you consider the statements of Linda Stermer to be important to your
Yes.
investigation?
Yes,
Explain why.
she was in the home at the time the fire occurred based on the statements and information, so she would have the best information to provide on any of the events that were there and going on.
And were you aware of how many persons were in the home on January 7, 2007?
As far as I know, it was her and her husband.
And obviously, Mr. Stermer is not here to tell us that about what happened, correct?
Correct.
When you are conducting your investigation, you were asked questions on cross about finances and marital discourse and things of that nature. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
And are those fairly standard questions you asked during the course of your interviews?
yes.
And why is that information relevant to your interview?
To try to understand what the normal life and events were for the people that were there, that lived in the home.
And I guess, can you kind of expound upon why that would be important for your investigation?
Just the normal life, what was going on, were there any issues, were there any outside threats from anyone, threats up between each other. We have a standard interview form, you can answer all the questions, you get answers to the questions, but if you don't talk to the person, you really don't know what's going on unless you talk to the person and listen to them, ask questions, and then have a discussion over it.
And very generally speaking, could those questions possibly also yield or point you in the right direction as to the cause of the fire?
Yes.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Shimsky, did you just say that the interview that you obtain helps you lead to determining the cause of the fire?
It could be helpful.
What else would be helpful?
Any of the general information. Things that we identify when we go through the investigation, damage to the home, electrical equipment needs to be examined, mechanical equipment needs to be examined to determine whether or not there was a failure or an issue with any of those. And by doing the excavation, you can determine that.
But the interview is the first part of your information that you use to help determine the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do anything to corroborate the information you received in the interview?
I guess on the statements with the discussion between Linda Stermer and I don't know how I could corroborate that other than what she explained to me when I asked a question in our discussion.
Well, as an investigator, would you ever talk to other family members that was in the house or that lived in the house?
There was no one else home at the time the fire
I
occurred based
understand.
on the information.
I'm talking about family members. I didn't say that was in the house the day of the fire, but you knew in your interview that the nucleus of the family existed of three young men, right?
Yes.
Did you ever interview them?
No, I did not. As I said, my job was not the follow-up legwork that goes on outside of the fire scene investigation. The insurance companies will contract generally to another party to separate the fire origin and cause from any other investigation.
You've been shown a copy of your report that you prepared, right?
Yes.
You turn to page 7.
recollection, or are you going to have him testify from the report? Because it's just based on past practices, I'm just inquiring.
Is this refreshing recollection? If so, he'll need to look at the report and then put it down.
Yes, but otherwise, further, that he previously testified that he didn't talk to anyone but Linda Stermer.
So if it's a prior inconsistent statement, then you don't need to have him look at his report unless you're refreshing his memory. I'm not clear.
That's why I asked him, did he have his report?
Right, it's just, it looks like he's reading off of the report.
It looks like he's reading up the report?
Yes, he's holding it in his hand. So what is this for? Is it a prior inconsistent statement?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, if he needs, you could ask, what did he previously say?
Yes.
X, Y, Z.
That's what I thought I was trying to do. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
May I also raise the suggestion to ask and answer, we're going to ask about people he's talked to, that was asked by Mr. Mueller on the cross.
I'll allow it. Okay.
So, can you review the lower part of your report on page 7?
Yeah, the part where it talks about that I interviewed Mr. Matheny, I do not recall that.
Well, you prepared this report, or did somebody else prepare this report?
I prepared this.
You typed it?
No, I would have dictated it and sent it to our office,
Okay.
who does the typing, and then they send it back to us.
And that's the process you do on all your reports, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when I previously asked, did you talk to anyone else to corroborate or to validate any information in reference to Ms. Stermer's interview? You said no.
And I did not recall talking to Mr. Matheny, and then looking at the report, his girlfriend, Ms. Calhoun, and also in the report, I did, of course, talk with the fire chief to get the general information from them.
Okay. Now, this was on January the 17th of 2007. January the 17th of 2007.
The 15th.
January the 15th.
15th.
If your numbers sometimes could be, because your report starts out with saying that your date was on January the 7th. Now, Judge, if I could just do my cross, I will be finished and I will sit down, I promise.
Okay.
I respect Mr. Kelly's right to do his cross, but I just... But we need to do it, follow the rules, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule, it's a leading question, but it's cross.
Just so we can get a clarification in reference to dates. On page 5 of this document, your report, contact with insured, on January the 7th of 2007, would that be a typographical error?
No.
Okay, so that's the date that you actually got, you made a contact with someone in reference to the Stermer house?
Yes. Yes.
Did the insurance company contact you on January the 7th?
I'd have to look. I have the date that I opened my file on the 9th,
Right.
and I would have received the file. They would have called or sent it into the office. The office would have notified me, and then would have set up a file and sent it to me electronically.
Okay.
And I don't have in my report the exact date that I was contacted. No, it was, I received Rodney Thum of Farm Bureau of Insurance, contacted Kirby Bailey, on January 7th, request origin and cause investigation of a fire that occurred at the Stermer residence, January 7th, 2007, and that's on page 4.
So you were contacted the same day of the fire?
Correct. After reviewing this, yes.
Okay. So now, on the 15th of January, you have a conversation with Michael Matheny, right?
Yes.
Where did you contact Mr. Matheny at?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to ask that answer.
He hasn't answered. I haven't even asked him where he contacted Mr. Matheny yet.
I don't remember this, so I'll overrule that.
What was the question?
Where did you contact Mr. Matheny to interview him?
He was either at the fire scene, he came over, or I may have gone to his home. I don't recall. They live right next door.
So that's something that you can't validate in your report where you interviewed Mr. Matheny at, right?
No,
On the
I
15th
don't,
of
yeah,
January.
I don't recall
Okay.
whether it was on the site.
And did you interview Miss Connie Calhoun the same day?
No, I don't believe that I talked with Connie. I have in my report information that Mr. Matheny referenced about what him and Ms. Calhoun were doing on the day of the fire. They were leaving to go bowling when they noticed the smoke at the Stermer home.
But you reached out to them to find out what they are, isn't that correct?
Yeah, that more than likely,
How
yes.
did you get their information?
Probably from the fire department.
Beg your pardon?
Probably from the fire report,
From the
the fire department report.
or from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
That's possible.
Okay. And the information you obtained from Mr. Matheny, you also found out that there was some clothing that had been taken out of Mr. Matheny's truck.
Objection, hearsay.
Your report.
Your Honor, the court ruled my objection of hearsay first.
Yeah, I'll sustain
All
my
right.
objection.
Now, for clarification, are these the only other individuals that you interviewed in reference to the Stermer fire?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Blair, any
I
other?
have some very brief comments.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that when you're working for an insurance company, you're kind of only a piece of the insurance investigation?
Yes,
And you were hired in this case to do, investigate the fire, is that correct?
correct.
And I think you may have touched on this earlier, when it comes to finances or other aspects that you may have learned through your interview, you turn that over to a different person in the insurance company?
Correct, yeah. The insurance company would hire someone separate, and I would have nothing to do with that.
So it's fair to say, I guess, in one of these types of cases, there's like an insurance investigative team that kind of works on these.
Yes,
Overruled, I'll allow it.
And you made this original report you've been asked to review approximately 18 years ago?
yes,
And I think I've already asked this, but you were not asked to review it in advance of today's testimony, is that correct?
no, I was not.
Is there a way that law enforcement can request a copy of your insurance report?
Yes, there is.
And you have knowledge of that from possibly working in the state police or other ways?
Yes, yeah.
How's that done?
Section 29.5 of the Fire Prevention Code provides for the release of insurance file information on a claim when requested by law enforcement. And law enforcement has a form they fill out for their investigation, documents they're trying to get. They send that to the insurance carrier, and if they approve it, the law says that they shall provide the claim file documentation.
And just because I feel like this has been danced around a little bit, did you prepare your report or any of your investigation for law enforcement?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good.
We're good, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Jury, any questions of this witness? Yes. Okay.
Oh my days, we're never gonna leave this because I forgot that the jury can ask questions, and that they can have questions based on the questions that the jury is asked. We'll never leave. Sorry, we'll never leave this witness. My days, this witness is like I think he's gonna run. He's not gonna walk out of the court or out of the court. It's gonna run. Like you're gonna see the print of this guy is in the door because he's not even gonna open the door because it's that infuriating that this is happening. What time is there? Michigan. I think it's just about 1 o'clock. Yeah, 5 to 2 p.m. About 1:52 p.m. right now in Michigan, where the court is. It's Eastern time, so they are in eastern side of Michigan. So it's the same time as Florida, New York, New Jersey, and all of that. Hey, check me out, knowing. Oh, in the UK. Oh, in the UK it's 5 to 7 p.m. Right now it's 6:53 p.m. 5 to 7. So me happy that I know what time it was in Michigan and in Eastern side. Me is so happy. Destroyed my happiness. And I'm joking. Thank you. Yeah, it is almost 7 p.m. here, so which is fine. It's still early-ish. Still not too bad. I normally go to bed about 9ish. I'm trying to get um carry on to stay a bit late so Garden Bot doesn't have to do much and me doing pretty much the bulk. So hopefully the court will finish at a reasonable time. Yeah, 5 hours. We are back at 5 hours difference because we just changed our times over the weekend. So it's 5 hours Eastern, 6 hours Central, 7 hours Mountain, and 8 hours Pacific, I think. So, oh, I sleep from about 5 p.m. Eastern to around when 4 hours 4 a.m. until 11 p.m. Eastern. So, well, I sleep around 9 to 4 a.m. in my time. So 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. my time, but that's going to change next week. Because next week's due to the Lori follow case, I'm going to be working 2:30 in the morning until 8:30 in the morning my time. And then I'm going to come home, sleep, and then wake up about 3 p.m. my time, which is going to be about 10 a.m. Eastern, and then start streaming shortly after for the Lori follow case and finish. Yeah. So 1 second. Give me 1 second. So yeah, so that's when I sleep. I barely sleep. But then no, that's fine. I like doing this. I really am. I am having lots of fun, even though yes, sometimes I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm tired, sometimes it's long days. But perseverance is one thing that I believe, and if you want to succeed at something, you've gotta do it. And sometimes it's made of sacrifices. Yes, it's long days, but it's gonna be worth it one day, and it's already worth it anyway. But it is, yeah, it is what I like to do it because I would be watching court as well. I probably would be watching this trial somewhere else, and I'm like, why not streaming myself? So no, 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. That'll be the time. I sleep around 6 hours. So around about 4 6 hours that I sleep. I don't need a lot of sleep, and then on my days off, I rest as well, and over the weekends, I rest as well. I have good rest.
Determined under the law not to ask some of the questions that have been presented. But I do have some questions that I will be asking you, sir, no objection from counsel. If you know, was Linda aware that your interviews with her were being recorded?
Yes.
Are there, and if you know, are there any recordings or transcripts of any other interviews other than Linda's?
No, there are not.
Okay. Why?
I believe I just had a brief conversation with Mr. Matheny. I may have been at the fire scene or at his home, and I just took notes from that.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any follow-up questions in light of those questions and answers?
Is that a fairly common practice in your line of work for certain persons you interview to just take notes and then memorialize it in a report later?
Yes, homeowner, someone that was involved in or at the scene of the fire, normally you would record those, and if it's door-to-door neighborhood canvas, that kind of thing, you would just take handwritten notes on it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, any questions?
Just brief.
Did I understand that you said you did not record any of the other interviews?
No. The interview of Mr. Matheny or the fire chief, no.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions in light of those questions and answers? Nope. Is this witness excused from subpoena, counsel?
Oh, yes, and please be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no objection.
No objection? Okay. You're done and you're excused from your subpoena obligations. And I guess other than your own materials, you can hand me the other.
Yeah, this is all defense, that's prosecutors.
Okay, none of that's yours?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Sider, please? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could call Don Lewis to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled, I'll have you give us your full name and spell your last, please.
Is Don Galoose, Goulooze.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Galoos, what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy with the Berrien County Sheriff's Department assigned to commercial enforcement with the road department.
How long have you been in that role?
12 years.
And what did you do prior?
I was road patrol for the Berrien County Sheriff's Department.
And what was your role or your occupation in January 7th of 2007?
I was a road lieutenant on the day shift and just assigned a supervisory position for the Sheriff's Department.
That's still Berrien County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And were you called to assist with an investigation of a house fire on January 7th?
Yes.
And actually, I believe you didn't go out on January 7th. It was the next day. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it would have been January 8th of
January 8th.
2007? And why were you called to assist?
Part of my extra duties is I was an accident investigator, and we had equipment for measuring crime scenes, accident scenes, and everything. We call it a total station. It's a laser measuring device. And they had, Van Buren had requested me to come out to a site from, at that point, was a house fire, and measure the scene for them.
So is this something that requires specialized training?
Yes.
And is this also a specialized piece of equipment?
Yes.
And not every department has this piece of equipment, is that correct?
No, at that time, the Berrien County Sheriff's Department had one, and Michigan State Police had a few of the units.
And you called it a total station, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does this total station do?
Total station measures with a laser beam the items that you want for a CAD drawing or a scale drawing. So you would set up the tripod, that would be the control point, and then you would pick a reference point, and everything from those 2 points to the object you wanted to measure, so it's like a triangulation. And as long as that reference point is there, you could go back today, set up in that same location, and put everything back in those spots.
So it's a way of just getting accurate measurements of whatever you're trying to measure on that scene?
Yes.
And like you said, you could measure it back then, and then you could actually still go back with that same piece of equipment and have the same measurements today.
Yes.
Did you go to the scene at 66598 County Road 215 Lawrence to do these measurements?
Yes.
And you used that total station?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 8. There are 4 pages there. Could you flip through them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are copies of the scale drawings that I did. The full scene one is in a scale drawing of, I believe, 1 inch is like 65 feet. And the other ones were in a scale, it was supposed to be 1 inch equals 20 feet. So these are my drawings.
Those are the drawings that you did based on your total station measurements?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit number 8 into evidence. Yes, and there are 4 pages, Your Honor. Permission to publish? So I'm going to have you go, we'll put the first one up on the screen. So we have up the first page. Could you describe this for the jury and what we're looking at? And I do have a pointer if you need me to point out anything in particular.
Okay. This is all the measurement points that I took on that date. This is the whole scene from the roadway to the fence in the backyard.
And so I want to point out to you the long line going across the center of the page. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is that depicting?
That is the driveway.
And I want to point out then you have a marking here that I've got my pointer on just underneath the driveway kind of section. Can you see that?
The circular one would be a pile of rocks that were there at the scene.
And then just to the right of the pile of rocks, I see that there's a double line. Can you describe to the jury what they're looking at here?
Those were tire tracks that were pointed out to me by the detective there, that he wanted those measured.
And were those flagged?
Yes.
And I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner. You can see there's like 3 little boxes down in the right-hand corner. What are we looking at here? What does that drawing depict?
One of them was a trailer, and the other one were some vehicles, if I remember right, that were just sitting there, and they had pointed out to have those just included in the drawing.
And right then above the vehicles, there's like a V shape. What is that?
That would have been one of my control points, so that's where I would have set up the tripod with the laser.
And there's a dot in the tire tracks. Can you describe to the jury what that dot is in the tire tracks?
That is where I was directed that the victim had been laying. There was a flag there, so I had measured that also.
That was also flagged for you by law enforcement?
Yes,
And I want to go to the square then at the end of the driveway. Is that the house?
yes.
And what is immediately to the right of the house where I have the red dot?
That was also a marked area where they said the van had been parked. And it was no longer there when I got there.
Somebody's telling him often for the truth.
I can rephrase the question.
Okay.
Was that section also marked for you by law enforcement?
Yes,
And you were also told to measure that location as well?
yes.
And did the tire tracks that were marked lead to that location?
The same general location, yes.
And I want to take your attention to the bottom line across the page, at the bottom of the page, going from the left-hand side to the right-hand side of the page. Does that depict anything in particular or just the property line?
Just, that was all fenced in. The whole area had been fenced in.
So wherever the outside border that we're looking at here, or is it just the rear and then the side?
Protection Foundation. How we know?
He was on site looking at a fence, Your Honor.
Overall, that.
Thank you.
Foundation's been laid.
So the line on the bottom, you said that was a fence?
Yes, yes,
The line on the right-hand side of the page, was that a fence?
yes.
And then were these lines fences or something else?
Those were fences also.
Okay. And you didn't mark any other tire tracks?
No,
And did you see any other tire tracks?
yes.
What other tire tracks did you see on scene?
I saw just other indentations in the soft ground that they did not mark anything. They said it was from fire equipment.
Protection.
They were not flagged.
They were not flagged, yes.
Yeah, sustain hearsay.
So you didn't mark any marks that were not flagged?
Correct.
I'm going to have you look at our next drawing. Look at the next drawing. And what are we looking at here?
The same drawing except blown up. It's in a larger scale, approximately 1 inch to 20 feet.
And this has all your dimensions on it as well?
Yes, the measurements from the house out, yes.
And you said some of the drawings have different scales. Is that correct? Like 1 inch equaled so many feet?
Right, as the diagram gets blown up, so the scale is blown up also.
And are those marked then on the drawings?
They were on the original ones. I do not see them on these.
So when you blow it up, what would 1 inch equal then on the blown up drawings?
They were to equal 1 inch equals 20 feet.
I'm going to go ahead and advance to the third picture. And what are we looking at here?
It's the same scale drawing except blown up even more. And it has measurements on it.
So this one you did the actual measurements from the house to the victim?
Correct.
And that's where the flags were that you marked?
Yes.
That were marked. I'm going to go to the next drawing, and what are we looking at here?
Same increased scale of the house and a distance to where the flags were marked.
So the distance of the 19 feet 3 inches, is that the distance between the van and the house?
I just object, Your Honor, the van wasn't present when he did this.
I'll overrule that objection for, overrule.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we're looking at 19 feet 3 inches?
Correct.
Were there any tire tracks that were flagged by the fence area?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
You look at that third picture that we were looking at, the enlarged one,
Yes,
see that? And it says victim, you see that?
yes.
Todd Stermer was not laying there when you did the measurements, correct?
No, he was not.
Okay. So you don't know the orientation of Todd Stermer.
This is what he was described as.
That's all based on what officers told you, correct?
Correct.
All right, you would have no firsthand knowledge of any orientation of Todd Stermer, correct? And you would have no firsthand knowledge of the van orientation from your firsthand knowledge, fair?
Only from the flags and the tire marks.
Only from the secondhand testimony or statements from the police officers as to which direction the van was facing, right?
Correct.
All right. I do notice that if we were, you correct me if I'm wrong, if we were curious as to the path Linda Stermer took before Todd Stermer was ever impacted, your diagrams don't help us, do they?
I don't follow you.
You were given points of reference with respect to the final resting spot of Todd Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Your documents don't show, were you aware at all that Todd Stermer was earlier in a different place
No,
and had been dragged by some neighbors by a boat to his final resting spot?
no.
So your drawings can't help us if we're curious about where was Todd Stermer initially, fair?
Fair. Correct.
Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization of testimony. He's testified that he went by the flags, and that's where the bodies were located from the flags.
He is
He's
testified.
categorizing it as to talk about where the body had been moved. There were no flags where the body was moved.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'll overrule it.
Thank you. You marked where there were flags, correct?
Correct.
And there were no flags, to your knowledge, of anything else except Todd Stermer's final resting spot, correct?
Correct.
So we're curious about where Todd Stermer,
That's a mischaracterization again. It's not Todd Stermer's final resting place. That's not what was flagged, and that's in from prior testimony and prior pictures that the place of the impact before the body was moved was flagged. in
is there an
some
objection
pictures.
coming, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'll allow you to address it with the witness and redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. As far as you know, this is the one and only spot where you were told Todd Stermer was, correct?
That's where it was marked.
And these tire tracks that we see don't show anything except from that point to the back, toward the back of the house, am I right?
That's the way it was marked, yes, sir.
Okay. And so there's nothing on your drawings that would help us show the path of travel of Linda Stermer and her van before you see these tire tracks, am I right?
It goes with the direction that the going down around the side of the house.
Before you were directed to this point where you first have the tire tracks, are we clear on this?
Yes,
Right. You don't have anything up above that to the east, am I right?
no,
Am I right?
yes,
Okay. So you can't tell us or help our jury with any path that Linda Stermer traveled before this point here, am I right?
correct.
Oh, by the way, you don't know what caused the fire, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not my specialty, sorry.
Let's cross-examine, just two questions. You don't know what caused the fire, fair?
Asked and answered, objection.
We didn't get an answer.
You can get the answer about, you can ask it once and then move on.
Do I? Nope.
And you don't know where the fire started in the house, right?
No.
1 second.
Did you meet law enforcement out there?
Yes,
And so you were directed to where to take measurements from? And you were then directed where the flags were placed
correct.
by the law enforcement that had attended and was out there?
Yes.
Do you recall who was out there with you?
Detective Lieutenant Stump. There was another officer out there, I don't remember his name, and then the fire marshal, Scott Leroy, was out there.
Thank you, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any follow-up?
What day would this have been? Was this the 8th?
This was the 8th. I think I was out there a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Thank you, nothing else.
Okay.
Irene, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of him? No? May he be excused from his subpoena,
I would
counsel?
ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Oh, I've got a question.
No?
Me thinking that the guy was gonna be gone. Well, he is almost gone. But I can't believe that we might have a jury.
Any objection, counsel?
Oh, come on, Judge, stop interrupting.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. You're all done? And I think I'll take that from you. Thank you.
I was just saying very quickly that we
Ms.
might have
Sagerveen,
a
you may
jury
call your
in
next
Lori
witness.
Valley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call David Hayhurst to the stand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and when settled, give us your full name, spell your last. And you're going to put that microphone right in front of your mouth so we can hear you.
Excuse me. My name is David Hayhurst. Last name is Hayhurst.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hayhurst, what is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Michigan Department of State Police, assigned to the Grand Rapids Forensic Laboratory in the Forensic Biology and DNA Unit. I'm also a member of our Grand Rapids Laboratory Crime Scene Response Team.
And how long have you been in that position?
I have been in this role for over 20 years now.
So you were in that role in January 7th of 2007.
That is correct. I'd had just over 2 years at that point.
And are there specific areas of expertise in the crime laboratory?
There are a number of different disciplines in which we perform testing. I'm a member of a few of those disciplines at our local laboratory.
What ones are you a member of?
So most of my time is spent in the forensic biology and DNA unit, more specifically as a DNA analyst. Although some small portion of my job duties is also occupied by my role in the crime scene response team from the Grand Rapids Laboratory, where we will respond to crime scenes and process for forensic evidence to bring back to the laboratory for testing.
And what type of training is required for this position?
For the role of forensic biology and DNA, we have an established training program. It's changed a little bit over the years, but by and large, it remains the same. My training for the biology portion of that is about 6 months to 9 months, and that's where I'm learning the policies, procedures in place to learn what types of testing are available. In forensic biology, we're trying to determine what type of biological material is present. Is it blood? Is it seminal fluid? Is it saliva? So there's a series of tests that we can do, and the training is specific to that. For my current role in the DNA unit, it's about 1.5 years up to 2 years of training in order to perform all of the different DNA functions. And then for crime scenes specifically, that's changed a little bit over the years, but my training involved an intensive 40-hour course of crime scene, learning a lot of different crime scene disciplines for collecting, and then a lot of on-the-job observation as a member of crime scene teams that are responding to different teams. And then as I've taken on new roles and added new responsibilities over that time, there have been some additional tasks that I've incorporated into that and additional training that goes with those tasks.
So how many crime scenes have you actually been out on and analyzed?
So best I can do is estimate. Let's say I go to about one a month. Typically they're larger scenes, but about one a month over that 20-year period, whatever that math works out to. Some years obviously more, some years less. It kind of depends on the nature of what's out and about there for us.
How many cases have you worked on where you were working with DNA and forensic biology?
Yeah, for forensic, first the screening portion, I would say less so today. Today I'm currently focused more on the DNA. As far as the screening, I might have done 3, 4, 5 cases a day throughout an entire year for the first 10 to 15 years of my career. So a number of different types of screening. For the DNA analysis, also kind of tough to give a good number there. We run cases in batches. Each batch might have 10 to 15 cases. I might run, let's say easy, a 1 batch per month, maybe 2 batches per month, multiply by the number of cases. So fair to say in each of those instances, hundreds to if not thousands of different cases over that 20-year period.
Have you been qualified as an expert?
Yes, I have.
And in what areas?
I have testified in the state of Michigan and in federal courts in the areas of forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and crime scene processing.
And you said several state courts, or?
I actually have testified in Michigan state courts, various counties across the state. And then I've also testified in federal court, both the Eastern and Western District of Michigan, and actually got to go to Indiana once and testified in Northern Indiana. So.
And as part of your preparation for this, did you provide me with your curriculum vitae?
Yes, I did.
And the curriculum vitae outlines your education, your training, and your occupation and positions. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. It's all of the various forms of additional training that I've added on after that initial training period.
Your Honor, I would move to admit People's Exhibit Number 9 into evidence at this time.
We'll stipulate, Your Honor. We'll stipulate.
Court will receive Exhibit 9, the CV.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would also move to admit Mr. Hayhurst as an expert in forensic biology and, DNA identification and forensic biology.
We'll stipulate to that too.
Okay, court will receive as an expert in forensic biology and DNA analysis.
In January of 2007, were you called to assist the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department with an investigation involving a Ford Ecoline van?
Yes, we were, and I was.
And were you present when it was searched on January 9th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall where that search was done?
The van was being secured upon our arrival at a location that was identified as Decatur Towing. It was in the town of Decatur, in the area of Decatur, Michigan, and it was secured upon our arrival.
And what is your original procedure then once you arrived?
Yeah, so specific for the crime scene processing, we were requested to analyze or to process the vehicle, process the van, and note any specific forensic value to it. Specifically, there was a focus on potential for biology or for blood stains that might be present, but our process is going to be the same. We arrive on scene and our initial steps are going to be a series of documentation. So documenting the current condition of the vehicle, that would involve note-taking, how many miles are on the vehicle, is there any noted damage, any observational type things. It will involve a series of photographs of the vehicle. So again, what's the current condition of the vehicle upon our arrival? And then after that initial documentation is completed, we'll kind of jump into the more discipline-specific aspects. So again, at that point is where we started looking a little more specifically for what potential biological evidence might be present on that vehicle.
So you've already alluded to it, but based on these original observations, were there any areas that you determined that could possibly be blood or DNA?
Yeah, so initially upon our arrival, the vehicle's on the ground in the garage, and even immediately across the front surfaces of the vehicle, there were visible red-brown stainings that looked characteristic of blood staining. And so that was kind of the first initial observation before we did anything. At that point, we actually took advantage of the garage that it was stored in had a vehicle lift, so we could put the vehicle up on the lift and hoist it so that we could get on the underside of the vehicle, where we again were looking to observe additional red-brown stains that were present on the underside of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 10. And there are 11 different photographs with little numbers at the bottom. If you could just flip through those and tell me if you recognize those photos, please.
Yes, People's Proposed Exhibit number 10 is a series of 10 photographs that appear to be photos that were taken during our processing of this vehicle. I can see some of the stickers that I applied during our processing and analysis. And these do appear to be fair and accurate photos of the vehicle upon the condition in which we were processing it.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 10 at this time.
No objection.
Permission to publish? Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you, and these pictures have a number in the lower right-hand corner. So this one has a number 1, so I'll make sure you're looking at the same. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here in picture number -1?
Yes, in People's Exhibit number 10, image number 1 is an image, and the coloring's a little tough here. This is kind of the advent of digital photography for us during processing. This is a view of the front surface of the vehicle itself. In the center of the image, there's a large white rectangle. That's a scale tag. It's a way for us to first of all put a scale in there. It's I believe a 1-inch scale, 2-inch segment here. Might be centimeters, excuse me. But it provides a scale that's present here. And then it also allows for the identification of this area. So handwritten in text on here is my handwritten text. I can see my initials are in the lower right of that, excuse me. So the bottom line of that text is handwritten. It has our laboratory number. It has the date that we processed this vehicle, so January 9th of 07 has my initials. And then just above the laboratory number on the left-hand side is an indication of L-1. And that to me is an indication that this is the first area that we identified, again, on the front surface of that vehicle.
So you're starting at the front vehicle with your sample?
That is correct. That numbering system began at the front. It's actually, there's not a wider picture. It's more, a little bit more on the driver's side of the front of the van, and it's that lower front bumper. The bottom portion of it would almost be that kind of plastic fascia that hangs below the metal bumper itself. But it's a view of that front leading surface of the van on that front bumper.
And is this, at this time, the van is on the lift?
It's tough to say at this point whether it's on the lift or on the ground. If it's got tags, I wouldn't be able to say. Based on this photo, I wouldn't be able to say if it was yet on the ground and I'm stooped taking a picture, or whether it's up on the lift and I'm, partially raised and I'm looking at it. I wouldn't be able to tell.
I'm going to advance then to the photograph of the number 2 at the bottom right corner. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Excuse me, yes. Image number 2 within People's Exhibit number 10 is a similar view. Again, the same tag is visible. It's a little different lighting condition of the bumper itself, but the same information on the tag, lab number, date, my initials, and identifies it as area L1. And again, the tag is above some of the visible staining that's present on the bumper itself.
And you said the staining then that you're looking at is below that tag?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough, again, the contrast in this photo, this is early digital photography for us. The red-brown staining is probably most prominently visible below the tag and slightly to the right. You can see there's a little bit of a red discoloration. Actually, it looks better on the monitor than the printout. Much better on the monitor, sorry. Yeah, that's correct. So there's some red-brown staining that's visible below the tag, slightly to the right. And in person, that staining actually is visible. It covers an area approximately 24 inches across the face of that bumper. It was heaviest in this area, but it does cover a little bit of a wider area across the front of the van. The front bumper of the van.
And I'm going to go then to photograph number 3.
Yeah, so photograph number 3, again, is a photograph of the underside of the vehicle at this point. So now the van is actually elevated, so it's easier for me to get underneath and see parts of it. What we actually see on the, again, you can see another one of my white tags. The color balance is a little tough on this one. Dark underside, bright white tag. It's a tough camera shot. But what we actually see in the photo on the right-hand side of the photo is the front driver's side tire. You can see the rounded portion. We catch just a little bit of it in the frame of the photo. The white sticker that I've placed is on, my car terminology is not real great. It's on the axle arm that will support that tire. And what we actually see is there's some red-brown staining on the leading edge of that arm that will support the tire itself. Again, driver's side, the front-facing portion is imaged here, and it has that red-brown staining that's present.
And I just want to be clear, the red-brown staining you are then discussing is then down and to the left of the sticker?
That is correct.
So
a lot of portions on the underside of this vehicle did show signs of rust, so it does kind of present a little bit of a challenge. But real specifically, the area you just identified, where you can see it's a little darker in its appearance, that would be the red-brown staining that we're looking at and we're focusing on here.
And I should have asked you sooner, when you have these white tags, does that signify then where you're taking samples from?
That is correct. So this tag actually would indicate that this is the area that we identified as LV2, and it's the second of the series of samples that we're going to collect from the underside of this vehicle.
And I'm going to advance now to photo number 4.
Yeah, photo number 4 is the next in the series of stains that we identified on the underside of this vehicle. Again, this is the leading face, or we're looking from front to back on the van, underside of the van. It's on the driver's side of the van, not the passenger side. And this is some kind of a protective box that's on the van, has been welded to protect some feature of the automotive component. But what we see is in the corner of this box, just below the white tag, is an area, again, of red-brown staining that was an area of focus. Again, that box had kind of a sharp, pointy corner to it, and that would be an area that appears to have captured some red-brown staining. This tag in this instance identifies this area as LV3.
And that would mean then the third sample you took.
That is correct.
And when you said the little point below the sticker, I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing. Is my pointer on the correct photo or correct point there?
Yes, that's correct. Again, that corner both stained up, over, and back a little bit, but right on that leading edge corner of that protective box.
And I'm going to go to photo number 5, and could you explain to the jury what this is?
Photo number 5 is again another image of that same area. It's that same protective box. We have a slightly different lighting quality to this photo, so perhaps it's a little easier to visualize. Again, this represents area LV3, again, the third stain that we've identified. And again, you can see that discoloration right on that corner of that protective box itself. Plenty of other rusty areas underneath the van, but we see there's a little bit of a change in the kind of the color, the intensity of that red that really piqued our interest. Instead of being rust elsewhere, this is the area of actual staining that we were focused on.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 6, and what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so photo number 6 is actually not too far. It's kind of adjacent to the box that we saw in the last photo. Photo number 6 is actually an image of the driver's side running board. The van had side step running boards. And this is actually an image from the underside looking towards the outside. So we're actually seeing the part that you wouldn't see if you're standing outside the van. You'd only see if you're standing below the van. And again, we see that there's this area of red-brown discoloration. This had a more like a silvery, almost like an aluminum type of an appearance. And so the red-brown staining is a little more visible in this. This is what we identified as area LV4. It would be the 4th area where we saw red-brown staining underneath the vehicle.
And you said this was also on the driver's side?
That is correct.
I'm going to advance now to photo number 7 in the bottom right corner. Can you explain what this is?
Yeah, again, this is very similar to the last view. Again, just a little bit of a tweak in the lighting or the imaging. You can see a slightly different appearance. Same LV4, same red-brown stain along the running board side of the vehicle. But again, we see this appearance of that staining that is present.
I'm going to advance now to photo number 8. Could you explain what this is?
Yeah, so photo number 8 is a little bit further back. Again, we're on the underside of the vehicle. We're on the driver's side still. This is the, again, here's my terminology is not great, the rear axle of the vehicle. This is the, we see that there's a cylinder shape that runs across the photo left to right. That's the portion of the back axle that is going to then support that rear tire. We see that there are several U-bolts that are kind of holding that vehicle to that axle. And as you look on the U-bolt itself and then on the axle that's next to it, we see that there is red-brown staining. In this image, it would be to the right. Again, my number tag is here, present, excuse me, LV5 in this instance. The staining is to the right of the tag and slightly below. And we see where it is on both the axle itself, so the wide cylinder portion that's going to support that, and then on the bolt that actually secures that axle to the underside of the vehicle. It's kind of a continuation of that red-brown staining on both of those surfaces.
So when you talk about the bolt, where is the bolt at?
Again, my terminology is not great. Those would be in the shape of a giant, each of those would be in the shape of a giant U that would support the axis. That's correct. So either side of my white tag is a big, like a U-shaped piece of metal that will then bolt that axle to the frame of the vehicle itself.
And you saw then some staining then on both sides of that?
Primarily on the right bolt, so primarily on the right side of the white number tag. But again, we see that it's on both that metal bolt and then on the axle itself, kind of a continuation across both of those surfaces.
And I'm going to advance now to number 9. And what are we looking at here?
Again, this will be that same area, stain we've identified as LV5. Again, slightly different lighting conditions here. But again, we see where there is red-brown staining. You know, the whole underside itself kind of has that rusty, kind of dirty appearance to it. But we see an area that's slightly more red-brown in appearance, and that's more consistent with the red-brown staining of blood staining. And so that's the area we focused on, and I would have collected from this surface.
And I'm going to advance then to the last photo, I believe photo 10.
Yeah, image number 10 from People's Exhibit number 10 is a image of the spare tire on this van. So on this vehicle, the spare tire is actually located on the exterior of the vehicle. On the underside, it's kind of suspended from the bottom of the back of the vehicle. And what we observed is you can kind of see the tread of the tire is pretty apparent through the center of this photo. I have a tag on here that's identified this as stain LV6. And it's actually this grouping or collection of stains that you can see on the tread of the tire. Again, the bottom surface of the tire is visible on the bottom portion of the vehicle, so imagine that hanging off the bottom side. And then you have tread that carries up vertically up into some of the protected recesses underneath that vehicle. And we actually see is there's red-brown staining towards the top of that tire tread, so nearest to the underside of the vehicle, further away from the ground itself, we see that staining continues up that vertical surface. And that portion that was collected from this LV6 is a portion of the red-brown staining that was visible on that tire itself.
And are we still then looking at just the driver's side?
Yeah, again, the tire is, because it's larger, it has a little bit more central location, but this surface that it's on, this portion of the tire, is more to the driver's side than it is to the passenger side. Again, consistent with the staining that we've seen from the front of the vehicle as it continues through the bottom side of the vehicle along the driver's half of the vehicle, and then this would be the end of that visible staining that's present.
So tell me if my question is confusing. If I were standing in the back of the van and looking towards the front of the van, were there any stains going that direction?
So it may be possible to visualize a small portion of these stains if you are standing in the back of the van and looking forward, but just the portions that kind of continue from the front-facing surfaces downward. By and large, most of the stains that were visualized were much more visible on the front-facing vertical surfaces of the van. Again, surfaces that I would expect to see if you were standing in the front looking back at different surfaces on the underside as compared to the reverse of standing behind and seeing them forward. Everything appeared to be on the front-facing surfaces, not on the rear-facing surfaces.
been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 11, and it sounds like we have a stipulation from defense to the admission at this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll receive People's 11.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm going to put it up on the screen for everyone to see. And is this your report?
That is correct. This is the laboratory report that our team generated in response to our crime scene response. It's a 3-page report, and it is a fair and accurate copy of our report.
And could you just give just kind of a general overview of what we're looking at in this report?
Yeah, so all of our reports begin with this kind of top header type information. Has our laboratory information at the very top, has some case specific information. It will bear our, in the upper left hand corner, it has our laboratory number. So all of our laboratory work under this incident will have the same laboratory number. And it has the submitting agency and their complaint number, so Van Buren County Sheriff's Department, and what complaint number they're carrying this under. And then beyond that, we detail some of the real basic portions of the report, are kind of the background in our crime scene response specific to this activity. So it begins with a basic information that is basically a retelling of how did we receive the request to come and respond. So it was actually received on the 8th of January, and we responded on the 9th of January. The response itself is detailed here, so this will list our personnel that were involved in going to the scene, where we actually arrived at, and when we responded. And then the next section begins at the bottom of the first page, and we'll carry on beyond that, is some of the details of the vehicle itself. So again, this is some of that initial documentation type information that we've collected specific to the van. It's a 1993 Ford Econoline Mark III van, has this license plate, this VIN number. Some basic descriptions of the van itself, and then we go into some of the actual observations that were made specific to the red-brown staining that is present here.
So if I go to page 2, we see that?
That continues under the top of page 2, again, kind of detailing some of these areas of red-brown staining that we've already characterized from the photos, kind of describes them in a little bit more detail. In the middle of page 2 is a chart. We always include this chart for any evidence that we've collected from any crime scene response we go to. So specific to this case, this chart lists the 6 items, LV1 through LV6, that were collected from this vehicle. It gives a brief description of where they were discovered from. In this case, they're all red-brown stains from the bottom side of this vehicle, front or the bottom side of this vehicle. Has what date, time it was collected, who it was collected by, and who took it back to the laboratory to submit it for analysis. And in this instance, all of those were collected by myself and then taken back to the lab for further processing by myself. And there's a couple of more specific notes about the documentation itself, just saying that I myself took some measurements of some of the different portions of the stains and their locations. One of my coworkers, another one of our responding members, took some photographs, so he would have taken the photographs that we've seen today. And then finally, a third member did some real basic sketches of the underside of the vehicle. And then the final page has the 3 signatures of there were 4 of us on the team that day. One was an analyst in training. So the 3 responsible parties who were there to make observations on that day are listed here. Kevin Streeter, Troy Ernst, and myself, David Hayhurst.
And I'm going to show you now what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 12. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 12 and number 13, if you could look at those.
People's Proposed Exhibits number 12 and 13, excuse me, are 2 additional laboratory reports that I generated based on laboratory testing or processing that was done again, back at our laboratory specific to this case.
So those are your reports, no changes or alterations?
That is correct. They are fair and accurate copies.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit People's Exhibits 12 and 13 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, court will receive People's 12 and 13.
Permission to
and they
publish. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 12. If you could just tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So again, this is a laboratory report that I generated specific to the same incident, same laboratory number. In this report, I am doing that initial biology testing in the laboratory or biology processing for those 6 samples that I collected from the vehicle itself. So you'll see that each of the 6 items is listed here as being an item of evidence that was received. Some of the items actually had some testing that I did in the laboratory. Items 1, 3, 5, and 6 are items that I did a little further testing in the laboratory. Items 2 and 4, I did not do any further testing at this time. They didn't end up being forwarded to DNA analysis because I selected other items instead. But it lists each of those items, LV1 through LV6. Specific to LV1, 3, 5, and 6, I performed the same test in the laboratory on each of these items, and in each of these instances, I had the same result. In immunological test that I have available to me, it's a specific test for a protein that is present in human blood. Is a test that I conducted, and in each of these 4 items, it was positive. It indicated the presence of human blood on item LV1, LV3, LV5, and LV6. So those 4 items, I cut a portion of the swab that I collected, and I prepared it in a DNA extraction tube so that it would be ready to go for the next step of DNA analysis testing. So that's the report. Basically, again, lists those 6 items, list that test result, and then list that I selected these 4 items to send forward for DNA analysis.
So the specific test result that you did is to determine that is human blood.
That's correct. On scene, I did a little early test to see if it was possibly blood or not on one of the 6 samples. Here, I wanted to follow up with a little stronger test. It's much more specific to human blood and not other types of blood or other things that can give us different results. So I wanted a little more specific test. And in each of these 4 instances, it did indicate that it was human blood.
So at this point, there's no DNA testing. It's just the presence of the human blood.
That's correct.
And then you said that you prepared it then for further testing?
That's correct. In each one of those samples, I collected it, originally on the scene, I collected the swab onto 2 cotton tip swabs. We wet them, I'll swab the blood, and it carries over to the swabs. In the laboratory here, I would have cut the cotton portion off of one of those swabs and placed it into a DNA extraction tube, and that's helpful for the DNA analyst because then everything's ready to go. They can just add their chemicals and go through their process. So I did that initial testing to see that it was human blood and then prepared it for that DNA analysis process.
And now I'm going to show you then People's Exhibit 13. And what are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit number 13 is another report that I generated on this same case. It actually, the work was done on the same day. It was just done later in the day. For People's Exhibit number 13, this is where I processed a DNA card was submitted from Todd Stermer. A DNA card is a card that's collected at autopsy. They will take blood at autopsy and they will spot it out onto a card so that blood is dried. And then I'll take a cutting or a portion of that and place it into a tube so that it's ready to go for DNA analysis. This is what's used as a known sample for this case. So the previous report, I sent 4 evidence samples forward, and now I have 1 known sample that will be used as a known profile from this individual and will be used to compare against the evidence samples that were submitted.
And so then you prepared those samples then with the known sample and then the unknown samples from the van, and then those particular samples go then for DNA analysis.
That's correct. They were prepared separately, so 4 evidence samples and then the 1 known, but all of those samples were then forwarded for DNA analysis. Each one's in its own separate tube, each one's sealed separately, and they're ready to be tested by our DNA analyst in this case.
And do you know who the DNA analyst that you forward these to was?
Yes, in this case, that analyst is Ann Hunt, who was a coworker of mine for many years, and she's the one who conducted the testing on this case. Pretty sure I was pretty close to being done with my DNA training at this point, but might not have been quite signed off yet. So these were handed over to an additional analyst for testing.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let me just make sure I understand some of what you did. Some of the photographs you showed a tire and some blood stains on the tire.
That's correct.
Red-brown stains on the tire, right?
That's correct, yes.
I just want to make sure we're clear. Those were on the spare tire underneath the van.
That is correct. The images that were shown here today with the red-brown staining on the tire, that is the spare tire, again, located on the undersurface of the vehicle, kind of suspended from the bottom side of the vehicle, and they were on that vertical edge, the tread portion of that tire.
Okay. There was nothing from the tread portion of the four tires, driver front, passenger front, driver rear, passenger rear, on the tread surface themselves, correct?
There was brown staining on the treads of all four tires, but it was brown like a mud brown. It was not a brown that would make me have cause to think that it could be red brown that would be more consistent with blood staining. It was much more like a muddy type of appearance.
Which, of course, you saw mud on the frame and mud on the tires, right?
That's correct.
All right. I noticed that, I want to make sure we are clear about this too. Your report indicates on page 2
of the scene report.
Of the scene report, right?
Yes.
Are you with me? Do you have
I
it?
don't have it in front of me, but it's the 3-page, People's 11.
Have you reviewed it? Your report
I have
before you
reviewed
came?
it,
All right, I just want to make sure I'm clear. No red-brown stains were noticed on any rearward-facing edges of any objects under undercarriage.
That's correct. Again, the staining that was visualized was more on the front-facing surfaces of the underside, not the rear-facing surfaces.
Which would suggest that when the source of the red-brown stains was struck, the van was going forward.
That would be the suggestion. Again, that would be one possible explanation, is as something is traveling under the van and depositing those stains, it would be traveling and hitting the front-facing surfaces, not the rear-facing surfaces. Again, I wouldn't go much beyond that, but it would be consistent with that appearance.
It's certainly most likely would be consistent with that.
That's correct, yes.
Right. There's nothing that suggested to you that the van was put in reverse and backed up over the source of those red-brown stains, fair?
That's correct. I have no indications of that.
Now, I notice on page 2 that you used a tape measure.
That is correct.
None of your photographs show anything in terms of dimensions of how far inboard these stains were.
That is correct.
Or, frankly, how high the stain was on that lower fascia, right?
So there is some notation in my notes that are not represented in the report, and that would be where I was using the tape measure to, again, measure size of those stains and distribution. I do have notation of that front-leading blood staining, if you'd like those measurements.
I just want to make sure we're clear. All the measurements were from the front fascia and below.
So the measurements that I have for that LV1, which is that front-facing stain, showed that the staining was approximately 24 inches wide at its widest and would go from the lower portion of that fascia, so the fascia would be up off the ground a bit, and continued approximately, I believe it's 5 inches upward from there. So
From the
however
underside.
high that is off the ground, that stain would be approximately 24 wide by approximately 5 inches high on the front surface of the vehicle.
Got it. Which would suggest that the source of the red-brown stain was lying prone on the ground when that source was struck.
I think we're speculating here. He's just talking about the measurements. That
He took measurements and found the blood,
I think-
or what he thinks is blood.
Maybe establish if this is even in his area of expertise.
Oh, I'm just gonna get right to there right now. You are a chemist, am I right?
I would characterize myself more as a biologist, but yes, I have some chemistry
I want to
experience.
insult you, sir. All right. As a biologist, you are certainly not an accident reconstructionist, right?
That is correct.
You have no specialty in biomechanics.
That is correct.
You have no specialty in injury causation.
I've had some training, but I would not characterize myself as a specialist in this.
And you certainly wouldn't offer an opinion as to injury causation in this case, fair?
That's correct, yes, that's
All right.
fair.
You are apparently not an expert in any type of body kinematics?
That's correct.
You, in terms of any injury causation forces that on impact, you would defer to somebody who was a biomechanics expert or an accident reconstruction person for those, right?
That is correct, yes.
Are you aware, sir, that the medical examiner in this case said the van impact had nothing to do with Todd Stermer's death?
I was,
Your Honor, I mean,
That's not in evidence, is it?
It is. Dr. Markey just
He only
testified.
testified what could be consistent. He didn't say, and then he said his cause of death was from the inhalation of the fire, but the injuries were then consistent with being hit by a van. So I think we're
The
miscalculating.
question, Your Honor,
Rephrase the question.
was you are not aware that the medical examiner said that the impact with the van had nothing to do with the injuries that caused Mr. Stermer's death.
Again, Your Honor,
I'm
I just
going to
think that
sustain that objection. I think it's a bit confusing.
You don't know the cause of this fire, do you?
I do not have any information related.
No information on where the fire started, am I right?
I do not have any information related to that.
Nothing more at this time. Thank you.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have questions of him? I definitely have hands going up.
Hello and welcome everybody to the night shift. Woo! Presented by GardenBot. Yeah. TCA is getting some well-earned rest, and I am taking over to do note-taking, basically. For Katia when she gets back. Oh, it's a long sidebar. Wow. Oh, my bad. Let's try this. Can you hear me now?
Questions from the jury, no objection from counsel. Did you test anything inside the driver's area for fluid or blood?
No, we did some basic observation on the interior of the vehicle, but there were no stains of interest, no areas that piqued our interest, so no additional testing was conducted inside the vehicle itself.
Is it ever positive, wait, is it ever possible, I'm getting better at this juror's handwriting, but is it ever possible where false positives occur in testing?
Yeah, certainly when we talk about the biological screening testing that is available to me, we have a number of different tests that are available. Some of them are potentially have more false positives than others. That's part of our training, is to learn to identify some of those scenarios. For example, the underside of a vehicle frequently has a lot of rust. And rust is known to cause issues with some of the testing that we do. So specific to this vehicle, I chose not to do that test on the rusty areas because of that. When we come in terms of the laboratory tests, or the test that I did in the laboratory, the immunological test, really the only known false positives there are known to be blood from, it'll react positive with blood from humans, It'll react positive with blood from upper primates, so orangutans, gorillas that might be running loose. And then finally, ferret blood. For whatever reason, that protein that's present in ferret blood can also give a false positive. That's why we kind of take those tests with a grain of salt and understand that the DNA analysis portion is really ultimately the best test that I have, and that will be truly a good gauge as to whether that's a human blood stain or not if we get a good DNA profile from that sample.
Thank you. And this, I think you answered this pretty much. Was the inside of the van checked for any blood or fluids?
Yeah, again, we did a very precursory look. We did examine the interior of the van. There were no stains of interest that required us to look a whole lot further, so no additional testing on the inside of the van.
Thank you. Council, any questions in light of the questions and answers? Other than where might be the orangutans that are on the loose?
So when you say you checked and there were no stains or areas of interest in the inside, did you also look at the steering wheel?
Yeah, and we looked at kind of the standard components of steering wheel, seats, flooring, all of the kind of immediate areas you would be in, definitely in the vicinity of whoever may have been driving that vehicle, but also through the middle and the rear portions of the vehicle, there was other kind of normal standard stuff that you have in your car. We observed kind of that stuff to make sure there was nothing that was large glaring stains that were present. And again, no observations were made within of any red dot stain within the interior of the vehicle.
And how about door handles, both interior and exterior?
Door handles, we would have examined too as a part of that process and didn't observe any stain that was present.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. You are trained to have a keen eye looking for these red-brown stains that might be blood.
That's right.
All right. So in your examination of the driver's side interior of the van, you didn't just stick your head in, I don't see anything, and leave.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
I don't mean to be facetious, but you're a scientist.
That's correct.
All right. So you didn't find anything on the driver's side inside, am I right?
That is correct.
You didn't find anything that piqued your interest on the passenger side.
On the interior of the vehicle,
Inside.
no, that's correct.
You didn't find anything in the rear on all that stuff.
That's
that
correct.
piqued your interest, and had anything piqued your interest, you would have taken a sample.
I would have at least followed up with some kind of testing at the scene and potentially collect a sample, and I did not in this case.
Thank you.
Ms. Ida-Reed?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any other questions? No questions? May he be excused from subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that he please be excused, Your Honor.
Agreed, Mr. Mueller?
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You're all
Thank you.
done. Sir, do you mind handing me those exhibits? Thank you. Okay, we'll take our afternoon break at this time, jury. About 15 minutes again. Remember the rules.
Now I have to talk. Yeah, she said that. I want to say she says that a lot. She does. What was I going to say? Well, that was an interesting point that he made, that ferret blood can make a false positive. More knowledgeable because of this witness. And then I missed that off. Don't let TCA you say that. She'd get jealous. She's mad jealous. Oh, it's
Two lab personnel downstairs that I'd really like to try to get done today. So we have Ann Hunt, who is going to do the DNA analysis testifying, and then we have Troy Ernst. And so those would be the last two witnesses for the day. So I just wanted to inform the court of where we were at.
Okay, we put, I think I have a hearing at 4:45. Yeah. We have a 4:30 hearing.
Hunt and Troy Ernst.
We have a 4:30 hearing, but we're going to tell them 4:45, so hopefully we can.
We should wrap those two.
Yeah, I think that's a realistic goal, depending on defense. So I just learned with the court that I was just going to try to get those two people in, and if we can do that, then everybody else I can shift, and so we'll be on track.
Okay. Efficiency is the key
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
success. Thank you.
Oh, TC has been talking to me too much. And apparently it's still not working. Yeah, it's not working, love. Oh. It's working now. Like, it hardly registers on the little box that TCA has across here. But apparently I can be heard. And I can hear myself. Yay. Yes, I agree. There is no such thing as too much TCA. Right, I've got to find things to talk about now. Why does it have to be a break just when I come on? Okay. Right. It might be to do with the fact that I talk very quietly. Oh. I've turned it up, so that might help. One of the joys of life. Yeah, it's a bit annoying because I've had a particularly boring day, so. Yeah, that's why I have to keep turning the mic up, because TC is just. So, my day consisted of window cleaning, then it went on to gardening. I only do one window cleaning job. It's at a factory, and so they asked me to do all the lower windows. And no word of a lie, every year they splatter paint all over the windows. So then I have to get this like miniature cheapy pound scraper thing. And I've got to scrape all the windows before I've got to clean them. So not a particularly very glamorous job. So yeah. Just TC is strangling me for no apparent reason. Yes, so apparently I've got to get close to the mic, which chops the top of my head off. Pardon me. You want to weed? That's such an odd saying, Pickles. Oof. Having to weed. Especially since, like, things will be starting to come into seed, so probably would be recommended just to get all the little ones out. I found that the best time to weed is right before the grass starts to grow. I would love to share. Yes, of course, because I would want some too. Yeah, I get it. What else did I do today? When I had after the window cleaning took me 3 hours of scraping and cleaning. Then it was I had 4 lawn jobs where I cut the grass, trim, and then spray weed killer. I have an odd customer as well that tends to talk to me every time I come around. Okay, we're going to Missouri, apparently. What chores, TCA? What chores? Ooh. What do you mean redoing a factory? Do you mean wind cleaning, or do you mean just repurposing it? Mm, my brain is trying to catch up. Oh, like rebuilding it. Yeah, it's a very odd factory that is probably 1970s. It's quite old. All the fittings are wooden windows. So as you can imagine, they need painting every year. Nuts. It has an odd smell to it because it makes plastic moldings of electrical units for factories. So a little bit fascinating. Yeah, get yourself a leaf blower, Paula, and get those leaves out the weeds. Yeah. Yeah, and then I had a disabled woman's house to do, so she tends to like to talk a lot. Especially about the window cleaners that keep avoiding her for some odd reason. I wonder why. What else? That's about it, I think. But did it? Oh, and then when I got home, I had invoices to type up, customers to text, and then I thought the house looks a bit of a tip, so I need to just do some chores. I'm sure TCA was thinking about doing them Wednesday or Thursday, but we'll just have to see. Yeah, it does. TCA is more interesting. But I do feel for her because she has a lot wrong with her, and she finds it difficult to get in and out of the house. So she has a lot going on. TCA is just more fascinating, generally. Ooh, the shot changed just a little bit. Yeah. TCA just likes to do naughty things all the time, like nick my custard tart this morning. I was not happy. No. When you nick my custard tart, it's just no. No. David Beckham has a mistress? Ooh, Pickles, I wish you would share. But I understand you can't share links. Yes, Pickles. Do tell. I'll have to find out how Katya does the the phone calls in. I need to learn how to do that. Yeah, that sounds juicy. Pickles is our top reporter. Something else interesting. Oh, and I also went to the post office today to send a package to one of our lovely customers. and it took me, no word of a lie, 40 minutes in the post office to deliver one package. I had a line 7 people long behind me in the post office. 40 minutes I was in. Just driving me mental. I need to stop like going into the post office because I make everything complicated. The people in the post office see me coming and they just want to hide. It's April Fool's after all. What is that about the Beckham report? Oh no, I wasn't waiting in line. I was the one causing the line. So he was me trying to fill out someone's information. And she couldn't type it in the computer properly. And it took 40 minutes. And that is why people hit me when I go in. Share this with Lois in chat. Okay. Now I gotta think of how to do that. Yes. Everybody will disappear. So in England, we have. Oh, thank you. Thank you, TCA. Oh, that's horrible. So in the UK, there used to be post office shops dotted around UK. But instead now, what they've done is they've put post offices in regular shops, like the corner shops. She's going to sleep eventually, definitely. So they put the post offices in these little corner shops. Now, the people in those corner shops aren't really trained properly to do post office work. So oftentimes they're learning how to do the job, pardon me, as customers come in. So they absolutely dread me coming in. She tries to have sweet dreams, Pickles. She has nightmares of me snoring. So I've had a very full day. Not happy that I've like waited 40 minutes in the post office though. That is just plain ridiculous. Yes, my sleepwalking is pretty bad. It's a what? Oh, nasty nightbot. Need to find some juicy news. I need to look at the news more often. I need to do something special for you, Paula. Yeah, it costs me an absolute arm and a leg. You know how in America you guys get parcels or things sent for like, how much is it, 1 cent or something? The equivalent over here is we get stuff sent for about 7 cents. She goes to sleep when she she wants to, or when she knocks herself out. How much is it to send stuff? Wow, it's like the tiniest of parcels that we send, and it still costs us about. Actually, it's probably 6 cents. And that's just for like second class. That's not for like tracked or first class. Right, I was going to have a quick flick, see what the news was. I haven't looked at the news in a while. So how much is it to send stuff over in America? Somebody was telling me how much it was the other day. And I was just like mind blown at how cheap it was. Oh, we're back on, I think. The judge is starting to get her tissues out because she knows she's going to cry. Good night, TCA. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, so that's a letter. I think it's not much to send a letter. But if there's something in the letter, you have to declare it on a import.
Ms. Siderbean, you may call your next witness.
Call Ann Hunt to the stand.
You can come on up. Do you want to put your book down or not? Either way. Thank you. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And once you are settled in, I'll have you tell us your full name and spell the last, please. And you can move the microphone right near your mouth so the jury can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Ann Hunt, H-U-N-T.
Ms. Siderbean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hunt, what's your current occupation?
I am a retired forensic scientist from the Michigan State Police Forensic Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Michigan State Police?
I began my career with the Michigan State Police in 1987, and I retired in 2021.
So you were with them that entire time?
I was.
And what was did you have different positions or just the one position?
Initially, I was a serologist, which I was a forensic scientist that analyzed blood and other body fluids. And in 1999, we began DNA analysis at the Grand Rapids Laboratory, and I performed DNA analysis for the remainder of my career.
And you said, so your duties and responsibilities then were for the testing of DNA?
Most of them. I did continue to do serology testing throughout my career as well.
So what would you say are your specific areas of expertise?
I've been qualified as an expert in the fields of serology and DNA analysis.
And what is your formal education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Michigan Technological University in Houghton, Michigan. I worked as a medical technologist in a hospital laboratory for 4 years, and then I became employed with the Michigan State Police, where I've completed internship, continuing education, and other training through the Michigan State Police and external agencies.
Can Can you give the jury an idea of how many cases you've worked on for DNA analysis?
When I retired, I had worked over 10,000 cases. Those were both serology and DNA. In the field of DNA alone, I would estimate I worked probably 4,000 cases with tens of thousands of samples involved in those cases.
And have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
How many different counties have you been in testifying?
We cover the whole west side of the state of Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. I've testified in, I would say, 25 counties throughout the state of Michigan. I've also testified in Indiana in federal cases as well.
And in those cases that you testified, you were then admitted as an expert?
I have been, yes.
And as part of your preparation for today, did you give me your current curriculum vitae?
I did.
And this has all your training, education, and experience on it?
That's correct.
I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach? I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 14. Do you recognize that?
I believe I gave you a corrected version because I have till the present and I'm not working anymore from 2021.
I'm going to show you the corrected CV with a different front page. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. People's Exhibit 14 is a copy of my curriculum vitae, which lists my work experience, registrations in societies, my education, and it compiles the list of training and continuing education I participated in throughout my career.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 14 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? Court will receive Exhibit 14.
And we'd also move to admit Ms. Hunt as an expert in serology and DNA analysis.
No objection.
We'll receive her testimony as an expert in those areas.
I'm going to start with just kind of the basics of when you receive a sample for analysis. Can you walk the jury through kind of what you first do when you receive it?
Usually if it's for serology, an agency will bring in samples that they want analyzed for DNA. Those are logged into the front office desk with a specific laboratory number assigned to that complaint number from the agency. That lab number follows through for the entirety of the case. The evidence is placed in a cold storage vault until which time it is analyzed for serology. If samples are prepared for DNA analysis, those samples are placed in frozen storage until which time a DNA analyst would remove those samples from frozen storage to begin the DNA procedure.
And I think you've alluded to it a little bit, but what steps are taken to ensure the integrity of that evidence?
The integrity of the evidence, first it's brought into the laboratory in a sealed condition so that it would be evident if anything was tampered with. Then it is placed in cold storage to preserve the evidence. As far as during the actual analysis, we take steps to ensure that there's no contamination of any of the samples. We would wear gloves, gowns, masks, clean our tools in between each sample, clean the bench tops between each sample so that all the evidence is preserved in its condition. The evidence is only taken out one item at a time and processed, and the knowns are never processed before any evidentiary samples so as not to cross-contaminate a known sample with an evidence sample.
What are population frequencies?
Population frequencies are estimates of the frequency of how common a type, in the field of DNA, we call them alleles, how common those types would be in the population.
So is it how common that particular sample type would be?
Since alleles or the types are genetically inherited, we have population databases that would give the frequency of how often those types are seen in the population. And when we are performing DNA analysis and giving a statistical estimate relating to those populations, we can do a calculation to see how common the profile of a whole would be in the population.
And then how are those estimates calculated?
There's mathematical calculations for the population frequencies and the overall frequency. We actually would have a database with the frequencies of those alleles that we put into a computer program to calculate it for us.
And can you explain then what type of testing is done on a DNA sample then for, what type of testing do you do for your results?
Related to DNA?
Yes.
DNA is a procedure where we are looking at different areas of the DNA molecule that show high variability in the population. With the exception of identical twins, everybody's DNA is different. And most of a human's DNA, approximately 99.5% of their DNA is all similar in humans, but there is that variability of about 0.5% of the DNA that shows that variability. So we target those areas to look at on the DNA molecules so that we can determine if an individual could or could not have contributed to a particular evidence sample.
And at some point, did you receive evidence relating to Mr. Todd Stermer's DNA?
I did.
And what type of evidence did you receive?
I received a cutting identified as Todd Stermer. It was a cutting of a blood stain in an extraction tube that I performed DNA analysis on.
And did you receive any other samples to use as a comparison?
The known from Todd Stermer was used as a comparison to 4 evidentiary samples that I developed DNA profiles from.
So you had 4 unknowns and then you had the 1 known?
That's correct.
And what type of testing then did you perform on those unknown samples and the known sample?
I performed DNA testing. We perform what's called short tandem repeat testing, which is, as I described, there's regions that are variable in the population. And at that time, we were looking at 13 different areas of the DNA molecule that showed that variation. I performed testing on those evidentiary samples, and then I also performed testing subsequently on the known sample of Todd Stermer and did a comparison of the evidentiary samples to the known sample of Todd Stermer and based my conclusions on those results.
And as part of your testing, did you provide the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department with your laboratory report with your findings?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to show you People's Proposed Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize this?
People's Proposed Exhibit 15 is a copy of my laboratory report, which I prepared. It lists the laboratory number assigned to the case and the agency information. It also lists the evidence and the known sample that I received.
I'm going to stop you there. Has that been altered or changed in any way since you reviewed it?
No.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 15 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Court will receive 15.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to put up now page 1 of your lab report, and I'm going to have you just describe to the jury then what we're looking at on page 1. And for the record, the report is 2 pages.
Yes. At the very top of the page 1 is the laboratory number, the investigating officer, the agency complaint number, our record number, date and time it was received in the laboratory, and the date that the report was completed. It lists nature of the offense, as what file class the evidence came in under. List the victim's name as Stermer, Todd Joseph. And then I have evidence received, which are assigned a specific item number. 30196-07-7AD is a known reference sample from Todd Stermer. 30196-07-7-BD was identified to me as LV1 bumper fascia. 30196-07-7-CD was identified as LV-3 metal box on underside. 30196-07-7-DD was identified to me as item LV-5 driver's side U-bolts, and 30196-07-7-ED was identified to me as item LV-6 spare tire.
And then is the next section the results of your examination?
The results of examination lists that I extracted the DNA and used what's called polymerase chain reaction to look at those specific areas of the DNA molecule as they're listed on the results of the examination.
And then were you able to form a conclusion based on your examination?
Yes, I was.
And that conclusion is listed on there as well?
Yes.
And could you then state for the jury what your conclusion was with regard to these samples?
I determined that the DNA profile from the evidentiary samples, 7BD, 7CD, 7DD, and 7ED, that is the bumper fascia, the metal box on the underside, the driver's side U-bolts, and the spare tire. The DNA profile from those evidentiary samples matched the DNA profile obtained from the known sample of Todd Stermer.
I'm going to go to page 2. Could you go through this section and what this means for the jury?
On page 2, I reported all population statistics. Anytime there's association made, a probative association made, we provide a population statistic, which will put a weight to the match or the inclusion of those samples. So in this case, I did a population statistic for the 4 evidentiary samples I received. The way we report it out is the probability of selecting an unrelated individual, unrelated to Todd Stermer, that would match those samples for the Caucasian database would be 1 in 13.7 quadrillion. For the African American database, 1 in 1.1 quintillion, and for Hispanics, 1 in 214.6 quadrillion.
So just to simplify that a little bit, if I just focus on the Caucasian equation there, it's 1 in 13.7 quadrillion?
Correct.
And that would be then to say that the individual would have that chance of matching Todd's DNA as a Caucasian?
It's not saying that there is one person in 13.7 quadrillion. It's saying that the probability of selecting an unrelated individual out of the population that would match those DNA profiles from the evidentiary samples would be 1 in 13.7 quadrillion.
And so I have a hard time imagining what quadrillion is. Could you tell me that's a 1 with how many zeros after it?
1 quadrillion would be 15 zeros.
And so here we're looking at 13.7 quadrillion.
So it would be 137 and 14 zeros.
After that. And so based on the population statistics and your analysis and your examination, that led to your conclusion that those 4 samples, unknown samples, matched the known sample of Todd Stermer.
That's correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, we would have agreed that that was Todd Stermer's DNA. All they had to do was ask. So I don't have.
Your Honor, I object.
I do have one question, 2 questions.
Just continue the commentary, please.
I will.
Okay. And you have a question for the witness?
I do.
Thank you.
Do you know what caused the fire?
I do not.
Do you know where the fire started in the house?
I do not.
Thank you.
Okay. Jury, do you have any questions of her? No? Thank you. May she be excused from her subpoena, counsel?
I ask that she please be excused, Your Honor.
You may be excused, Your Honor.
Okay.
So-
Thank you. I'll take your, the exhibit that's up there. Thank you. Ms. Zagorby, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Troy Ernst to the stand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you get settled in, we'll have you move the microphone right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you, and tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Troy Ernst, E-R-N-S-T.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ernst, what is your current occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police in the Grand Rapids Forensic Laboratory
And how long have you been in that position?
for 26 years.
And what duties have you been assigned to in that position?
I'm a forensic scientist in the Trace Evidence Unit. As part of that, I receive evidence involved in criminal investigations, analyze the evidence, write reports, and when called upon, testify to those results.
Does trace evidence include evidence pertaining to fires?
Yes, fire debris or ignitable liquid residue testing.
So that's all part of trace evidence.
It is.
What type of education do you have for this position?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Michigan State University, also a master's degree in criminal justice with a specialization in forensic science, also from Michigan State.
What type of training then do you need on top of your formal education?
The training that I've received has been mostly on-the-job training, training under senior analysts in the different examinations that I perform, and also external training going for either a single day or up to a week-long training on the different instruments that I use and the different types of evidence I analyze.
And then how long have you worked in trace evidence unit?
26 years.
26 years. And have you been qualified as an expert in trace evidence and in fire scene analysis in courts before?
Not fire scene, but fire debris analysis. Yes.
Fire debris analysis?
Yes.
Do you know how many times you've been qualified as an expert in those areas?
17 in fire debris.
17 in what?
In fire debris analysis.
In fire debris? And then how about the trace evidence unit umbrella? The same number or a different number?
Overall, I've been an expert witness 75 times.
Do you recall what courts or what counties?
Around the state of Michigan and even in a couple of other states, including in this county.
And as part of preparation for this testimony, did you give me your current curriculum vitae?
I did.
And does it list out all your education, your training, your position, and various sorts of instructions and things that you've given in your career?
Yes, it does.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a copy of my CV.
And it's in the same condition as when you gave it to me, no alterations.
I don't see any alterations.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 16 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Miller? Okay, court will receive Exhibit 16, CV.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit Mr. Ernst as a expert in fire debris analysis and in trace evidence.
No objection.
Court will receive his testimony as an expert in fire debris analysis and trace evidence.
Were you part of the team that investigated with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department a fire that occurred in January of 2007?
Yes.
Were you present when the van was searched on January 9th of 2007?
I was.
And what was your role then with the van?
As I recall, my role was mostly photography.
So you basically just took pictures of the van at that point?
That's what I recall my role being, yes.
Did you also have the opportunity to analyze items submitted to you by Sergeant Leroy from MSP's Fire Marshal Division as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of items those were?
Mostly these were clothing items, and then there was a gasoline can.
So clothing and gasoline can. Do you know how many items?
There were 11 items.
And could you explain to the jury then how numbers are assigned to those?
The way we assigned numbers back then was we typically used the agency who submitted the evidence would have numbers on them, and we would use their numbers.
Marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 17. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 17. Do you recognize this item?
It looks like what is marked as my item number 1.
And do you recall what your item number 1 would have been generically titled?
May I refer to my notes?
Would that help refresh your memory?
It would.
Yes. If you could just look at your report and then look up.
Generically, it was gray sweatpants.
And next one. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 18. And do you recognize that item?
Based on the markings, this is my item number 2.
And what is that generic description?
It's a red gas can.
And Your Honor, may the record be clear, there's 2 exhibit stickers. One is dated from many years ago, one is dated for today. I didn't want to tamper with the evidence in any way.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit number 3. And you recognize this item.
This is what I label as my item number 3.
And generically, what is that labeled as?
Sweater from Linda. Sweater, pants, socks from Linda.
That actually was admitted already as People's Exhibit number 3. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as, or excuse me, what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my item number 4.
Your item number 4?
Yes,
And what is the generic description on that?
a tan coat.
Tan coat. Tan coat. I'm going to show you then what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 20. And do you recognize this item?
I can see that I have my initials on here. I don't see any other tags of mine on here right now.
Sorry, did you say you can't identify it?
I recognize my initials are inside of the package, but I don't have any of my item number showing right now on this package.
If we opened the package, would you be able to read it?
Possibly, yes.
I'm going to take it back from you. And have the deputy, just for the record to be clear, I'll have the deputy then open the sealed package. I'm going to give you a pair of gloves as well. And if you can take that out and see if you can read any of the markings and identify it with anything.
Yes, on this I see it's my item number 5.
And what is that the generic name for?
It's a red sweatshirt.
And Your Honor, just not so I don't confuse the record, I'm going to go ahead and ask the court to admit these, and then I'll continue. So people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 19, number 18, number 17, and number 20 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? No? No objection?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Receive those into evidence.
Sorry, I'm going to keep my name up for my I'm going to show you what's been marked then as People's Proposed Exhibit number 21. And you recognize this item?
Yes, my item number is 6 on this one. And it is shirt and towels.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit 21 into evidence at this time.
Any objection or
I'm
Mr.?
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, no objection.
No objection, okay. We'll receive 21.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 22, People's Exhibit 22, brown shirt. Do you recognize this item?
This one is my item number 7. And it is a brown shirt.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 22 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, court will receive Exhibit 22.
I'm going to show you then Exhibit number 25, and if you could identify that.
This is my item number 8. And it's a metal paint can labeled as Todd Stermer's underwear.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 23 into evidence at this time.
23, did you say?
23.
Or 25, you said before.
I have 25.
But I don't have a 23. Yeah, you said 25, but I think you're at 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's 23. I
Okay.
apologize.
So any objection to 23?
No, Your Honor, in fact, we'll stipulate to save some time to 9, 10, and 11.
Thank you.
Okay. Court will receive 23.
I have 24, 25, and 26. And then what are these then on your report? So 24 would be,
My item number 9.
and 25 would be your,
Item 10.
and I have here, oh, these go together, so this would be item 26. I'm sorry, People's Proposed Exhibit number 26. What item is that of yours?
I'm unable to see any markings of mine on this, so I can't tell you right now.
Do you believe if I opened it up, you'd be able to find them?
If this came into me, then yes.
Oh, actually, could they be on this container, on the container that goes with it?
This was my item number 11.
So these, all these items then were given to you for analysis, is that correct?
Assuming that this used to be in here, then yes.
And when you receive items that have potential ignitable liquids, is it common to package them in paint cans?
Paint cans is one of the acceptable ways to package them, yes.
And what are the other ways then that are acceptable to package them in?
Nylon bags is the other most common way that we receive them, and then you can package them in a glass jar if it's sealed well.
And because there are still a few sealed gas cans, I'm going to remove some of these items then from your area. And I'm going to have the detective actually open up those paint cans just so that we can be sure what is in those paint cans. I believe we have 1, 2, 3 paint cans there. So may the record reflect that I'm going to have the detective open up the paint cans for 24, People's Exhibit 24, People's Exhibit number 25, and I believe the one that goes with it. So I'm just going to have them open up the 2 paint cans. Yes, they were. I think he stipulated to admitting all of them.
Thank you.
So 24.
And you don't have to remove anything. If you just want to tell me what is in that paint can.
It looks like a rolled up sock is in this one.
And then I'll have you do the other one as well.
This one also looks like a sock.
Another rolled up sock.
Yes.
So you received these 11 items then for analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell me then what type of testing you did on these 11 items?
The testing that I perform on this, I extract the ignitable liquid residues, and then I use gas chromatography mass spectrometry to separate and then detect what compounds are present in those materials.
So it gives you a sort of a printout then when you actually then are conducting this test?
What it does is, as this mixture of compounds goes through the GC, the gas chromatograph, it separates into compounds, and it takes some compounds longer to get through than others. And so at the end, I end up with what's called a chromatogram of several different peaks on a printout, yes.
And then you analyze those peaks on that printout?
I compare those to reference ignitable liquids that I've also collected using the same method.
And after you did the testing on these 11 items, were you able to then form an opinion with regard to the analysis?
Yes, I was.
And did you give me a lab report then detailing out all 11 items in your findings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 27.
We object, Your Honor. Under MRE 703 for the same reason we talked about last week. Underlying data and facts and it shall be in evidence under 703. Unless it's in evidence, you can't opine.
Your Honor, he has actually provided it to defense counsel, and I believe he has copies as well of all the printouts.
With him?
The rule says it shall be in evidence.
Or it can come into evidence later at the court's discretion. So do you intend to introduce it, or can you
I can, Your
introduce it?
Honor. Do you have copies of all those printouts?
I do.
Yes. And that they were actually used for your analysis then of the results.
Correct.
And how many pages is that?
May I refer to it?
Yes.
Without counting, it's that thick.
And may I take a copy of those?
You may.
I'll allow you to keep questioning, and then we can introduce that. I assume there's no objection to its introduction, Mr. Mueller?
Your Honor, I don't know that there's been a foundation laid as to what those charts are and what they represent. If she lays that foundation, then I don't think there'd be an objection. But all this is just pages of paper until he explains it. And how he got,
I believe he's already talked about.
His opinions.
He's already talked about the gas chromatography that he's already done and the printouts and how he uses it for his analysis, but I'm happy to go into, have more discussion or further detail or testimony about it.
I think enough of a foundation's been made, so once we get it, you can introduce it then.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll go ahead and mark his graphs then as item number 28.
So guys, what do you think the sock was for? A sock in a paint can, and two of them.
I'm going to give you your copy back. You've received a copy from MSD. Would you like another?
I'll put it marked up. Well, we don't need to do it now.
Yes, he already has been provided copies. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you then what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 28. And can you just tell the court what those are?
These are the chromatograms and comparisons that were printed out as part of the evaluation of what ignitable liquids may be present in the samples that were submitted to me.
So this is after you've run all 11 items. These are the graphs that are printed from your analysis.
Correct.
And then you use these graphs to then interpret this data and make your findings.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit number 28 into evidence at this time.
Your objection's noted. Any other objection, Mr. Mueller?
None,
Okay.
what's already been noted.
Thank you. Court receives Exhibit 28 into evidence.
So based on Exhibit 28, with your data, were you able then to form an opinion with regard to analysis of these 11 items?
Yes.
And did you then put that into a report detailing out your findings for all 11 items?
I did.
I think I've already showed defense counsel. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 27. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of my lab report for this case.
And Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 27 into evidence at this time.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. I believe there are MS charts as well. And if he has those, then we wouldn't have a problem. That's at least what we learned from the last witness, who was a chemist like Mr. Ernst.
Objections noted. I'll overrule it. I think sufficient foundation's been laid. So you may admit 27.
27, thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm going to put this in front of you so you can actually read it while I put it up on the screen. So is this page one then of your report? Is there just one page?
I believe there's just one page to this
Just
report.
one page?
Yes.
So we have the report then displayed. Can you just start at the top and go through then your findings with these 11 items?
Do you want me to start with the results?
However is easiest for you.
Okay. The larger block on this page is evidence received, and that just details what I received from the agency. Below that are the results, and what it states is gas chromatographic mass spectrometric analysis of items 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, and 11 showed the presence of gasoline.
And I'm going to stop you there. Can you go through what each of those items are generically called?
Item 1 is gray sweatpants. Item 2, 1 gallon red plastic gasoline can. Item 8, underwear. Item 9, left sock. Item 10, right sock. And item 11, shirt.
And those are the items that tested positive for what?
For gasoline.
For gasoline. And then now if you want to continue then with your other analysis.
GCMS analysis of items 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 did not show the presence of any identifiable liquid petroleum products.
And just, can you run through briefly then what the generic descriptions of those items are?
Item 3 was the sweater, pants, socks of Linda Stermer. 4 was the tan coat. 5 was the red sweatshirt. 6 was the blue shirt and white towel. And item 7 was brown shirt.
So I want to ask you a little bit about the testing for gasoline versus other types of oils, fuel oils. Does gasoline show particular characteristics that would be separate from, say, a fuel oil, lamp oil, or a kerosene oil?
Yes, those are all different categories of ignitable liquids. Gasoline has a wide range of types of compounds in it, and it includes classes such as alkanes and aromatics, and naphthalines. Fuel oil, that's typically a petroleum distillate, so that's a different class of chemicals that comprises that material. Lamp oil can be a petroleum distillate, it can be a naphthenic paraffinic, it can be a normal alkane. And so those are, again, are different classes of ignitable liquids that we have references for and we can compare to, but gasoline is different from all of those.
So I just want to talk a little bit about, are you familiar with the types of fuel oil that are used in furnaces?
I don't know, I would want to have a sample to test to find out what it is, but off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to speculate.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about, were you aware that there were certain items that were placed into a body bag in this case that you tested?
Yes, I did hear that.
And do you recall or know what items were placed in the body bag?
My understanding was items 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1.
So 8, 9, 10, 11, and 1. Can you give me the generic descriptions?
Underwear, left sock, right sock, shirt, and gray sweatpants.
And so were you able to then distinguish, and I guess I'm going to ask you in layperson's terms, the density of the amount of gasoline on those items, and if it would have been possible to transfer gasoline from one item to another?
Quantifying the amount of ignitable liquid present is not something that I am capable of doing with the tests that we do. So to that part, no, I can't quantify that. Could you repeat the second part of that question?
Can you talk to the jury about, if, since these items may have been placed together, what would be the opportunity to have one item then transfer gasoline onto another item?
If they're all packaged together and there's not good airflow that can escape, then under the conditions such as room temperature, sealed up fairly well, I would expect that any gas on one item would be able to transfer through the air to another, or if it has liquid present, then it can directly, through touch, transfer gasoline from one sample to another. The longer you would have it sealed together, the more likely there could be transfer among those different items.
Was there any difference in the testing that you saw on your graphs between the shirt and the socks and underwear?
May I refer to my notes?
Would that help refresh your memory?
It would.
Yes. And actually, I do think I have some of your graphs in a short form from an email that you sent me, if that helps refresh your memory as well.
Depending on which email that or which graphs those are, it may.
Take a look at this. The graphs that you sent to me.
And those are reference gasoline samples, those aren't the item samples, so that doesn't answer this particular question.
I understand, okay. So the particular graphs that I have here are just the generic?
Yes, those are reference gasoline samples that I've collected to be able to compare to fire debris samples.
How were the generic gasoline tables that you provided to me, how were those used in this analysis of these items?
When we receive things and we test them for ignitable liquids, and we compare them to reference ignitable liquids that we've collected, we don't just compare them to the fresh gasoline, for instance, but we also take that fresh gasoline and evaporate it to different volumes. So you can have 50% evaporated gasoline, because what happens is you lose some of the components of gas, but not all of them. And so the gas chromatograph shifts over how much evaporation there's occurred for that sample. So we have reference samples of neat gasoline, which is fresh gasoline, 50% evaporated, 80% evaporated, 90% evaporated, 95% evaporated, 98% evaporated gasoline to be able to compare to the fire debris samples. Because those chromatograms look different from one to another. They have a lot of the same peaks, a lot of the same compounds, but a different ratio of those compounds. So the references that are on that chart show the difference between, I believe it's a fresh gasoline, 80% evaporated, and 95% evaporated gasoline. And that's what is on that.
And why would that be important?
Why that is important is because when you have samples that, if there was gas on one sample but not on others and they got packaged together, the compounds that transfer easiest are the lighter ones, the ones that that evaporate at lower temperatures. And so if you have a transfer by air, you're going to get more of the lighter compounds compared to the heavier compounds that transfer from one to another. And so the expectation that I would have then is the sample that has the lightest compounds as the strongest would be the one that received the transfer rather than started with the gas and transferred to the ones that have heavier compounds. So that was the reason why I wanted to look at the 80 and 95% evaporated and compare those to the samples that I had on this case.
So what samples had the heavier compounds in this case?
The heaviest was item 10.
Which is?
The right sock. And then items 8, 9, and 1 had approximately the same level of evaporation that compared well to these samples.
And those are 8, 9, and 1. What are those the generic names for?
1 is the gray sweatpants, 8 is the underwear, and 9 is the left sock. And then the shirt, item 11, had the lighter compounds out of those samples.
So just to keep it in layperson's terms, your expectation then when analyzing those for lighter compounds versus heavier compounds with relation to how they could transfer, could you put that in lay terms with the items, the generic item numbers or item descriptions?
So based on the data that I'm looking at, and assuming that they were packaged in a similar way and were in the same temperature afterwards, then the expectation I would have is that if there was a sample that didn't have gas on it originally and had it transferred to it, or if it had it also could have had a lighter, could have had gasoline present on it already, but if that's not a consideration, then it would be item 11, which would be the shirt that has the lighter compounds. So that would be the one that I would expect would have received the transfer, not given the transfer compared to the others.
Compared to the socks, underwear, and sweatpants.
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
When we approach.
So her plan was to light the socks and the underwear because that had the most gasoline on them. That's interesting. I keep wanting to say bedroom foreplay. The science is very interesting. Finding out that the compounds are heavier in certain stuff, depending on how much time has gone by, how much is evaporated, and there's also determining whether something's been packaged together or not. Those sting, and get on with the stuff. I can attest to that by being God.
Your Honor, can we approach?
I have the sneakiest feeling that he is just going to write on this board, tell which evidence goes where. But fit me. I still can't get over the fact there was gasoline on his underwear and his socks. I feel like that is just a prank in itself. Or maybe like she did it for like April Fool's 21, maybe? Yeah. I can't wait to see how he plays this one. Stick burn.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
I hope not to take too long late in the afternoon. I want to have some questions answered here. You and I have spoken before, I believe, in January of 2021. You remember we talked on the phone?
I do recall.
Okay. You told us, I think, earlier that MSGC is a qualitative test and analysis, correct?
I don't recall exactly what I have told you.
Is it a qualitative analysis as opposed to a numerical?
Yes and no. We do get numbers from it, so in some ways it can be, but in terms of identifying ignitable liquids, it is qualitative in that respect.
Okay, when we say qualitative, we mean a go, no-go test, correct?
It means rather than using numbers, you're using words. You're describing what is there or isn't there.
All right. Relative. It's either there or it's not there. It's positive or it's negative, right?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. It's not like blood alcohol, 0.08% blood alcohol, 0.17, you're super drunk. Nothing like that, right?
It's not like that.
Okay. So here, we have a test, this GCMS, right?
Yes.
Gas chromatograph mass spectrometry?
Yes.
Yes? All right. You showed some GC charts, am I right?
I don't know if I showed them, but
Well, they were admitted as an exhibit. Remember that
Yes.
over my objection?
yes.
There are also, these are two separate parts of the test. There's a GC and then there's an MS, am I right?
Yes, the MS is the detector, and you can get compound information from it, yes.
Okay. And you have your MS charts here as well?
What I have are extracted ion profiles, which uses the mass spec data, but it sums certain ions that are particular for the different types of compounds that we're looking for in ignitable liquids.
Okay, so what you don't have, correct me if I'm wrong, the base data, you don't have those charts, or are they charts?
They're spectra. They're spectra.
Okay, spectra, what does that mean?
It's a series of peaks with numbers on them that indicate what mass fragments those individual compounds broke up into.
Okay. You, as an expert, have to analyze those, don't you?
For gasoline identification, that's using patterns compared to other references, and that uses the total ion chromatogram, which is a sum of all of those mass spec, and also extracted ion profiles, which are portions of those mass spectra.
So in regular layman's English, do you have to interpret that underlying data?
I have all of the patterns that are needed to interpret if gasoline is present or not in here.
Okay, it's one level up from the raw data, am I right?
Could you
We have the raw data, and then there's something like the ions you said, and that's based on the raw data?
What do you mean by the raw data?
The spectra you talked about.
Okay. So, again, the chromatogram that's a printout includes all of the mass spectra added together. The extracted ion profiles that I used to compare certain compounds, again, the patterns of the compounds, those also use the mass spectral data. In gasoline identification, there isn't the requirement that you have to identify what each of these peaks are. The capability is there to identify what these peaks are on this chromatogram, but it's a comparison of these chromatograms and extracted ion profiles to reference ones. So I do have all of the data that are necessary for the identification.
Okay, and it's just gasoline, am I right? You call it gasoline, as opposed to fuel oil, which might be some mid-level liquid, ignitable liquid, fair?
Fuel oil would be typically a petroleum distillate, a heavy petroleum distillate from my recollection, and that would use a similar process of the chromatograms, the patterns of peaks, and the extracted ion profiles.
This GCMS test, it is extremely sensitive, isn't it?
It is sensitive.
And is it based on volume per volume? As
What do you
you're
mean
analyzing? Well, what are the units?
What are the units of what?
When you're analyzing an GCMS test, you're using a sample of something.
So the printouts are in relative abundance, and these are in counts. So however many counts of that, at that retention time, at that number of minutes since it got injected into the column, how long that took to come out, however many counts are hitting the mass spec at that point, that's the top number on the chromatogram.
Okay. Let's talk about how sensitive this machine is. Am I correct? It's 0.005%.
Or better.
You mean or more sensitive than that?
Yes, or more sensitive, yes.
Like what would that or better be? You're the one who's running these tests.
So the typical daily test we do to make sure the instrument is working properly, the mixture we have is at 0.005% volume to volume. And all of the peaks that are in that, all of the compounds that are in that sample are readily detected as long as the instrument is working properly.
Okay. So 0.005%, if we translate that out to a number, it's 0.00005, right?
Correct.
5 10,000s, correct?
Without having it written down, I wouldn't want to.
Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 5 100,000s.
Okay.
5 100,000s. That's sensitive, correct?
Yes, but
Okay.
in terms of...
For the threshold. For the threshold to sense gasoline, correct?
To sense a peak.
A peak. That you're going to end up, I just want to say, where you end up saying it's positive, are we on the same page? It would have had to exceed that 0.00005 threshold, fair?
That's the sensitivity, or that's the concentration of our reference sample that we say Our method has to detect these peaks at that concentration.
So if it's detecting a peak to where you would say it's positive, that means it's exceeded that peak.
For that compound, yes.
But you can't tell us how much gasoline was on any one item of clothing that tested positive, isn't that true?
That's correct.
And you said you can have transfer of gasoline, for example, from one item of clothing to another, touch transfer, fair?
Yes.
And also atmospheric transfer, right?
That's correct.
I think you said if you assumed that they were packaged the same way and kept together?
In terms of if they were in the same general area from the time they got packaged up until the time that I tested them. I can't control that part.
And you can't control, and you are not aware of how the clothing was on Todd Stermer, if it was on Todd Stermer.
That's correct.
You also don't know how it was packaged from the scene once it was taken off of Todd Stermer, correct?
That's correct.
Number 11, that red shirt, which we've identified as Mike Matheny's shirt, you got it as shirt.
Sure.
And number 1, and number 8, 9, I think, and 10?
Yes.
All were positive, right?
For gasoline, yes.
Right. You can't rule out, based on the evidence you have and just the knowledge you have, you can't rule out the logical possibility that maybe there was a transfer from Matheny's clothes to the other closet
I
item.
don't think this witness understands who owns the clothes, it's just the type of clothing. So if you could refer to it by the item number, that would be helpful.
That would be better. Let me try that. Item number 11, the red shirt, tested positive, so did the sweatpants, number 1, so did the underwear, number 8, so did number 9, the sock, left sock, and 10, the right sock, right? Or vice versa.
Correct.
All right. As you sit here, you have no evidence that can rule out the logical possibility that number 11 could have transferred gasoline to the other items, fair?
Because of the complexity involved, I can't say how it did happen, so that's fair.
Okay. And you certainly, and I appreciate your candor, because you told the jury that you weren't going to speculate, right?
Correct.
Because an expert should never speculate, right?
Correct.
Because if you offer speculation as an expert opinion, what you're doing is misleading the reader, aren't you? Or the listener.
That can happen.
Okay. And no reasonable person, man of science, woman of science, would do that, correct?
I can't speak for everybody.
You certainly wouldn't.
I try not to.
The gasoline, assuming it was on the sweatpants, item number 1, you've already said you don't know how much gasoline could have been on there, correct?
I don't have a volume, correct.
Yeah. You don't know where the sweatpants were when gasoline might have gotten on it.
Correct.
How the gasoline might have gotten on it.
I don't know that.
How long the gasoline might have been there before you tested it.
Correct.
Right? I mean, you can't tell, or maybe you can, but you can't tell if the gasoline that you were testing were on those sweatpants for a week, 2 weeks, 30 minutes. Fair?
No, I can't do that.
You can't do any of that, and to do that would be speculate, right?
Correct.
Which no reasonable, or at least you would never do, right?
I try not to.
All right. You did look at item number, I believe it was number 3. If you look down there, it'd be Linda Stermer's clothing.
Yes.
Linda Stermer's clothing tested negative for any gasoline. True?
There were no identifiable liquid petroleum products on those clothing.
So as sensitive as your machine is, Linda Stermer's clothing didn't even meet that threshold, fair?
That's fair.
And as it relates to contamination, I think you mentioned contamination on direct exam. You try to prevent that, right?
Yes, we try to prevent that.
By all means,
Yes.
right? Because you don't want to unduly influence or wreck the results of a test, the integrity of a test, right?
That's correct.
That's why you have strict chain of custody.
Yes.
Yes? You don't throw clothes on top of clothes. You separate them out into individual evidence bags, don't you? Or containers.
We analyze them how they come in. Whatever packaging they're in, that's how they get analyzed.
So sometimes you might get clothing that's packaged together 2 at a time,
Correct.
like a towel and a shirt,
Yes.
like we saw in this case.
Yes.
And you, before the clothes that you analyzed were brought to you, you don't know how they were individually packaged, or strike that, not packaged, but individually stored and collected, fair?
That's fair.
Can you have false positives on a GCMS test? Is that possible?
That is not something that we would have as a false positive. That would be a contamination, but that we have blanks that we run frequently. We have quality control checks that would detect that and prevent that.
The gasoline, you also, we didn't talk about a gasoline can, that 1 gallon can we saw. Remember that?
Yes.
That tested positive for gasoline, correct?
It did.
As one would expect from a gasoline can. You were talking about fresh gas, 85% gas, or 85% not diluted, what was?
Evaporated.
Evaporated, 90% evaporated, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the rate of that gas was in terms of evaporation?
I compared it to one of the evaporated states, and it compared well with one of them. I would have to look to see what it
Please.
was mostly similar to. It was most similar to a 70% evaporated gasoline reference.
What does that tell us? What does that mean to us?
What that means is the compounds that were lighter than what are left at the 70% level had been evaporated off. And so it was either, it could be that there was still liquid gas in there, but 70% of it had been evaporated. And so I would be testing the rest. Or it could be that it had been poured out and whatever residue was still there had evaporated off to 70% evaporated, and that's when I received it.
And in terms of time, can you talk about what that means, 70% evaporation?
That depends on the temperature mostly that it's at. So I can't talk about time as itself.
What are we talking about, when we're talking about 70% gasoline, are we talking about like old gas versus the fresh gas you talked about?
So 70% evaporated means 70% of it is gone by the time I would analyze it then. So yes, that wouldn't be fresh gas anymore. That would be mostly evaporated gas, but still liquid left.
Okay. Certainly wouldn't be gas from 4 hours before out of a gas tank or out of a gas pump, fair?
I don't know what conditions that has been in for 4 hours.
Okay. Like when I try to start my snow blower and I haven't used the fresh fuel, the fuel saver, that would be greatly evaporated gas, wouldn't it?
Depends on the conditions it was stored in.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
So basically,
A pair of sweatpants, right, male sweatpants. Can you tell, based on your testing, where on the pants the gasoline may have been?
No, I can't.
And finally, can you test with your your GCMS machine, blends of gasoline, like different octanes you can distinguish?
If I'm comparing fresh gas to fresh gas, some of the premium have different additives in them that can be detected, but most of those are lighter, and so by the time it gets evaporated, then it pretty much looks the same.
But if it was fresh gas to fresh gas, for example, like the Sunoco, could you compare Sunoco blend versus Shell?
While I could compare it, what I'm trying to do is identify, is it gasoline? So it's not comparing, we don't do comparisons of gas to determine could it have come from this gas station or a different one.
All right, just so simply gasoline versus some other fuel.
Some other ignitable liquid, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Just real briefly, Your Honor, what types of things make gasoline evaporate faster?
Higher temperature does, that's the biggest one. And you said faster, not just more of it.
Faster or more?
More time and better airflow.
So if something's exposed to air or outside, it would evaporate more?
Yes, it would.
If something's exposed to heat or fire, it evaporate more?
Yes.
If something's left out overnight with a cap on versus with a cap off, would that affect the evaporation rates?
It would affect it if the cap's on versus off, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
It would evaporate more easily in higher temperatures, right? Higher heat, higher temperature?
Correct.
All right, so if we're in something that's being stored outside or in 32-degree weather, that wouldn't evaporate nearly as quickly as something that might be in room temperature.
Assuming the same other storage conditions, correct.
Yeah. And can you, with your GCMS, tell if the gas that was in the can was the same gasoline that was on the sweatpants, or it's just gasoline is gasoline?
I can just tell it's gasoline in both.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Seiderbean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of him? Okay, we'll retrieve those.
well, basically, it's like identifying a car. You've got a Ford or you've got a Jaguar. That kind of identification. It's not an identification to see like how far it's traveled or this, that, and the other. It's just to identify that there was petroleum in the clothes. So we also identified that the fact that it wasn't in one article of clothing because it was cross-contaminated with all the others. So basically, the article of clothing that wasn't with petroleum, or it could have been. It could have been. So it was this shirt. So it could have had gasoline on it, but the amount of it was far less than all the other articles of clothing. So it could have had it on beforehand, like to go to a petrol station or something like that. Yeah, or it was thrown on him. Very odd that articles of clothing were specific that had the most on. Amazingly, socks and underwear. But
Questions? No objection from the lawyers. Can you please describe how a sample is extracted from a piece of cloth?
So the way the extraction of the ignitable liquid residue is done from cloth or whatever sample is inside of a bag or or a paint can is in 2007, what we would do is we would put that bag or the paint can into an oven, heat it up to typically 80 or 85 degrees Celsius, leave it in there for 30 to 60 minutes until everything is quite hot. And then I would have a hypodermic needle that had activated charcoal and cotton inside of it. And I would hook that up to a vacuum line. And when I took that sample out of the oven, I would then put the hypodermic needle into that sample and it would suck out all of the atmosphere, all of the air around that sample. And any of the ignitable liquid residue would adsorb to the active charcoal in that tube. And then I take that charcoal and I elute it with a solvent that strips off all of those ignitable liquid residues into a solvent that then gets injected to the GC.
Okay, juror, I'll admit I don't necessarily understand this question. It's beyond my science ability, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. You'll probably understand it. For GLMS analysis, are compounds' molecular makeup, i.e. parent and fragment molecules, specific to one compound and identified by matching to the reference sample?
I'll do my best to answer that. So what happens is when a sample goes through the gas chromatograph to the mass spectrometer and it goes through an electron beam and breaks apart into different fragments, those fragments are typical of that particular compound, but also to other compounds that are similar in structure. And so you can have some mass spectra that are mostly similar to each other, but there can be small differences even between compounds that are fairly closely related to each other. So some compounds you can get, that is the only compound that you would expect that mass spectrum to have, and others can share pretty similar mass spectra. I hope I answered the question that was asked.
Okay. And what was the date that you performed the testing?
January 11 and January 12 are the dates that I had the evidence in my possession of 2007.
So then the question is, and were all 11 items tested the same day?
Yes, they were.
And how long did you have the samples before you tested?
I received them, they were dropped off to the lab on January 11, and I actually started testing that very same day.
And then you continued to the next day?
And I was done with my analysis by the 12th, so the instrument, the GC, would have run overnight, and then I would have interpreted the data in the morning.
Okay. Council, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
I just had one,
Okay.
since I don't understand. When you had the compounds you said that could test similarly, then is that where then you run the further testing then to differentiate them?
No, we typically don't need to further differentiate individual compounds. It's often done by patterns of these types of compounds and not just individual compounds, particularly for gas.
That's when you use the charts and you use the comparisons then to be able to distinguish those?
Yes, if I'm looking to identify one particular compound, such as acetone, then I would look at just that one compound and compare that to a reference.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
I'm a little confused. The way you package these items once you receive them, you with me? You package them, right?
I didn't package them.
Okay. The way they are packaged, can they evaporate within a day or two? You get a lot of evaporation or no?
No, the reason why nylon bags and paint cans are suitable for fire debris samples is because they don't allow evaporation.
Okay. So we can assume that in the 4 days, given that they were in paint cans, in the 4 days from the 7th to the 11th, that we wouldn't have much, if any, evaporation. Fair?
If they were properly sealed, then I wouldn't expect any.
Thank you.
Ms. Iterbean, anything else?
No, no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions? No questions. Is he excused from his subpoena,
I would ask
counsel?
him to please be excused from this meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you.
And I'll take that exhibit from you. I think the binder is your own, right? Is that binder admitted to?
That's fine, that is binder, he just admitted his, of course, we made a copy of, and then does the court want me to hang on to the physical evidence?
Yes, please.
So I'll have our detective hang on to the physical evidence.
You're all done. Thank you. Jury will obviously recess for the evening. Remember my obnoxious rules, but do not watch any news media, don't in any social media, texting, conversations with anybody, including family and friends.
So we have the reason for the paint cans and the nylon bags. Yeah, I was a bit puzzled by the paint cans, honestly. So the paint cans and the nylon bits, just to keep the evidence fresh, so that when he analyzes it, there isn't very much difference. It is interesting to see how the process works with the machine. He explained it fully and in detail. It was a little complicated. Oh, not again. Right, I'm going to try and turn it up again. Right, is that better? Right, apparently it's on red.
Has left any matters to address between now and tomorrow
We're just
morning?
gonna work out, now that we've jumbled up the order and Ms. Calhoun and everything else, we gotta figure out the
Pardon?
line. Well, we gotta figure out the lineup for tomorrow, that's all.
Okay, I'll leave you two to that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, court is too loud. Court. I'm gonna speak as close as I can to the microphone because I got told off for that. What else? So he went through the process step by step of how he did his analysis, how accurate it is. It must have had a scientist in there who wanted to know these questions, and he explained it very well, I think, for a court. And it's amazing how the defense was able to poke little holes in the evidence of how we actually gathered the evidence for his analysis. What is interesting, does anyone know when it actually happened, as opposed to when he analyzed what was in there? I'm gonna have to switch off the screen share. Has anybody got the date of when the crime actually happened? So it was 5 days from when it happened that he got the testing done on January 11th, 12th. And so it was about, we were saying that 70% of that had evaporated, I think. Yeah, I think that was right. So I don't think it was like an accident that stuff got on him. It's pretty hard to explain getting petroleum on underwear. So, it is a bit odd. I'll have to tell all this to TCA tomorrow and see what she thinks of it. Well, thank you for all tuning in. Oh, actually, I've got a list of all the evidence and what's what. I mean, you can go back, but I might just go back and take a screenshot for TCA so that she has the evidence numbers. I need to close this. Oh, sorry. Right, okay. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll put the little outro on. And TC, I will see you tomorrow. If I can find the outro. Media assets. Shall we listen to some verdict music? Where is your outro? I can't find it. Peace out, folks. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to close this because it's in my ear. Thanks for tuning in, Paula. Where is it? I want a master putting the outro on. Ooh. Is that it? No, that's just the background. I think I may have stumbled on. I've found it. Finally. I'm getting more and more used to this streaming thing. I clicked on it and nothing happened. Great. Let's see.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.
Hey, I got it, finally. Well, thank you for tuning in. I'm going to leave it there and go to sleep. Thanks, folks. No, that's not how I end the show. Right. Night.